car. If you speak to some of the team owners, is that look at the tyres after the end of the race. You'll soon see who can manage the tyres and manage the car, and he can do that now, and that's where he's got to. Tyre management, car management, smooth, and very little issues that way. So yeah, short oval definitely helps.
Is he going to be coaching you for the C1? When are you out in C1s again?
We're out at Donington.
Right.
He's been coaching me from 7. No, we work really close, so basically I'll help him all weekend, as I have done from a young age. As his mum's already said, you know, he's been racing a long time, and the work we do in the background again, you know, you lot will be watching Coronation Street. We're watching the videos over and over again, seeing where we can make adjustments to the car, where we can improve. And then unfortunately when it's my turn, he absolutely goes over mine, and yeah, he's miles better driver than me, so I'll never be at his level.
It's annoying, isn't it, when my youngster beats me at chess, at karting and everything now. It's like, here we come from. Craig, lovely to chat to you. Thanks ever so much for that. And completing the family chats. Well done. Good luck for race 3 as well. We're going to have a wander around the paddock, see who we can catch up with, because we're not on lunch break per se, but we've got PBS qualifying, and we'll catch up with them a little bit later on. I'm going to have a word with Rhys Owen, because Rhys actually would complete the rookie podium. Rhys is going to get out for us. Oh, bless him. Well done. Rhys is one of the youngsters that actually came over and said hello yesterday. So if you're a youngster in juniors, always come and say hello. If you haven't got a story for us, don't worry, come and say hello. Rhys, was just saying, really appreciated you coming and saying hello yesterday. But well done, rookie podium there, great result.
Yeah, it was really good. Hopefully in race 3, going to go for top 3 over there. But yeah, still really good coverage for the sponsors as well.
Tell us about your sponsors.
So, right, go back a bit here. So, first of all, got Sleep Quality Foods, SHD Composites, Orange 21, Southwest Truck and Trailer, then got all my tyre sponsors over there. Stella Fire Consultancy, Walkabout Goats, Fleet Elomatics, and we go to the back, Race Against Dementia. Massive.
That's important, yeah. My mum's living with dementia at the moment, so I'm fully supportive of that, and our esports series supports that as well, so well done. They're getting good value for money out of you with all that, I've got to say. So you now need to raise the budgets by 25%, no negotiation with all of them.
Yeah, and as well on the back we also have JP Autos.
Right.
So, yeah, really good, really thankful sponsors, otherwise we couldn't be here.
What's your story and background?
So when I was 7 years old, I started grass karting. Then when I was 8, I started doing circuit racing in karts, started going well, then moved up and up and up in the classes. Then in 2025, I was roughly top 10 in the UK. And then roughly halfway through the year, we decided to stop and move on to cars. So we started testing, all went well. Then we did the Fiesta Junior Scholarship, which went amazingly. Didn't quite win, but still top 6 and youngest in the top 6. Yeah, really good.
Yeah, it comes across in the way you chat to us, very open, and hopefully we're open with you guys as well, and you know, enjoy that. Rhys, well done, lovely to see you on the podium.
Yeah,
good rookie podium. Hopefully we see you on the overall podium very soon.
Hopefully, yeah. Thank you
very much. Well done, mate. Rhys Owen there. As you can see, we've got cars disappearing. I'm just going to see whether we've got Barnaby Brewer, who is another scholarship runner. I'm going to give him a wave and see if he can. Do you want to have a quick? He's going to turn the car off, and Barnaby won't. And he's going to get out of the car as well. Barnaby, hello, double scholarship, because I met you at the Ginetta one as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So pay attention, Barnaby. We were going to get you to change. That's his handle, by the way, on social media. Pay attention, Barnaby. I was going to change it to be quiet, Barnaby. Because you're a very ebullient, effervescent character. And my first opportunity to interview you on stream, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tell us about your weekend and your day so far.
Well, yeah, so we were quite unlucky yesterday. We got front left puncture kind of out of nowhere early on in the race yesterday, so we had to pit. Ended up in P20 because there were quite a lot of incidents yesterday, so we were luckily only in P20, not much actual loss. Qualified P7. So I'm quite happy that we've managed to get up 9 positions today, up to P11. Quite a really big race today. Lots of battling, especially at the end lap with Josh Watts there, who unluckily spun right on the last corner, also in front of my teammate Tom Simpson. So that's unfortunate for him, but really happy with my performance there. And yeah, just looking forward and hoping that I can get something similar, some more positions, nine places up again the next race. That would be quite nice, wouldn't it?
It would be very good. Sam Whiskers, our cameraman here, has been looking round at the various liveries and logos and wording. Would you like to tell us a bit about who supports you and who you support as well?
So I'm supporting Young Minds, which is youth mental health charity that has helped me through quite a lot of stuff. I struggled for a long time with my mental health, and racing, kind of sim racing especially, helped me out of that kind of hole in my life, and Young Minds helped me out through a lot of that as well. So my way of paying back is saying you can come and donate. Feel free to donate. That would be really, really helpful. And over here on the back, we've got a load of a few funny ones and a few more normal messages from people who have donated. So if you donate, we will get you and a speech bubble of your message on there. So yeah, if you get your donations in, who knows, I might be able to get a couple in time for the race after this afternoon. And yeah, that's my favourite sticker by far my.
Who has the crush on Sava Solonchenko?
That was donated, I believe, by Jensen Pritchard, but I might be mistaken there. I'm not sure. And I think it was donated anonymously. So I think all we can say is that it must be me if it's anonymous.
Well, we'll have to maybe get Sava on so that the viewers will understand who he is. And we can't, unfortunately. It's great that there are 30 drivers, but we don't get the chance to chat with everyone.
Absolutely.
Although having said that, we would now, but they've all deserted us, Barnaby. You and I have no friends in the paddock. They have all left us, and Sam as well. Thank you for staying. We'll let you get ready for race 3. Barnaby Brewer, our first chat with, first of many. He's going to be a regular on the podium very soon. So we'll let Barnaby disappear and get back. Esther Crooks disappeared as well. Really, there is nobody else to talk to down here. So I'm going to hand you back to ad break, commentary team. Time for tea and bickies. Make yourselves a quick cup of tea, but don't go flicking. Stay with us. We'll be back in a few minutes.
Welcome back, everybody, to Anglesey. Hope you enjoyed that little break. Those of you around the circuit enjoying the qualifying session for the PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup race, the 2-hour race that will take place later on this afternoon. That session just concluding, and we will then move on into our next 2 races. Then we're into the lunch break. So it's a bit of a stop-start day, but we're sort of drip-feeding you with races as we move through the course of the day. It's 11:15 at the moment. The next race due to kick off at 20 past, so I think we are more or less back on time. There may be one car that needs to be collected from the side of the track. We lost a BMW over the course of that qualifying session up at the hairpin. Hopefully that won't take too long to recover, and we can get our next race underway nice and quickly. 2 races down today already, and the next one for Caterhams is the JMRG Caterham Graduates Sigma 135 Championship. That's coming up next, and then we will have the Airtech Motorsport Fiesta ST240s, the second race of the weekend for both of these categories. Yesterday's Caterham 135 race was very, very exciting. It was one of those proper Caterham battles where we had a fairly large group of cars at the front debating the race victory, and again it all came down to the last lap and a little bit of tactical gameplay going on for drivers to try and position themselves in the right place in the lead group, which was not necessarily at the front of the lead group, but it was a battle that raged on to the final couple of corners, and in the end another fairly close finish. Hoping, John, for more of the same now in this second race of the day.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, welcome back, everyone, after that short break. Yes, back straight in to some Caterham sprint racing action. As you say, already had the 150s earlier today, which is the first time in a while I've ever seen a Caterham race finish with an over 6-second gap between the top 2. But, of course, issues for the driver in second place. They did very well to just bring that car home to the checkered flag, still in P2. But, yes, the first race of the weekend yesterday in the Sigma 135s was very, very exciting. I mean, what do you expect when we've got 34 Caterhams ascending onto one circuit here at Anglesey? They're about ready to do it all again. Now, of course, with this one as well, we've got the 2 Jameses on the front row, but we've learned from yesterday that we need to call one of them Jamie. Yes. Jamie Elwood rather than James. So apologies to his wife, who is, I'm sure, listening again today. Apologies that we got that wrong yesterday, but we'll do our best to recall. But, of course, it does say James in front of us on all pieces of paper, but we'll do our best to remember that. Sincerest apologies.
If you've ever wondered why some of the names that appear on the timing screen or the timing tower aren't necessarily the names we refer to drivers as, it's because the graphics are taken directly from TSL Timing, the timekeepers of the event. They take the names directly from the licenses that the drivers all have to show at the start of the weekend. So whatever the name is on a driver's license is what gets shown on the screen. But obviously we get to know some of the drivers in the paddock, and we know certain names they tend to go by. So we're not just making it up as we go along, not completely anyway. But yes, if there is anyone out there who feels that we're getting it wrong, do let us know. People are normally quite quick to do so.
My query for that is, I don't know why he doesn't have Jamie on the licence, because of course I think you can put any name, given that in the Fun Cup we have Fabulous Randaccio and Farchini. I think he's removed his last name for reasons. But you can have whatever name you want on that licence, so I don't know why he doesn't have Jamie. But either way, we've made a note, don't worry, and we'll do our best to remember, but we know Caterham racing gets pretty frenetic, so in the heat of the moment we might forget, but we'll do our best. Anyway, looking forward to this
Tony, quite frankly, how frenetic these races get. Yes, hopefully we'll get it right then. Jamie Elwood will start from pole position for Alpha 7 in this race. It's a big grid of cars, 34 of them set to take the start, hopefully. As I said, if it's anything like yesterday's race, it should be an absolute barnstorm. Alongside Jamie will be, confusingly, James Hapgood with Steve Merritt and Giles Derry on row 2. Row 3, Richard Groom and Ben Winrow with Nick Bryant and Andrew Sagar together on row number 4. Then it's Giles Hansen and Mark Soden with Henry Morris and William Hapgood on the 6th row. Row 7, Thomas Gunter and John Vincent with Simon Arnold and Lee James on row 8. Row 9, Andrew Bergbaum and Louise Deason, Michael Munns and Simon Martin complete the top 20. Then it's Neville Sykes and Anthony Nichols on the 11th row. And row 12, Orlando Morris and Dean Pollen. Oscar McCall is next, row 13, alongside Thomas Glyde. Then it's Chris Griffith and Stephen Trinder. Norman Jeeves and Neil Perry complete the top 30 ahead of Simon Nicholas and Alan Bateman. the back row of the grid, David Poulter and Simon White complete what hopefully will be a full grid of 34 cars. I can see the purple 174 car and the 57 car alongside on the back row, so that's promising stuff. So it was Elwood who won yesterday by a tenth and a half in the end over James Hapgood, but that lead group extended all the way back to Giles Derry in fifth. So Elwood, Hapgood, Winrow, Steve Merritt and Giles Derry, they were all battling for the victory yesterday, and I wonder whether it will be the same cast of characters this time. It was a more competitive race in some ways than the 150s, wasn't it? More cars getting away in that lead group, and yeah, I am hoping for the same sort of thing in race number 2. We had no retirements in that race yesterday as well. All 34 starters managed to get to the checkered flag. Another great example of the driving standards in Caterham racing.
Indeed, yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? All 34 making it to the checkered flag. Well done to all the drivers there, keeping their noses clean. Of course, a few wings lost, but these things happen in Caterham racing, and hopefully, as you say, we see the same again here for race number 2. Yeah, more drivers getting away in that leading group, but expectedly so, given there's more drivers in total across the grid in this one as well. But there you say, what was that, a tenth and a half between the top two across the line? That's more of a Caterham gap at the checkered flag that we would expect. And like we say, with 34 about to do battle in this one, we expect more of the same. Amazing to see that even with the 2x2x2 grid formation here for the Caterham, still we're all the way down past the final corner, and still a bit of a challenge for the drivers on the back row of the grid to see when those lights go out.
Yes, it is, and it means they've got to accelerate through a corner, quite a sharp corner, 90 degrees the bus stop, that final turn. So yeah, it is a bit of a tricky start procedure. Again, one of the quirks of this circuit, that the pit straight is so short. It's a very short run then into the first corner, and you're building speed all the way through the left-hander at target and right the way up then to the braking zone at the banking. So yeah, interesting circuit, a quirky track, the Anglesey circuit, but it's provided some good racing so far.
We were saying yesterday about the fact of drivers extending all the way around the final corner, particularly in the Fiesta Juniors, say, where we got, again, 29 in the field of that one, and they all really extend down the back straight. We were saying about the fact of you might use another driver as a bit of a marker as to when the lights go out, and you've got to hope that they get a good start, or thus you're going to be impeded a bit as well. But looking down at the final corner, I think there is a repeater down there of the lights above the final marshal post at the final corner. So I think that will assist, at least in the Caterhams here, for the drivers down at the back to be able to see when those lights go out. But in the Fiesta Juniors, they're so far down the back straight that even the extender's not going to help.
No, exactly. So you've got to be paying attention. Of course, we have a good view of it from up here in the box, and we can hear the revs start to rise, meaning that the red lights are on. But in the cars, you're not necessarily as aware of what's going on around you.
But we also do get a nice light up here as well, don't we? So we know exactly when those lights are going out, but I don't think I can run quite as fast as a Caterham, so I think I'll be beaten down to turn 1.
Well, you never know. You never know. Athlete, I've heard you are. Your training regime was legendary back when you were racing in
You sure about that, mate?
It's better than mine, I can tell you. I can absolutely guarantee that. So, green flag lap then underway, and the cars make their way up through Peel Corner and down towards the left-hander at the top of Rocket, where there's been a huge pile of cement dust offline all weekend long. I think one of the qualifying sessions yesterday morning, someone dumped a load of oil around that part of the circuit, off the racing line, thankfully, but that dust has been catching a few people out, because it is a place where we often see cars go side by side. It's not the easiest of places to overtake at sometimes, Anglesey, but it does produce good side-by-side racing, doesn't it? Cars seem to get stuck together for maybe half a lap at a time, the nature of the sort of left-right sequences of corners that make up this track.
It's very tactical racing, isn't it, around here, Angus? It's very much, you're thinking sort of 3 or 4 corners ahead at a circuit like this. You're setting things up. You're working out where you can use that slipstream to your effect, and where maybe is not the right place to go for a move, as well as where is the right place to go as well. Waiting when the time is right, and then pouncing when you need to do so, to make sure that you've then planned a few corners further ahead as well in your defence to hold on to said position. So that's often why, like we say, you see a lot of yo-yo racing, drivers going side by side for, we've already seen today, over half a lap, drivers continuing on side by side, which just makes the racing even more exciting for us to call here in the commentary box. But as the drivers head back round to the grid, then we're about ready to go for race 2 of the weekend here for the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championships in the Sigma 135s.
Yes, we are. So, Jamie Elwood, James Hapgood pull up on the front row of the grid. Yes, they do. feared then, as I stood up, that James Elwood hadn't appeared, but he was already in position, some way ahead of the rest of the pack. So Elwood, the white car with the black highlights and the orange on the roll cage, and then alongside in the purple with the yellow roll cage, that is James Hapgood. The black and orange 111 is Steve Merritt. The green, black and gold number 77 is Giles Derry. And then red and black for Richard Groom and Ben Winrow on the third row. Winrow, the black car with the red go faster stripes down the middle of the car. Last few rows just pulling into position. Can't see any gaps on the grid, so it looks like we should have a full quota of 34 starters then for this second 20-minute race of the weekend for the Sigma 135s. And is it going to be another win for Jamie Elwood, or can James Hapgood, Ben Winrow, Steve Merritt, Giles Derry launch even more of a challenge against him today than they were able to in a very competitive opening race yesterday afternoon? It's time to find out. Red lights go on, out they go now, and the field bursts into life. Very even start from both of the front row men, with Jamie Elwood just about getting the advantage through the first corner. Not such a good start for Giles Derry in the green and gold car, though. He's been swamped a little bit by the third row as they head down into the banking. Ben Winrow to his inside and to the outside line when Richard Groom, and I think Groom came out of that slightly better with the wider line through the banking. Elwood leads though. Hapgood slots back into second position, and is that still Steve Merritt in third? I think it is just about the black and orange car that's got third position. Yes, it is the 111 as they make their way up the school straight and towards Rocket for the first time. And in fact, John, it's Merritt now making a move for second, maybe even for the lead.
Indeed, all the way through, and now to the outside for the race leader. And up to Rocket onto the grass. This could be a big one, straight over the inside line. Hopefully avoids. How has he avoided contact with the rest of the drivers there? The 23 spinning off to the exit. That is Richard Groom off and down to the back of the pack. But my goodness, we count our blessings here at Anglesey. How did he not collect another driver?
I don't know is the simple answer, but that was very fortunate indeed. I think, to be fair, good awareness from the drivers in the pack. They saw him coming and sort of slowed down a bit. Really, really good driving that from the drivers in that leading group to avoid what could have been absolute calamity. So he, remember, was running in and around the top half dozen or so. Started fifth on the grid, did Richard Groom, but unfortunately he's not going to be a contender in this one anymore. The leading two then getting away slightly. Down to third is Hapgood as a result of all of that. But it is yesterday's winner, Jamie Elwood, who's got the early advantage down towards the bus stop for the first time. And that's just created a little bit of separation, hasn't it, between the top two or three cars, top two cars really, and the rest of the pack behind.
Yeah, Hapgood seems under a little bit of pressure then as we head on to lap number 2. The chasing pack still right on his tail. And I've got to say as well, on that race start, he definitely moved at the number 10, but I think he left enough margin in his box where he didn't cross the line before the lights then went out. So not a jump start, just Hapgood was ever so slightly creeping forward, wanting to get going, but I don't think he's going to get a penalty for that one. Stayed within his box, but thus that little creep initially then scuppered his actual start initially and was able to break away. That's a big off down at turn 1. That is surely going to be at least a safety car. Some big damage on 2 or 3 of our Sigma 135s there. A real shame down at turn 1. If you have an incident there, you're really putting a lot of pressure on the cars as you lean on them through that left-hander, and if there's any contact, you're spinning straight off to the scene of the incident. Exactly what has happened there, but drivers continue on then until we see that safety car board. There's still a squabble for third. That's Giles Derry looking for it round the outside on Hapgood. Can't get it done, and there's the other Hapgood car slightly further down, battling as well, side by side with the 55, I think that potentially was, as they press on through the top part of the circuit. Continued squabbling, but yes indeed, red flag is out on the circuit, so not a safety car. We are straight to red flag conditions, sadly, for the second time today.
Yeah, that's not a huge surprise, is it really? That looked like a nasty one coming out of the first corner, so race stoppage for the second time today. The red flags fly here at Anglesey. That's a real shame, but hopefully driver's okay and we can get that mess cleared up before too much longer. It's always the danger with a big grid of cars. Turn 1 is a blind corner. I think one car had spun and got collected by another, but you fully commit to that turn, don't you? It's not quite flat out in these cars, but it's a dab on the brakes and then you're on the throttle through the corner, and if there is something going on the other side of the turn, there's not really an awful lot you can do when you're buried in the pack to avoid it. As the cars make their way back around to the grid then, let's take a look back at the near miss. This could have been another disaster, couldn't it? On the opening lap of the race, Richard Groom gets squeezed somewhere. There we go. I think that was Ben Winrow who moved across in front of him, and John really heads up driving from the likes of Winrow and Hapgood that good to see what was coming, but my word, that was closer than even I realised the first time round.
Yeah, the 28 Nick Bryant there was unsighted because he was on the outside line, so of course he had a couple of caterers blocking his view, so he thought, oh, they're all going super slowly, I'm going to go round the outside, and then suddenly another car, Mr. Groom, appears on the left-hand side, and they missed each other by inches. Like you say, a very good job there from the whole pack, seeing what was going on, as we could hear in the commentary box as we winced, preparing for the impact. Thank goodness it didn't come. Sadly, though, later on in that lap, or on to lap number 2, there was a bit of contact down at turn 1, and as we say, I do hope all drivers involved in that one were okay, because like you say, it is a fully committed corner there through turn 1, and it looks like all the drivers up and out of the car just having medical checks at the moment, and like we say, hopefully all okay, but looks alright. He's up on his feet, which is positive.
Yeah, I'm not sure who it is, but the driver in question, it might be John Vincent, maybe number 18, the medical car is there, the medical crew just checking him over, and they're getting him just to move his head around, check his neck, check his arms, check his back, to make sure there's no serious damage done, but the fact he got out of the car unaided, I believe, is a very good sign indeed. 2 cars then involved on that second lap accident, and so 2 recovery vehicles are dispatched from the paddock area to go and clear those cars away, but yeah, it could have been an awful lot worse, thank goodness. Again, great testament to the safety of these cars. They look, the drivers look quite exposed sometimes in a caterham. Yes, you've got the roll cage, but it's essentially a single-seater, open-wheel single-seater, isn't it, in some ways, and they don't look like the sturdiest of cars, but the cockpit, the chassis itself, staying in one piece. The roll cage is there, of course, to protect the drivers as well, and it all did its job. That was a big hit by the looks of it, and really great news to see that both drivers got out of the car okay. There'll be a lot of clear-up work to be done there. It's not just a case of moving the cars out of the way, but various bits of bodywork all over the track, and of course a lot of fluid will have been dumped all over the circuit as well. So yeah, that's going to take a few minutes, I fear.
I think you're right on your call about it being John Vincent, because that number definitely ended with an 8, didn't it? And we know that it wasn't Nick Bryant. He was slightly further up the order, wasn't he? So I think you're right in that call, but driver just having a little check over, and as we say, hopefully all okay. But yeah, these caterhams built of sturdy stuff, so good to see all the drivers well protected. I mean, as I mentioned yesterday, I've been around catering racing all my life. It's what my dad always used to do since before I was born, and when I was only 2 months old, my dad had a massive crash at Mallory Park.
Really?
Got squeezed into the pit lane wall at the end, and he went up and over the end of the pit lane wall and then end over end 8 times. Wow. And he was generally all okay. Only issue was that at that point they didn't have to have wrist straps, so his arms came up and out the roll cage, and the roll cage then landed on his arm, so of course snapped that in half. But yeah, not the most enjoyable, but otherwise he was all okay. And he's a great driver, but over the years he's had his few incidents, and he's always been okay. So that shows just a testament to these cars, and also how they've continued to improve over the years as well, having the wrist straps, and also making the full roll cage mandatory as well. Because I know back in the day you did only have to have a hoop. Yeah. You could choose to have a roll cage, but of course it'd be a lot heavier, unless you'd lose a few tenths a lap. So it was sort of the trade-off between whether you gained a few tenths but had just a hoop, and if things did go wrong, you're a bit more exposed, or having the full cage. Now, at the start of that season when my dad had that big crash, he, of course, wanted a hoop because it would have gained a bit of time. And my mum put her foot down and said, no, you have to have a cage. I'm not letting you go out unless you had a cage. And that cage saved his life that day. So that just shows. And that's why we've moved on. Of course, as technology has gotten better, we've improved the rules and regulations, and all cars now with that full cage. And I'm sure have saved a number of drivers' lives. So great to see once again the sturdiness of the caterhams being proven there, with all drivers up and out of the cars pretty swiftly. But as you say, quite a recovery job now going on down at turn 1.
Yes, it's an unfortunate reality, isn't it, that lots of the times these safety advancements come after an unfortunate incident. But I think what we have become slightly better at over the last decade or so in motorsport is anticipating things a bit more. And you go back to the debate that arose around the halo in single-seaters. It now seems ridiculous to see a single-seater without a halo, and yet there was a lot of pushback against that when it was brought in. But that was brought in anticipation, we hope, of serious incidents, and as a preventative measure, and really did work, as we've clearly seen over years since then. So yeah, hopefully motorsport can continue to be a little more preemptive rather than reactionary when it comes to safety advancements. So we are waiting then for the track to be clear up at the exit of turn number 1, and cars have been regridded, so that's a good sign. They've been regridded into original grid order, I reckon. So yeah, Jamie Elwood, James Hapgood back onto the front row. Good news for Hapgood, who gets another go at this. Richard Groom has not yet made it through, but should be able to restart from 6th, because Richard, of course, went off on the first lap, but until we complete 2 full green flag laps of racing, we go back to original grid order in the event of a red flag. So Richard Groom should eventually make his way through onto the 3rd row. We've got a Richard on the 2nd row of the grid as well, though. I can see Richard John Neal has made his way out onto the circuit and is about to start catching up with some of our Caterham drivers.
Not nice to have a break because of incidents, but it does give us the chance to come down and talk to some of the drivers that we haven't spoken to so far this weekend. Giles Derry. Giles, top trophy runner in qualifying, which means that you have to pick and choose your rounds. 3 rounds, isn't it, Trophy? You have to nominate. Which ones have you picked?
Yeah, 3 rounds. So I'm doing Silverstone, this one, and Croft. So yeah, it's great fun racing.
I'm guessing, I don't know what you do for a living or anything else, but I'm guessing the fact that you can have a limited campaign just gives a bit of breathing space to family or business life.
Yeah, exactly. I have done the championship for the last 2 or 3 years, but this time we're just dialing it back a little bit. I'll probably be back for the championship next year, though, I think.
Tell me about your Caterham journey.
This is the first time I've ever been racing. So I started in Grads about 4 or 5 years ago, having never raced before. It's because a mate of mine was doing it. Always enjoyed it, and actually, it's been I've been sort of pleasantly surprised. I'm okay at it. I'm not. So it's going all right. It's going all right.
You sound surprised. Was it just sort of for fun that you did it, or thought you something you wanted to prove to yourself?
I know, it's just for fun. I've always loved cars, always been a petrol head, and this was a really cost-effective way of kind of getting into doing some very, very close racing. So it's great fun.
If you don't mind me indulging questions a little bit more in terms of, when you're coming in as a newcomer, what sort of support is there maybe for driver coaching available or engineering and stuff like that?
So there's for the Caterham racing for grads, there's 3 or 4 teams that will support you. So if you've got no mechanical knowledge, the teams will support you. CTS have done a great job prepping the car for me, so it's been fantastic. And then there's driver coaching available. So yeah, I think there are 3 or 4 driver coaches, and you sort of pick and choose what suits your style.
The livery looks absolutely superb, and we won't see on camera, but it's a lovely green metal plate which complements the gold very well. Have all of your cars been this livery?
So this is actually Chris Hoy's old car, right. So Chris Hoy's car, and it was a sort of slightly acid lime green before, right. So I raced it with it like that for a couple of years, but yeah, I decided it was time for a change, and the team have put together a few good colours, so yeah, it's nice.
Nice one. Wish you well for the race. Thanks ever so much for chatting to us, Giles.
Pleasure. Thank you. Thanks, man.
Giles Derry, let's have a move down. Not saying that the front 3 guys are going to finish 1st, 2nd and 3rd, because that tends not to happen in Caterham racing. We had a word with Ben Winrow yesterday. Okay, Ben? There's only one Ben Winrow, or 2 actually, as I found out yesterday to my dishonour in the commentary box. Let's have a word with Andrew Sagar in 119. We'll see if we get a thumbs up from Andrew. Is he all right to have a quick chat? He is. I love this, the fact that, and this is a real standout livery. Again, really lovely metallic paint, and the fluorescent cage and stripes helps the commentator, Andrew, be able to spot you on track. Luckily, I'm not commentating on this one, the other guys, but they'll be able to pick you out. How's the weekend gone for you so far?
Good. It's always good here. I like the track. Qualified well yesterday, but didn't convert it in the race, so that was a bit disappointing. Right. But we've got 2 more opportunities to try and rectify it now. So
when you say it didn't sort of translate to race results, what happened?
I started 4th and finished 13th.
So what caused that?
All sorts. Not brave enough, not quick enough.
I'm being a little bit flippant. It's very easy to get swamped, isn't it, in cage? If one mistake, you're going to get, and to use the cliche, hung out to dry.
It is. In qualifying, you can concentrate on your lap times. In the race, if you're in a big pack, you tend to brake a bit earlier than you should do, and you all of a sudden you're losing a second a lap, and drop back, and then you get mugged by the people behind you. So there's only one thing: you just got to plough on, and I didn't really do that yesterday. So.
Well, hopefully you can do it today. It's really hot and muggy out here. I mean, at what point do you sort of switch off thinking about comfort in the car? I'm guessing as soon as you come out on the installation lap.
Yeah, as soon as the green flag lap, yeah.
In terms of, we were just talking to Giles Derry and asking him about his Caterham journey. What's your story with the Formula, and do you have any experience previous to that?
I started with the Caterham graduates in 2008, and I've never really done anything else. So I'm a big fan of the Caterham graduates.
It's one of the things that you find with Caterham is that people stay with it, more so than any other formula I think that I've come across in racing.
Yeah, I've never raced any other car other than a Caterham, and I've no need to now. Very happy to keep doing that.
What would you say to somebody who was new? So, like, I'm early 60s, okay, and somebody told me yesterday I'm actually not too late to start. What would you say? What advice would you give someone who's in that position, or indeed a youngster who's thinking about looking at getting involved?
I think particularly, well, I'm 62, so you can still do it at any age. You can do it, there's guys at 16 and there's guys at 72. So you can do it at any age. You might not be at the front of the grid, but there's always going to be a pack where you're competitive. I think that's the main thing, because if you have such big grids, you're always going to be racing with someone, even if you're not at the front. And it's relatively, financially good. You know, that you're not using loads of tyres, you're not forever rebuilding engines, the cars are all the same, so it's not checkbook racing from that point of view, so it's just good racing. As long as you're interested in driving and not forever tinkering with the cars, yeah.
I'm guessing there are always plenty of cars available as well. We're chatting to, again, Joel saying that's Sir Chris Hoy's old car. Does this one have a history, or did you buy it from new?
Yeah, it wasn't new to me, but it'd been racing the Caterham graduates before mine, and but they're a bit like Trigger's brooms, these cars, so it's not the same chassis it started with. It's so,
that phrase has crept in, hasn't it, to English language, Trigger's broom. It's a good one. I don't know if you heard while I was wittering on an interview, the marshal said there's oil at turn 1, so only fair that I passed you that message on, so you could probably see it from the signage, but want to keep you safe, Andrew. Good luck for the race.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Andrew. Andrew Seagull there in car 119. We're going to go down and maybe got time for one more. Who should we pick? We're going to switch sides here and maybe have a word with Giles Hansen. Okay, we get a thumbs up from Giles. Qualified 9th on the grid for this one. Giles, okay, so just checking. Yeah, championship runner. So doing all the rounds as opposed to the trophy. Has that always been the way?
Yeah, I did all the championship last year, and so enjoyed myself so much. Had to do it again this year.
Oh, that's good. Whereabouts are you from?
Wakefield.
So not too bad getting here.
3.5 hours for us. It's not too bad.
So I was going to say, talk us through a meeting. Did you take part in the testing? Because it was testing on Friday. I wasn't here because I was stuck on the various motorways, as one tends to get stuck on racing weekends. Testing on Friday?
Testing on Friday was good. We had a good dry day, good session.
Right.
All good, yeah. No major incidents, which was great.
How important is the Friday to you guys? Because a lot of people talk about some of the stuff on the token package where I work on, and the guest formers go, oh my goodness, we've got to buy into a day's testing and it's half a week to be at the track. And getting us away, but is it helpful having that test day?
Hugely helpful.
Yeah.
To get some time on the track, because that's what you need. Time on the track, familiarise yourself with the track, makes the ball important, definitely for the race. And we'll see what happens today. I mean, I got a good start on the last one, and hopefully we'll get another good start. And just I don't know what happened with the red flag though. I'm not sure what happened there, but hopefully just go for it again.
Nice one. Stay safe, Giles. Thanks for chatting to us. Good luck for the race.
No, thank you.
Thanks very much. Giles Hansen there. Thanks to our marshalling team for letting us on the grid and for keeping us up to date. We've got the course car going around, which means that we will shortly be ready to go racing again. Superb work from the officials. Of course, our wonderful marshals and rescue crews. Thank you to all of our marshals doing such great work, and all the volunteers that are here this weekend. I'm sure Andy and John have mentioned it, but it won't hurt for me to chip my 2 pence in and just say thank you guys. Really appreciate what you do at racetracks week in, week out. All the club are on in all weathers. We can't thank you enough, so thanks for that. And with that note, I'm going to hand you back upstairs to John and Andy to take you through the race.
Sterling work as ever, Richard. Thank you very much. Great to hear from the drivers down on the grid. And we are not too far away from a restart. The cars have been removed. Drivers have been taken back to the paddock. And we'll hopefully be able to get the race restarted in a few minutes' time. The last thing that needed to be done, though, was a significant amount of cement dust to be dropped down on the exit of turn 1, because I suspect that impact has shattered the radiator on one of the cars and left a load of radiator coolant all over the road. I also need to correct myself. I assumed it was John Vincent who'd been involved in the incident, number 18. We were saying that the second number looked like an 8. It wasn't, it was actually a 3. You can see where I made that mistake. And the 3 was part of 23, Richard Groom, who started 6th on the grid, had that spectacular off up at Rocket, narrowly avoided everyone, and then came around turn 1 half a lap later to find broadside across the middle of the road the number 6 car of Anthony Nichols, and unfortunately had nowhere to go, went straight into the side of Anthony's car. Both drivers got out of the cars and appeared to be largely okay, but what unfortunate stuff for Richard Groom there. Had he not had the first moment, which was scary enough, he would never have been anywhere near the second incident, but that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes.
Yeah, I think we call that the butterfly effect, isn't it? Something happens earlier on, puts him in a position where then another thing happens later on in the lap. Yeah, real shame for Richard, but yeah, as you say, these things happen in racing sometimes. Hopefully they can get that car fixed ready for the next race, but it did look like a pretty serious job for both of them, so unlikely, but you never know. Mechanics will dive straight into action. We'll see whether they can get it sorted. It was nice to see as well, of course, Sam, our roaming camera op, and of course Richard, who was down there with him. Little high five after that. Lovely work down on the track, guys. You both smashed it, but off we go then. After a bit of a wait, the Caterhams are back out for another green flag lap. Off we go, and let's hope it's just as frenetic as the first start. I'm sure it will be.
I suspect it will be, yes, and there'll be a couple of gaps, of course, one notably on that third row of the grid where Richard Groom will not be. Now that's going to be an issue, isn't it? That's cement dust. They're staying off it now, largely, on the green flag lap, but we've seen drivers run right out over that exit curb. In a way, it's a good way of policing track limits, because you're not supposed to go onto the green stuff, but at full speed, they're going to have to run out onto the curb, and that's going to be slippery for the first lap or two, and it's going to affect visibility.
That was going to be my exact point. After the first 3 or 4 cars go through, I'm not sure there's going to be much visibility there on corner exit. Little bit of a worrying one. If someone pirouettes there on corner exit, they might just be blindsided. And of course, that was what happened in the initial incident, of course, wasn't it? So we shall wait and see. Hopefully they all make it through unscathed, but equally, what other option really is there? It is the best option for us, and the drivers will just need to deal with it. Well then, we continue to crack on. As you say, sadly, one driver missing from the third row of the grid, which might just benefit drivers on sort of row 4, row 5. They have a gap now to go into if they get a pretty decent start on this one. And as we say, going for the restart, less time to contend with here ignore me there, same time to contend with, but of course, more pressure on. The drivers have to do it for a second time here so far today, and that pressure is back on. Any of the drivers that have got a really good start on that initial go, they've got to try and do it all again, which is easier said than done when you're in a field of what was 34, of course a few less now, but still, get a little bit of a poor start and you will, as Richard said down on the grid, be absolutely swamped.
Yes, exactly so, and yeah, you're right, they are giving them the full 15 minutes. I was concerned that we were going to start running out of time because we've got a lunch break, and we've also got the church break later on, which we can't eat into. This race is supposed to start at 20 past 11, supposed to finish at 11:40. Well, it's 11:47 now, so we are clearly going to be delayed. We're not going to get a huge amount of our lunch break in, but we are going to give the Caterham drivers the full 15 minutes of racing action, which is coming up shortly. They're just heading down onto the GP loop on this international GP circuit here at Anglesey, and Jamie Elwood has it all to do again. Got a good start the first time round though, did Elwood. Steve Merritt also got a decent start from the second row of the grid, and actually it was Giles Derry who was a little bit poor off the line first time round. He'll be grateful for a second opportunity here to try and maybe get in amongst the front row starters and have a go at getting the lead.
Indeed, and like I mentioned on that initial start, Hapgood was creeping a little bit at the start. Like I said, I think he gave himself enough room to not go over the limits of his box and get himself a penalty, but was just anticipating those lights maybe a little bit too much, and that allowed for Elwood on the other side to dump the clutch a bit better and gain the lead immediately. As you said, lovely start from the second row from Merritt. He was nearly challenging those top two as we went into turn 1, settled in, and then of course challenged up into Rocket, used that slipstream beautifully. I think that might be the strat yet again. That's definitely the way to steal away the race lead on that number 1, isn't it?
Yeah, seems to be, doesn't it? So let's see what tactics are put into action. I'm saying they're giving them the full 15 minutes, but it was only ever a 20-minute race, wasn't it? So yeah, 15 minutes is a slightly shortened race in fairness.
That's what confused me. That's what confused me.
Talking nonsense, John. You'll get used to that over time. So yeah, 15 minutes actually the restart distance. So a slightly shorter race than planned, but still plenty of racing to be done in the 15 minutes around Anglesey. Back row.
Sorry, I was just going to say, with the amount of time that we lost, I'm impressed that they've given us 15 minutes for this, so we're treating the Caterham drivers again.
We are, and it's a treat for us to behold as well. Off the line they go, 15 minutes of racing gets underway, and it is a good start for Jamie Elwood then, who again will hold on to the advantage through turn 1. Keep an eye on that cement dust, who's going to go over it. A couple of them kick up the dirt, but no one actually going out onto the curb on this opening lap, so that could have again been a little bit more of a hindrance if they were running wider. Down then towards the braking zone at the banking, out towards Church they go. Elwood the leader, Hapgood second, and in third position is the 111 of Steve Merritt. So grid order at the front. There is a car off though on the approach to Church Corner, John.
There is indeed, yes, sadly someone just pulling up to the side. That car conking out before they've even really completed this first lap of the race. Seems as though they've got it back underway, which is good, but we're almost 3 wide. Up into Rocket, late on the brakes, nearly a bit of contact, but some switching around. It's been a much better start this time for Hapgood, and he moves into the lead.
Yes, he does. That was a bit of a messy run through Rocket, wasn't it, that time? But yeah, Hapgood then gaining some nice ground. And down to third goes Jamie Elwood. Again, so difficult to lead onto that back straight and then retain that advantage when you get up to Rocket Corner. But he's still in the lead train. That's all that really matters at this stage. Staying in touch with the leaders and planning your attack for a bit later on in the race. Down through the top of the corkscrew we go. Defensive line taken by Hapgood. To his outside will go Steve Merritt. To the inside tried to go Elwood. Merritt goes right round the outside and claims the lead of the race. That was some really good late braking on the outside line.
That was an amazing move. Fantastic. All the way around the outside. And that's the first time we've seen that at the hairpin so far this weekend. And already under pressure now for second place as well as they file their way into the final corner. Hapgood trying to hold on to it. Beard of slightly moments in behind as well. Poor exit then for the 1-2-1 of Benjamin Winrow as they head on to a new lap of the race, but still Hapgood under a lot of pressure here. Potential for the 111 of Merritt to try and scamper off here, but as we've seen in Caterham's, that is very much easier said than done.
Yes, and certainly in this race yesterday that was impossible, wasn't it, with 5 of them debating the victory into the closing stages, although actually the first part of the race they did start to spread out a bit, and then they started battling, and the next group of cars caught, and the next group of cars caught, and before you knew it they were all back together as Jamie Elwood nearly got into the back of James Hapgood there, and wide goes Giles Derry bouncing down the grass. He's going to lose a couple of positions as a result of that. Elwood to second position. Is he even going to have a go at the lead? He's late on the brakes, supremely late on the brakes, too late on the brakes, can't make the corner, and back through will go Steve Merritt. In fact, he's back down to third is Elwood as a result of that. Got a bit carried away. I think he arrived at Rocket a bit quicker than he was expecting there and couldn't quite make the corner, so Merritt gets back to the lead. Hapgood second, Elwood third, and is Winrow now into fourth? It is Winrow fourth with Nick Bryant fifth, and Giles Derry down to sixth after that grassy moment at Church.
Indeed, yeah, Jamie licked the stamp and sent it there, didn't he? Sadly, it was delivered to the wrong location, and he drops back down into third place. So, hey, love it. We're going for it in this one already. As we say, a reduced race time, ever so slightly, only by 5 minutes, but still less opportunities for drivers to make places, and they know it. They're going for it early on in this one, as there's more squabbling going on behind. That is Bryant, and of course the 77 of Derry, who lost those 2 places earlier on. He did well to hold the slide, though, going off onto the grass through Church is never a nice place to be. He did well to hold onto it, slots back in, and still involved in this leading squabble. More moves going on down into the final corner, and that is Giles up the inside and back into P5.
Yeah, fifth position then at the expense of the 28 of Nick Bryant, as Jamie Elwood is defending second position here from James Hapgood. Steve Merritt then getting away slightly out in front as they do now start to battle over second position, and again, they don't want to let him get too far away if they can help it, do they? Down into the banking, back out the other side. Is that braking, slipstreaming distance? Not quite, maybe, but Elwood and Hapgood are going to have to really try and tag along with the leader up the back straight here in order to keep him in their sights. Towards Rocket they go on this third lap of the race, and Steve Merritt with about a 5 car lengths advantage at this stage, but already that starts to shrink with the toe up the hill.
Indeed, you can hear the screeching of the brakes as off wide goes the leader. The 111 locks up the brake this time. He did well to wrangle the car back onto the racing line there and somehow hold on to the lead. But the brief gap that Merritt had extended out front extinguished immediately there from that slight little mistake up into Rocket, and off in the background. Off goes Giles Derry, spins round. It looks like there might have been a bit of contact there between himself and another driver. Either way, the 77 facing the wrong direction. It's not been an ideal couple of laps for Giles, sadly, has it?
No, that's not gone particularly well. Remember, had a bad start on the initial start to the race, dropped down the order a little bit, and now, he's right at the back of the order by the time he's able to select first gear and get going again. Jamie Elwood then to the lead after Steve Merritt's moment at Rocket, and so Elwood, yesterday's race winner, is back in front of the field then as they head down into the final corner, but Merritt is coming back at him now at the inside. No, not quite close enough. And Elwood able to hang on. It's a tighter corner than it looks, that, and so actually the outside line allows you to carry a lot more momentum, and Elwood able to utilise that to hang on to the advantage. So Elwood the leader, Merritt second, Hapgood third, just about going with them, Winrow fourth, Nick Bryant fifth, Giles Dawson sixth, Andrew Sagar up to seventh, ahead of Mark Soden, Henry Morris and William Hapgood is your order inside the top 10. It's a 4-car breakaway though at the front of the field.
It is indeed, yeah, just to highlight again what you said about that final corner. Such a challenging corner is that one. Of course, I've only taken it on from the coastal layout, so not arriving with as much speed as these drivers, but the camera doesn't do it justice, quite how off-camber it is. The car, all it wants to do is head off wide on the exit, off onto the grass, but you're doing your absolute best to stop it from doing just that, and the drivers managing the situation beautifully. Speaking of situations, there's one at the sharp end of the field. Back through has gone Steve Merritt there. Did that before they even got to the braking zone up at Rocket, so using the slipstream beautifully, and the 111 is back to the sharp end once more. But classic catering racing here once again at Anglesey, and once again the tactics coming into play.
Yes, they are, and that's only going to intensify as we get closer to the checkered flag. They're not far enough ahead of Hapgood and Winrow yet to count them out of this, so similar race I think forming to that we had yesterday, unless of course Jamie Elwood decides to just settle in behind Steve Merritt for a couple of laps and try and get away from Hapgood and Winrow. I think Merritt and Elwood possibly would have the pace to do that, but whether or not they elect to awaits to be seen. Back down the old pit straight we go and into the bus stop at the final turn. Through the 90-degree left-hander they will head and around towards the end of another lap. 4 laps then in the book and 8 minutes still remain, nose to tail between the top two, and it is Steve Merritt then with the narrowest of advantages for the time being, and Steve who ended up 4th, just missing out on the podium yesterday, at the very least would have been targeting a top 3 from this second race. At the moment he's aiming for the top step of the podium, but it's not going to be that straightforward, is it? We're halfway through the restarted race and he's still got a lot of pressure from behind.
Both of the top two now into the 41.5s. It was Elwood that had it initially, and now Merritt goes about 100th of a second quicker on that previous lap as he regains the lead once more. And they're the only drivers in the 41.5s, and it's only the top 4 who are even in the 41s. The rest of the drivers in the 42s and 43s at the moment. So that just shows these top 4 have broken away well and being proven by their pace. And same, the drivers in behind as well. Bryant now at the leading that train from 5th. And he's also trying to put a bit of fresh air between himself and the rest of the field, because it's basically then from 6th place backward the entirety of the field in one train, isn't it? Still with about 7 minutes left to go in this one, but top 4 breaking away. And like we mentioned with tactics, no moves being made over this lap just yet. I think partially not quite close enough to be sending cheeky moves, but also they're settling into this one a bit more and now drawing that gap back to the likes of Bryant and Hansen, and maybe there might just be a little bit of settling down for the next couple of laps, extend that gap a bit more, and then the gloves come off as we head into the last couple of minutes. But speaking of that, throughout this whole race it's been chopping and changing at the front, hasn't it, between all these 4 at the sharp end, so I'm probably going to eat my words in a couple of moments.
Yes, well, we'll see. These 4 definitely have a pace advantage over the rest of the field, don't they? But yeah, whether they continue to behave themselves or not, we'll wait and see. Although there is a way of overtaking each other here at Anglesey without actually holding each other up. That slipstream is so powerful. If you just let the other car go and don't fight it into the braking zone, then you won't lose too much time in theory, and so yeah, they can keep trading the lead if they want to, as long as they're not going side by side through the corners. It shouldn't cost them a huge amount of time. We'll see whether we do get another lead change this time. Then Steve Merritt is going to be the man with the slipstream, takes a much earlier turning point there to Church Corner. that might have just sacrificed a mile an hour or so of exit speed, but he'll get that all back with the toe anyway. Here he comes, goes to the right-hand side of the road, does he? Not going to go for the move from that far back, though. Or is he? Actually, he does sort of hover on the right rear corner of Jamie Elwood, but Elwood able to keep Merritt at bay. That just, though, brought Hapgood and Winrow a length or so closer, didn't it?
I think that told you what we needed to know for the last 5 minutes, didn't it, there? The easy move, as you said earlier, was to allow for Merritt to use the slipstream, come round, take the inside line, take the place, and then they carry on nose to tail for the rest of the lap, and then we do the same again on the next lap. But no, Merritt moved over there, didn't he? Defended the inside line, then opened up the corner again. Did not want to allow for Steve Merritt to come through. So I think that's really, Jamie's sort of shown his hand a little bit there of I'm not going to work with you, mate. I'm going to keep you behind me as best as I can, and realistically now trying to back Steve Merritt into the path of James Hapgood and Benjamin Winrow. They're right there with them. There's a bit of dust kicked up by your leader of Jamie Elwood as they head down into the final corner once again, but still a decent bit of time in this race, and actually it looks as though potentially Elwood and Merritt have the pace ever so slightly now over Hapgood and Winrow. They've drawn out just a car length or so, as to be fair, Elwood has done the same on Merritt, so maybe just an attempt at breaking away now, but of course when they get back into that slipstream down the back straight through Church, I'm sure they'll close up once again.
Yeah, what Elwood really wants, of course, is for Hapgood and Winrow to start becoming a bit of a nuisance to Steve Merritt, and if he can back Merritt up into the third and fourth place cars, that could allow him to get away, but I'm just not convinced anyone's quite got the pace to get away at the front of this field because of the power of the toe up the hill. Let's see if they all start bunching together again this time out of Church. I'd say that it's a similar gap between Elwood and Merritt as it was a lap ago. Merritt maybe a length closer, but I still don't think he's going to be able to make the move. He'll look to the outside line into Rocket Corner, but actually that just sort of leaves the door open invitingly on the inside for James Hapgood, doesn't it? Hapgood, though, not quite close enough that time to commit to the move. Strava further back, the 60 car with damage. There's a second car involved as well, and
Mark
60's
Soden.
Mark Soden. I couldn't quite see the other number, but there are two cars stranded.
It's William Hapgood.
It's William Hapgood, you're right. So those cars are not going to go anywhere, and that's going to be it. I think that'll be the end of the race. So all of the tactics go out the window. Steve Merritt had been waiting, I think, for a later opportunity to make the move, and as it is, he's probably going to run out of time, and he'll have no idea that incident's happened. Now he will, because the red flag is out, the race is over, and that will be it. And yeah, you can see him, I think, gesticulating the car. All of the best laid plans thrown out of the window by a red flag and another incident up the hill. I think Hapgood got going again in the end, didn't he?
He has, yeah.
Yes, but the 60 of Mark Soden for CTS Motorsport, unfortunately, is stranded. I think he's more or less okay. The marshals are chatting to him as he tries to get out of the car, but another damaged car and another race stoppage, and this, I'm afraid, will be the end of the race.
Somebody think about the Anglesey cones. They've been absolutely destroyed up there, haven't they? My goodness. All 6 of them, I think it was, that were lining the circuit. They have been demolished by the drivers. But again, an odd place to see an incident. We saw one in the Fun Cup yesterday, didn't we? The C Data car getting turned around there after a bit of contact. But an odd one, because obviously you're absolutely flat out up that portion of circuit. The only time you're going to get an incident, if I can get my words out, is when cars tangle, particularly in cars like this where you've got those exposed wheels. So clearly they've got a bit too close for comfort coming up the back straight there. A bit of contact has been made, and immediately the car goes out of control at very high speed as well. So they've done well to avoid further contact and further issue, and of course also assisted by the long grassy runoffs here at Anglesey, which will have helped as well. But good to see driver up and out of the car and seemingly all okay.
Yes, indeed so. So Mark Soden then out of the car, and the front bodywork's been torn from the car, the suspension damage as well. But the other car, William Hapgood, able to get going again, admittedly with damage, but at least able to get back on to the road. So Jamie Elwood will be the winner, with Steve Merritt second and James Hapgood third, Ben Winrow fourth ahead of Nick Bryant. Then it's Giles Hanson and Mark Soden, with William Hapgood. Well, those two might not be classified there because they were involved in the red flag incident, battling over 7th place, those two, when they tangled. Andrew Sagar was next ahead of Henry Morris, then Thomas Gunter and John Vincent, with Simon Arnold and Andrew Bergbaum in behind them. Then it was Lee James and Oscar McCall ahead of Orlando Morris and Thomas Glyde. Then Dean Pollen, Neville Sykes, Louise Deason and Stephen Trinder, with Norman Jeeves and Simon Martin next. Then Chris Griffiths and Simon Nicholas, with Neil Perry in 27th on that result. I suspect he'll inherit a couple of positions as a result of that. Alan Bateman likewise. Then it was David Poulter, Giles Derry, Michael Munns and Simon White. So after a 0% attrition rate yesterday, sadly, race 2 was rather a more bruising affair, and it is a race that's been stopped twice due to incidents out on track, finishes a few minutes early, but provided us with plenty to talk about in the meantime with 4-car battle for the race victory. And yep, that's a prime example, isn't it? In this style of racing where there is a bit of tactics and there is a bit of sort of biding your time, waiting for the right moment to make a move. What if that right moment never comes? What if we get a red flag? What if the race, there's a safety car, you don't get the chance to make that last lap move you were planning? I'm absolutely convinced that was what was going through Steve Merritt's mind. But Jamie Elwood, who had defended that lead for a couple of laps, remember, when he could have chosen to allow Merritt to go, he'll be very happy now that he didn't do that.
Indeed, he will. Of course, you can only deal with the information that's in front of you. The drivers couldn't have been aware that the race was going to end early, so you've got to go on the information you've got, the time that you've got left, and how you plan through that rest of the race. Of course, sadly, as you say, plans thwarted by our early stoppage there, but still very interesting to see the racing at the sharp end, and I think their race number 3 going to be very exciting as well. Plenty of names on the bill there in the Sigma 135s who could be potential race winners, and a few of them there falling by the wayside due to various issues. So hopefully we do see them back, and hopefully mechanics can jump into action ready for their race later on. But it sounds as though Mr. Richard John Neal is ready for us to throw down to him.
And a little bit of deja vu here at Anglesey. Jamie Elwood takes the win. Let's go down and break up the party. And we get a word with Jamie, who's going to do our podium interviews. We're going to interrupt the party here. Jamie, so sorry to interrupt. Time for a podium interview again.
Yes.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Very well done. Some great. I look back here at the amount of Caterhams that we've got. It's a packed field, isn't it? So to be at the head of that, there's that Jamie Elwood smile we saw yesterday again.
Absolutely, yeah. Great to lead the bunch, and yeah, unfortunate that what happened, because you never want to win a race with a red flag, because it was teeing up with the last 3 minutes. It was going to be a good ding dong. So yeah, shame about that, and hope the guys that crashed are okay.
Did you know how many laps were left if that hadn't have?
Winds changed 180 degrees, so now the slipstream's not so big, so it's can I actually lead on the last lap this time? That was what I was trying to work out.
And presumably you just get that wind change through the field as you're going along.
Yeah, well, there's a big windmill over there. You can see that that it's changed.
So you're looking at all that kind of stuff.
You are, yeah.
A driver awareness never ceases to amaze me. Another win to add to the collection, which is absolutely fantastic. I wonder if we can make it a hat trick.
Well, let's try. Let's hope we finish under a checkered flag this time.
Yeah, that would be good, wouldn't it? Well done, Jamie. Lovely to talk to you. Good luck for race 3 as well. Thanks very much. Jamie Elwood, our race winner. Second position goes to Steve Merritt. Well done, Steve. We didn't get a chance. I was hedging as to whether I should go and chat to you on the grid. We had the dummy grid, obviously, for the restart, and I'm thinking Steve's in a sort of podium position, and we try not to repeat too many interviews apart from podium ones. But anyway, you're glad you made it. Congratulations. P2, talk us through your cut short there, and you were ready to pounce.
Yeah, well, first of all, I hope everyone's all right, because there was two nasty accidents in that race, and I can see from the cars that there were heavy impacts. So I hope everyone's all right. But yeah, the race went pretty well. Could have done without the second restart, because I made a good start the first time round, and I obviously had to do it again. And then Jamie and I were working quite well together at the front to try and we're trying to make use of a tow to gap the rest of the field, but there isn't much of a tow out there today. The wind's changed direction, and down the back straight it's not having much of an effect. So we did what we could, but the other two guys still managed to hang on to us. But it was a great race, enjoyed it, and just a shame about the red flags.
Yeah, absolutely. Hope those guys are all right, and hope you're okay for race 3 as well. Look forward to seeing you, Steve.
Thanks very much. I look forward to it.
Steve Merritt there. I think we've got a grid for the Fiestas. We will do the third place recording to tape, but back to the commentary guys for the moment. Our third place driver, James Hapgood. James, have a quick word with you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tough Caterham race as ever.
Yes, very tough. A bit broken up in patches, but yeah, hopefully everyone's okay. I've not seen a couple of people, but Yeah, that's the main thing. It was good. I had him lined up really. I was in third, which is where you want to be on the last lap. And then the red flag came out. So I saw like a car on the straight broken, and I thought, oh, maybe I can get it just before the line or something, and maybe I could do it. But no, red flag came out too early.
Jamie wanted to race the checker, as did you guys as well. It's a shame, but
we got one more. So yeah.
Any changes to the car? Are you happy with things?
New tyres. Mine are absolutely dead. This is the third event I've done with them. So,
how many can you put on per meeting?
It's so over a season we've got 7 rounds and we can put 3 sets of tyres on. So
okay, so it's very much down to your choice to try and work that out.
You can do it whenever you want, but obviously on the tracks you're perhaps better at, or are going to be dry.
Yeah.
Take the rubbish ones.
Nice one. Thanks very much, James. Good luck for race 3.
Cheers. Thank you very much.
There we go. James Habgood completes our podium, and it's AirTech Motorsport Fiesta time now. So over to the guys in the compass box.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, the Fiesta's already out on their green flag lap ahead of the second AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 race of the weekend. And the grid as follows. Alistair Kellett, because he was the winner yesterday, is on pole position. And alongside him on the front row, Gary Miller, George Foxlow and Jack Sant on row 2, with Graham Colfer and Simon Horobin on the third row. Then Casper Tomilewski and Luke Waugh make up the fourth row of the grid. Row 5, Sean Reynolds and Marco Ritchie, with Harry Hayes, Brady Pollock, John Cooper and James Pope towards the back of the field. Brady Pollock had issues and had to start from the back. He had a delayed start yesterday and was never really a factor in that first race, but hopefully should be able to get more stuck in for race number 2. Kellett was a pretty comfortable race winner yesterday, all being said. He got away from some of the battling that was going on behind him and had a pretty uncontested run to victory. Gary Miller second, and George Foxlow made some really bold moves, as is the George Foxlow way, to get through into third position. You've got to be a confident man to carry the hairstyle that George Foxlow's decided to go for, and that confidence very much translates into his driving style. He can't hear me this time, he's in the car. I can get away with it for now. But George, we really did admire his racing yesterday. It was a hugely exciting performance, and now he starts from third on the grid. He could be a danger man in this one, couldn't he, John?
He definitely could. Yeah, I'm very excited for this one. As we always say with ST240, there's so many names on the field who could win, who have won in the past. But of course, Kellett, it was a classic Kellett race, wasn't it, yesterday? Trying my onomatopoeia, but tripping over all the words. Well done, John. It was amazing, wasn't it? Classic, drove away with it, just managed it at the front, and even when the drivers were trying to chase him down, he then just found that little bit more to extend the gap even further.
Yes, can he do it again now then? Can he lead this one from the front and get another victory? Let's find out. It's a good initial start from Gary Miller on the outside of row 1, but the second phase of the start better for Kellett, and he will lead them through the first corner. Miller second, Foxlow just about third, a couple running wide over the curb and the cement dust laid down from the previous Caterham race. That was Graham Colfer, I think, who ran a bit too wide and might now lose a position to Casper Tomilewski, who's had a really good start from the fourth row of the grid, and he's up there battling for position inside the top 6. It's Kellett that leads, Miller second, under threat from George Foxlow as they head out of Church Corner and up the school straight for the first time. The slipstream effect, as we were hearing from a couple of the Caterham drivers there, not as powerful today without that headwind up the back straight, and so they're not seeing the cars bunched together quite to the same extent that we're used to seeing today, but there's still a little bit of an advantage for the tow, definitely, and a few drivers going very late on the brakes. They're all cleanly through Rocket though, thank goodness, and so far so good for yesterday's race winner.
Not as strong, but still decently strong, as here is the move up the inside from Foxlow. I mean, you might not be quite a fan of his hairstyle, but I'm a very big fan of his racing style as he chucks it up the inside there at the top section of the circuit. Into second place he goes, but already that little bit of squabbling at the sharp end, allowing for Kellett to break free. Just as we saw in race number 1 yesterday, it was a great initial start off the lights from Graham Colfer, but this time, as you say, running wide out of turn 1, just left it open to attack. He did manage to keep Tomilewski behind. He stays there in 5th place, just behind Jack Sant then in 4th, who now has Gary Miller ahead of him as he's been relinquished of second by Foxlow, and Foxlow already turning his attention to Kellett out front. There's no thought about defending from Gary Miller. It's all eyes on Kellett out at the sharp end, and of course it's Kellett's previous championship winning car that's chasing him down, this time piloted by Mr. George Foxlow.
Exactly so. Jack Sant there having a go up the inside of Gary Miller as well into turn 1. So Gary struggling a little bit here in the early stages of this one. Kolfa under attack there from Tomaszewski. Kasper Tomaszewski on a real tear at the start of this one then. Moves his way up into the top 5 now, having started 7th on the grid. So a couple of places gained, except he's then on the outside into Church Corner. And Graham Kolfa tries to get the place back away from him, but not quite able to do so. We need to turn our attention to the leaders though, because I'll tell you what, George Foxlow is having a go at Alistair Kellett as they head towards Rocket Corner. Kellett defending the lead, but they're absolutely, and he's gone wide. Kellett's gone wide at the top of the hill, and I think Foxlow got the lead away there. Off in the distance, they're side by side, and still side by side, heading towards Peel Corner. Alistair Kellett defending the inside line, but George Foxlow is up for the fight. Can he go right round the outside of Peel? Surely not, John.
He can. He's still there on the outside line, which of course becomes the inside as we head down into this very fast left-hander. He'll try and hang around the outside with Kellett, and I think he's just about been given the room there by Foxlow as well. But no, Foxlow gets the chop across on the exit and gets the lead. Well, for the first time this weekend, it's someone who's not called Alistair Kellett in the lead of this race in the ST240s. Foxlow takes to the front, and as I've been corrected by the man with all the knowledge to the right of us, Mr. Richard John Neal, that is not, I'm afraid, Kellett's old car. That is a brand new car for this season, so apologies, I was wrong there. Thank you, Richard, for the updated information. Either way, it's a brand new car, and he's into the lead of the race.
I was under the impression it was as well, in fairness, John, but there you go. It is a Kellett colour, isn't it, to that car? But George Foxlow's always run red and blue, yellow and blue cars. I'm going colourblind now. Yellow and blue cars in his Fiesta Racing days. So the leaders head down into the banking, and it is Foxlow from Kellett, from Gary Miller in 3rd in the Dick Johnson Racing inspired livery on the 42 car. Jack Sant in 4th, and Kasper Tomaszewski also having a really good run here in 5th position. He did get the better of Graham Kolfa in that side-by-side battle that we sort of had to cut away from to focus on the leaders. The leader, singular, really now, getting away. George Foxlow, not only has he raced up to the back of the leader and taken the position, he's now starting to get away from Alistair Kellett as they head towards Rocket for the 3rd time.
Yeah, mightily impressive this from Foxlow, taking the race lead, and now as we see, taking the fastest lap, a 1 minute 41.2. He is trying to scamper off and was decently clear of Kellett's time on the last lap, but of course we know Kellett fantastic at managing those tyres. So will Foxlow take too much out of them early on in the race? We saw that yesterday in race number 1, was super feisty early on, but then started to slip back in the second half when he started to lose those tyres underneath him. Well, he's pressing on now, so I think the plan for Foxlow at the moment is get as far ahead of Kellett as possible and then deal with the last part of the race when we come to it. Whereas Kellett continuing to save those tyres, as long as he can keep in 2nd place, he should then start to reel Foxlow back in at the end of the race. Just making sure he's staying within slipstream range at the moment so he's able to attack when the time is right.
That's a very good point. He did run out of pace a bit in the latter 3rd of yesterday's race, didn't he, George Foxlow? It was a very entertaining first part of the race, but they are on slick tyres, these Fiesta ST240s, and a slick tyre will wear out if you really start abusing it. Oh, and off in the background goes the 777 of Sean Reynolds, but there was almost drama for Tomaszewski ahead. Luke Waugh, I think, has been delayed in all of that as well. He rejoins the circuit towards the back, and Simon Horobin has brought the car into the pit lane, so it was all kicking off there through the final corner, and unfortunately a couple of them losing quite a bit of ground as a result. But yeah, Tomaszewski and Kolfa nearly collide. We've got a yellow flag on the exit of turn 1 where Sean Reynolds has pulled over at the side of the road, so the 777 car stopping at the side of the track, and he is going no further. He's well out of harm's way though, so I don't think we'll need a safety car as Simon Horobin is able to get back underway after a brief period in the pit lane. I don't think he lost a lap, did he? He came in that time, yes, so he'll be hoping for a safety car now, I suppose, and he'll see the Sean Reynolds car on the exit of turn 1 and think, oh, well, maybe that could happen, but I suspect they will leave that car where it is.
Indeed, I suspect so. Continue to watch this battle now. This is Kolfa and Cooper, isn't it? 6th and 7th place at the moment. I suppose I didn't get a giggle out of that one.
I wasn't listening, if I'm honest. 6th and 7th, right?
Yeah, we're carrying on for the Sunday, guys. Sorry. Our childish humour continues.
Don't bring me into this, John.
Well, these two continuing to battle, and this time Cooper's up the inside, then into the hairpin. Nicely done under brakes. Gives the room to Kolfa on the outside and gets it done. John Cooper moves through into 6th place then. So after that initial exciting start from Kolfa, just slipping back a place or two now. He lost out to Tomaszewski a couple of laps ago, and now down to 7th as John Cooper finds finds his way through. But look at that then, Alistair Keller is your fastest driver out there as you look back to another very similarly liveried car. This is a move for third place. Sant trying to get through on Gary Miller, but Miller will continue to hold that inside line. Down into the banking we go. All the way around the outside goes Sant, and he might just get the better exit as well. He will. They'll continue side by side down into Church, but I think he'll just about have the chop across. He does. Sant is through into third place.
And Tomilewski with them as well. Kasper Tomilewski, another driver, much improved this weekend in the series. Had good pace yesterday, but damaged the front splitter, didn't he, early on? And that just sort of got worse and worse and worse as the 20 minutes went by, whereas in this one, he's kept the car in one piece so far and is now right on the tail of this third place battle. So Sant into third. It'll be interesting to see now, isn't it, whether he can get away at the front. Gary Miller a bit slow through the first part of Rocket. He's being pushed through the second part of Rocket by the fifth place man. And Kasper Tomilewski with some real momentum here and wanting to try and go after Jack Sant if he can. So they drop down then through the corkscrew. Third, fourth, fifth, pretty much nose to tail. Sixth is John Cooper. And Graham Colfer all the way down to seventh. So Colfer's lost. Oh, he had that drama at the... No, he didn't have the drama in the final corner. Where did Colfer lose all that ground? Not so sure. He was battling with Tomilewski a couple of laps ago, who is now round the outside of Gary Miller, who's struggling for whatever reason in this race. Is Gary. He's going to show Kasper Tomilewski the edge of the road out of the hairpin. Did that just lose Kasper enough traction off the turn? It did, that he's not able to stay alongside. So Gary Miller keeping Kasper Tomilewski at bay, although he's had another go at the inside into the last corner. Kasper couldn't do it, and now John Cooper very much joins the battle as well.
It's sadly, I think we've lost Graham Colfer, and he's not come round ahead of Pope.
You're right.
Where has he dropped down to? I've not seen him at all, so I think he's off and out of the race, sadly, is Graham Colfer. As I can see Sant dropping down the timing order, but I think that's an issue with his transponder. I think he had the same yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, as well. As there is Mr. Colfer off in the scenery. Nice place to watch the race, but I think he wants to be in it a bit more, so sadly he's parked up. We'll try and spot where that is. I think it's up near the top section of the circuit. Is it all the way down at the hairpin, potentially? But a shame there, of course. We saw him lose out to Tomilewski. We've just seen him sadly lose out to John Cooper, and then they sort of settled in about a second behind Cooper, but clearly something with a bit more issue in that car than we first realised, and he is out of this race now, is Graham Colfer. Same for Sean Reynolds on that 777 as well, but we keep our eyes firmly focused on what is now the battle for fourth place. Of course, Jack Sant getting ahead of all of this a lap or two ago, and now Gary Miller really finding himself under a bit of pressure here. John Cooper's done a lovely job getting past, of course, Graham Colfer a couple of laps ago, now closing up to this battle and really piling the pressure on here to Tomilewski as he looks up the inside, almost down the hill. He puts the pressure on, doesn't quite get the move done this time, but well, John Cooper, he's going for it.
Yes, he is. Good to see John Cooper getting into the battle here, and he'd like to try and slip to the inside of Tomilewski here at the hairpin. He's going to try it. He's late on the brakes. Tomilewski's going to turn in. Oh, that's always a little bit difficult, isn't it, when the car that's being attacked doesn't necessarily realise they're being attacked, but he just about saw John Cooper coming at the last moment. They're side by side and still down into the final corner behind the pits. He's on the outside line, is John. That's never going to work into the final turn. They'll try and get the switch back, but yeah, not able to get the overlap. Headlights ablaze on John Cooper's car, though. He means business and wants to try and get through and then get onto the tail of Gary Miller for fourth position, that is. The leaders are 7/10 of a second apart. Alistair Kellett, I'm not sure whether he's just biding his time or whether he is absolutely going hell for leather to try and stay with George Foxlow. We're into the second half of the race now. This is about the period which yesterday George seemed to maybe start running out of front tyres a little bit. But is that going to be the case in race 2, or has he learned his lesson from yesterday, I wonder? Tomilewski, rear of the car, sliding under braking there into Rocket, where Gary Miller's outbraked himself and gone wide. How did that one settle itself out then? There are the leaders. Miller hangs on, but Tomilewski with another opportunity maybe to take advantage of that mistake.
Indeed, but Tomilewski's obviously in a tough position, isn't he? Gary Miller making that mistake, but he's not able to make the most of it, ends up losing them both time, and Cooper is hot on his heels, of course. But we turn our attention back to the leading battle then. Has Foxlow taken too much out of the tyres early on here? Well, he's under a lot of pressure once more for your defending champion of Alistair Kellett, who looks to try and fake out Foxlow there into the hairpin, and maybe just outbrakes himself a little bit, going a little bit too deep, but he'll cut it back on the exit, as there is a big move up the inside from John Cooper, going to lead lead on Tomaszewski as they go through to the exit, and those two are on side by side down to the final corner. You know that that Cooper will move across, and he is going to move across aggressively so on Tomaszewski to try and spook him, to try and make sure he doesn't go up the inside into the final corner, but Tomaszewski will, late on the brakes into the final corner. Cooper going for the up and under. Can he get a good enough exit to get the inside line down into turn one? He tries to, he will, sends it on the brakes. Will there be contact between the two of them? They just avoid each other, thank goodness, and for this moment anyway, Cooper not able to find a way through. Aggressive stuff there from John Cooper, but it hasn't worked this time. Big point though is, even with those two going into a proper ding-dong battle there, hasn't really given much opportunity to Gary Miller to scamper off. He's clearly struggling just a little bit more here in race number 2 of the weekend. But either way, staying there in 4th place for the moment and keeping Tomaszewski and Cooper behind, but only really thanks to the fact that those two are battling so heavily.
Yeah, brilliant scrap this, isn't it, between the three of them. Gary Miller then just about keeping these two at arm's length this time as they head up towards Rocket Corner. Uses all of the inside curb. And as the field make their way through the top end of the circuit, Gary Miller can't escape. He's defending nicely, but he can't escape from this group, can he? And he's going to have his hands full, I think, for the remaining 7 minutes of the race. They drop down through the left-hander at the top of the corkscrew. Leader George Foxlow, half a second clear still of Alistair Kellett. And Jack Sant a little bit lonely now in 3rd, 5 seconds off the lead, 3 seconds ahead of this battle going on behind. He'll be quite grateful, I think, that Gary Miller is defending so busily to keep Tomaszewski and Cooper at bay. It's allowing Jack to have a pretty uncontested run in 3rd position. Leaders back across the line, and it is again only a car length or so between the two of them. Near identical pace being set by Foxlow and Kellett. In fact, they were only 5 thousandths of a second apart last time. There's only about 5 thousandths separating these two as they come out of the last corner, as Kasper Tomaszewski uses all of the curb. Maybe a bit of frustration starting to set in now.
Potentially. He has also scampered off from John Cooper pretty nicely, and now is putting the pressure back onto Gary Miller. So immediately Tomaszewski turning his attention from defence back to attack. And as you said in the catering races already, often the best form of defence is attack. If Tomaszewski can get past Miller, I'm sure that Cooper will then start putting the pressure on Gary himself, and Tomaszewski might have the chance to try and break away into P4, just like we've seen Jack Sant do earlier on in this race, into 3rd place. But again, highlights just how crucial those the track position is, and of course affected by qualifying and previous race results as well. So Foxlow and Keller able to break away early on. Of course, they might get into a battle between themselves now over this last 5 minutes, but they've got a lovely margin to the rest of the pack. And as we say now, Sant in a bit of no man's land, but given the fact he had to battle early on in the race, that's what's lost him that 5, 6, 7 seconds of time to be there in 3rd place. But like you say, has a few seconds back to 4th, so he's chilling.
I'm going to mute your microphone next time you do that. Leaders into the hairpin, and that was very late on the brakes there for Kellett, who's desperately trying to get back into the lead. He's thinking championship, I'm sure, but he wants to win a race if he can. Where's John Cooper gone? John Cooper has dropped a long way back. Is he slowing? He's weaving as if he's been off the road, maybe. He's trying to clear the tyres of dirt heading into the hairpin. We'll keep an eye on that situation. Hopefully it's not a problem developing for John Cooper in that car that he jumped into at the back end of last year. His original car written off in a huge accident at Alton Park last summer. Gary Miller's gone wide at the last corner, and that's Tomaszewski's opportunity. He's up the inside. They've already banged wing mirrors a few times. You can see that. Both wing mirrors folded in. They're doing so again now round turn 1. Gary Miller hanging out around the outside. Great respectful driving though from Tomaszewski to not shuffle him off the edge of the road, and he keeps on coming round the outside through the banking. Can he now use the banking to carry the momentum into Church? No, they're still locked together. Absolutely nothing to choose between the two of them. Terrific racing, and Gary Miller is going to fend him off, I think. Surely Kasper can't go around the outside at Church. He is, you know, but he just has to settle back in line behind Gary Miller. He's a tough man to pass. He always has been, and he's proving that now to Kasper Tomaszewski, who I believe is probably the quicker of the two, but he just can't breach the defences of the experienced Miller ahead of him.
What racing it is between these two. It's been fantastic. As you say, Tomaszewski's all over the back of Gary Miller, but Miller seems to have an answer to everything thrown at him by Tomaszewski. Yeah, shame there for Cooper. Not sure what happened. I think you're probably right in terms of he's been off track at some point, because he's straight back up to race pace. He's now got James Pope for a bit of company as they now battle for P6. We keep our eyes on this one between Miller and Tomaszewski for for the moment. Like you say, seems as though it's a case of when, not if, that Tomaszewski goes past here. But Gary Miller's defence has been brilliant as he tries to hold on to 4th place and gain himself a few more championship points. He covers the inside line, down into the hairpin once more. As you said, lovely side-by-side action. Maybe wasn't the right choice to continue side-by-side through Church to Tomaszewski. Then could have maybe used the slipstream a little bit more up the hill. But either way, making it work, as we see coming across the line. There's very, very close now, isn't it, between Foxlow and Kellett. Nose to tail with less than 3 minutes to go.
They were actually overlapping coming out of the last corner. Kellett, I thought, had him, but didn't quite get off the turn well enough. So, George Foxlow defending the lead. George, to my knowledge, has only ever won one race in the ST240s here 2 years ago. It was the 3rd race of the weekend at Anglesey. So he goes well here, but hasn't won since then. He's been a constant present near the front of the field, but George Foxlow really wants to get that second victory in the championship, and to do it he's going to have to fend off the most successful man in the championship, Alistair Kellett. This is going to be a real battle for the ages. Can he stay there for another 2.25 minutes? This will be the penultimate lap of the race, I suspect, and Alistair Kellett is going to ask some serious questions of the youngster, who I do think is running out of front tyres a little bit, maybe not to the extent he was yesterday. He's got the track position advantage, which counts for something as well, but my word, he's going to have to fight for this one.
Yeah, he hasn't done as much fighting in this one as he did in race number 1 yesterday, so held on to a little bit of tyres, well, at least more than yesterday, as you mentioned, but Kellett, always known as the tyre whisperer, isn't he? He always has that little bit in the locker ready to go when he needs it, and now he well and truly needs it if he wants to make it 2 wins from 2 here at Anglesey. Once again, fakes to the inside there, down at the hairpin, pulls out wide to get the better exit, does Kellett, but time is ticking down now. Opportunities are dwindling here for Kellett. He might just need to show his hand in the next few moments, or Foxlow is going to wrap up this victory, as you say, for the first time in 2 years here in the ST240s.
1 lap to settle it then. The last lap board is out. 2.1 miles left to decide the outcome of race number 2 of the weekend for the AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship. And Alistair Kellett is running out of opportunities. He fakes to the inside there into the banking, tries to force a mistake out of Foxlow, but Foxlow is not easily rattled. Takes a nice defensive line and actually comes out of the corner quicker than Kellett. Now, that is significant because we're heading now to the back straight. Okay, slipstream not quite as powerful today maybe as it has been in the past, but Foxlow's keeping Kellett, 3 or 4 car lengths back, and I'm not convinced, John, that Alistair will be close enough by the time he reaches the braking zone.
No, I don't think so. Kellett got a nice entry into Church, but the exit, I think Foxlow was ever so slightly better, just scrubbed off that apex speed a little bit more and then carried it through to the apex a bit better, whereas Kellett off the exit curb ever so slightly, bumped around a little bit, lost a bit of that speed, and as you say, takes away the opportunity to go for it up at Rocket, which, as we know, is one of the best overtaking opportunities of the circuit. Now, we've seen Kellett fake to the inside many times down at the hairpin. This time, surely it can't be a fake and he's got to go for it, but saying that, he's too far back, isn't he? It's a good couple of car lengths. They head down through towards that back straight down towards the hairpin, and I think Foxlow seemingly has done enough.
I think you might be right. Let's hope we're not putting the jinx on him. It's been 2 years since he last won a race in the championship right here at Anglesey. It's been a happy hunting ground for George, who was out watching some of the racing trackside yesterday, watching the Fiesta Juniors up at the top of the hill. Maybe he learned a thing or two because he's driven really well in this one. His defensive driving has been impeccable. To keep Alistair Kellett at bay is not an easy thing to do, but he's going to succeed in doing so. Out of the final corner he comes. George Foxlow wins the second race of the weekend at Anglesey in the ST240s. Alistair Kellett has to settle for second this time, and it's going to be a lonely third position for Jack Sant, who only now comes off the final corner. He was, in the end, what was that gap? It was... oh, his transponder's not working, is it? There we go, 11.5 seconds off the lead, and he was about 5 seconds ahead of Gary Miller, who does hold on to 4th position, ahead of Tomaszewski and Cooper. James Pope ahead of Brady Pollock. Good to see Brady Pollock running a bit better in that one, though. And Brady Pollock is the leading AM driver. Actually gets an AM class victory, does Brady. And off behind. One car went straight on there at the last corner. That was the 26 car of Harry Hayes, who loses a position to Luke Waugh as a result. That was all a little bit odd for Harry, who had some sort of a drama coming through the final corner. Well, brilliant race that. One of the races of the weekend so far. And George Foxlow, a very deserving race winner.
Indeed. Yeah, he did really well to hold on to that, didn't he? We all thought that Alistair might have something in the locker there to pull out over the last couple of laps, but no, Foxlow was just able to gap just enough there to make sure that Kellett couldn't go for the move, and as well, got to give a shout out to Gary Miller. His defence throughout that race was impeccable, and somehow he kept Kasper Tomaszewski behind.
Absolutely, Dick Johnson would be proud. George Foxlow then the winner, with Alistair Kellett and Jack Sant joining him on the podium. Gary Miller fourth, ahead of Kasper Tomolewski and John Cooper, with James Pope, Brady Pollock, Marco Ritchie and Luke Ward completing the top 10. Brady Pollock getting himself the AM class win for Jam Sport Racing. Harry Hayes and Simon Horrobin 11th and 12th respectively. Then Graham Colfer and Sean Reynolds 13th and 14th. Except actually Horrobin wasn't running at the flag, nor of course was Colfer, and nor was Sean Reynolds, who pulled over to the side of the road part way through that race. So, very exciting stuff from the ST240s, as we've come to expect, and we get to do that all over again later on this afternoon. I think they still do a reverse grid, don't they, for the third race, a partially reversed grid for race 3, so that should be even more entertaining. We could have the likes of Kasper Tomolewski, John Cooper, maybe even James Pope up there at the front of the grid, so well worth sticking around for that one a bit later on. They'll be out for that race at 3:25, just after the church break, which will come midway through the afternoon. We're heading into the lunch break now. We are a bit late into the lunch break. I don't know whether we've had an update on the timetable, asking the room, getting a lot of blank looks back from me. I'll find out in a moment for you whether we're going to have a delay to or shorten lunch break. We're going to restart at the scheduled time. Yes, good. Nods from Kieran, thank you. So that means we are going to be back at just before 1 o'clock, so very short lunch break, unfortunately, 25 minutes or so before we will get racing back underway, and that will be with the JMRG Caterham Graduates Championship Sigma 150 Championship, which will begin our afternoon's action. We'll have 3 races. Both Caterham sets of grids will be out, sandwiching the Fiesta Junior Championship's third race of the weekend, then the church break, then an ST240 race, and the 2-hour PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup at the end of the day. So, lots of action to come your way from Anglesey. Fiesta's making their way down into Parc Ferme, and Richard John Neal, I'm sure, is in position to have a chat with our top 3. So, no time like the present. Let's head down there and hear from them now.
Well, our final podium before the lunch break here on our summer Sunday with the BRSCC on Anglesey, and it's George Foxlow that takes the win. George, well done. Congratulations. Doesn't matter where he's racing, what he's racing, he always manages to come up trumps, and must be some sort of synergy with Anglesey as well.
Yeah, definitely. As I said yesterday, I don't like the track. I think it's terrible, to be honest. But, I mean, I guess it doesn't mean I'm not good at it, so luckily got another win, I suppose. Yeah, good stuff. Talk us through your move to get past that. He's not an easy guy to pass, so, you know, he's the benchmark. We saw Albert Webster coming up and bringing the race to him a couple of years ago, and now you're doing exactly the same. Yeah, well, he went up a bit wide into Rocket, and I was like, I know I can't obviously get around past him there. So I went to his inside at Rocket, outside for the next corner, and managed to hold him all the way on the outside, all the way up to the corner to go onto the loop. And luckily I managed to get past him there, and it was after that just in front, managing tyres and trying to keep him ahead. Can't wait to see, luckily there's a lot of skill involved there. Yeah, no, it definitely wasn't an easy race. I'm a bit warm now, I'll put it like that. And then once you get in the lead, the mindset must surely change, because you're focused on the guy in front, and then a big change, isn't there, once you're in front? How much is there that you're looking in the mirrors? I'll be honest with you, I tried not to, because every time I looked in the mirror, it seemed to either be closer or further away. So I thought, if he gets past, he gets past. Next time I see him a bit closer, I might have a look again. But yeah, I tried to avoid to be honest. He had a go, I think, fastest lap as he was trying to close in on you. But you know, you held your nerve very well indeed. And the point I was making coming into the interview, obviously, I didn't check the 150 results last week, but you said that you got the win there. And again, that's a tough championship to win. But 2 weekends on the bounce, 2 wins. Yeah, no, definitely no complaints. Very good results, and hopefully we'll see what it does in the third race. And moving forward in the championship, I mean, it's going to be impossible to call, isn't it, before we get to the end of the year? Yeah, I had a bit of a bad start to the season so far, but there's still 3 or 4 rounds left. Who knows what could happen? Yeah, I don't know if it's better to have the bad luck at the start or the end, or have the frustrations, but once you get momentum rolling, that's not a bad thing. Yeah, well, hopefully we'll find out soon, and hopefully get more good results over the rest of the year, and see how it goes, I guess. Nice one, George. Always good to have a mullet man on the podium as well. Andy was giving you stick about that. Congratulations, mate. Well done. George Foxlow. Let's have a word with Alistair Kellett, who finishes P2. I love the fact, so much respect between these guys as well. Alistair, let's grab a quick word with you.
Yeah, great racing, and it, for me, it doesn't take us back into the distant past, but the young guns are always trying to get you, whether it's Albert Webster or George, and I guess George is the new Albert in that respect, isn't he?
Yeah, I think George is coming on as the new Jensen and Albert and all the rest. So
Jensen, of course,
yes, we had Jensen as well, who's very fast. So yeah, it's great to see. Loved racing it. Myself and George side by side for a few corners and everything else. I think he had better front tyres than I had, but I knew he'd probably eat his tyres up, so I just kept him honest, and he locked up in the last corner. I thought I was going to get him, but I didn't have enough tyres at the end. Just George, great to race with. I love racing with George, so it was good fun, yeah.
That's nice. That's a nice sentiment to hear. Once he'd got past, we saw you come back and fight, as ever we do. I don't know if you had fastest lap at the end of the race, but certainly when I came down from the tyre tower and lost my signal, you had fastest lap as well, so you were gunning for him.
Yeah, no idea. I just keep on his tail and hope he made a mistake. He made a mistake in the last corner, and I couldn't get out. I couldn't get up alongside him, but that was probably the only mistake he made. So keep him under pressure and see.
Fine race. Look forward to race 3. Well done. Thank you very much, Alistair. Enjoy your lunch break as you get ready. And I think we'll have a word with Jack Sant as well, who's in 3rd position. Jack, well done.
Thank you.
Well done. I've got to say, this is my first proper podium interview with you, because we were robbed, weren't we, last year?
Yeah.
Because there was a judicial at Donington Park. It was a very wet meeting, wasn't it? And you did superbly in the juniors. And then we did a virtual podium in the week to kind of make up for it. So it's really great to get to do it for real. Congratulations on the first podium. Let that sink in.
I don't even know, to be fair. I just started the race, so it was a bit hell for leather. And then I got about 3 laps in, and I was trying to decide if I've kept my tyres, so I've actually looked after my tyres. And then a gap opened up with me and Miller, so I just decided to try and put the car down the inside, and it actually went well. I don't know how that one worked. Came out the corner, I was bounced off the limiter. Don't know how that one goes together, but
that's good stuff, isn't it? And the results are building, obviously moving up from the juniors, and you had limited experience in there, but the senior formula just gives you, I don't know, is there a bit more breathing space in the seniors? What's the difference for you?
There's just so much more respect. Like, everyone's got respect for each other. If you go for a gap, they'll give you enough room to take that gap, and that's what I like about the senior racing.
Yeah. I get what you're saying about respect, and to be fair to the juniors, you've got, in this championship, you've got lots of drivers with lots of experience and lesser experience in the juniors, so it's not that they're not respecting each other, it's just the experience isn't there, but it is here, and that can give you the space.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the fact is when I know when I'm going to go for a lunge, I will be offered at least a car width of space.
Yeah.
So that is just down to all of us just giving each other enough room, and there's a load more experience in here. Like, these lads have got so much more experience than me, but it's nice to be up with them.
It's good. We bumped into each other last week, didn't we, at Alton Park? You racing, running through your veins. You're always sort of there or thereabouts and wanting to watch it. And it's fascinating listening to you, the amount of work that you have to do mentally. You're having to worry about your tyres, you're looking at tyre pressures, wear on tyres. So much to think about as a racing driver these days, isn't there?
Oh, so much more than juniors. When we went out of juniors, we just entered and hope for the best. But now we actually have to look after the tyres and look after the brakes. Because race 1 yesterday, I overcooked the brakes and I was just struggling everywhere. My pedal was touching the floor and I wasn't stopping, so it was just had to back that one off a bit. Thankfully there was enough a bit of a gap, but had to really back that one off, and then there I nearly ran out of tyre, so I'm thankful that finish there where it did.
Great result. I'm glad I got to finally do a proper podium with you rather than a virtual one. Before we go, any thank yous you want to do?
Just thank you to all my mum and dad and the team and PBS.
Nice one, well done, Jack. Go and enjoy the podium moment, and we'll catch up with you in race 3. Good luck for race 3 as well, by the way. That concludes our podium. Right, we're going into, not quite going into a lunch break. You're going to stay with us. Sam Whiskers, cameraman here, is going, oh no, not another 20 minutes to fill. Sorry, Sam. It's hard work lugging the cameras back. If you've never seen what we do, go and talk to the cameraman about what I have to do. So we're going to do what we did with the juniors. I think we're going to talk through the podium and then have a word with our AM class winner, which was looking down. Brady Pollock came through on that one. So we're going to grab a word with Brady as well. I'm just looking to see whether Esther Crook is here and ready to get on. George Foxley's here as well. Should we have a Proud Dad interview actually while we're here? Can I butt in? I'm going to have a proud dad interview. We did it with Dara in the juniors and had a word with Craig. And Tim, good stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was very exciting. My heart rate was through the roof. My watch was alarming me all the time. But yeah, had a really good race there. He controlled it well from the front. He made his moves early on, and then he held it because tyre wear around here is a big thing. And we thought, you know, he might have got eaten up, but he did well. Very pleased.
Have you shared a car yet in a race?
No, not.
Will you at some point?
We may do, yeah. He's playing with my RSR now, and he's taking that out, and he's working really well with that. So, yeah, we'll probably have a go together in some endurance or something like that. Yeah, be nice.
Nice one, Tim Foxer. Thanks for chatting to us. Well done on your part in that as well, inspiring him and getting him up on track. Charlie's just doing the honours with the podium. I thought Esther might have been doing it, but it's Charlie from the BRSCC that's going to do it. So we'll talk you through a little bit like we did in the juniors, and then we'll grab a quick word with our class winner in the juniors as well, maybe a couple of other drivers too, and then have a look at the build up to the Caterhams. No Caterhams in the holding area at the moment. So we're on to the amateur class podiums now. The man that won yesterday, Luke Waugh, veteran for me of several championships, raced in the Ginetta Championship and in Clio Cup. Marco Ricci takes second position in the amateur class. Good to see Marco back on track. He's had a few issues over the course of the years. And Brady Pollock moving into the Fiesta Championship after some very good seasons indeed in the City Car Cup, and we'll be delighted with that AM class win. I need to check whether he's had an AM class win before. We'll ask him anyway after this. We'll get him down and have a little chat about his journey. Running with the Jam Sport team in the Fiesta Championship. And now we move on to the Pro, which is of course the overall top three in the race. Jack Sant, who we just heard from, graduate of the Fiesta Junior Championship. Alistair Kellett, the multiple champion in Fiesta racing, takes his Goodyear hat and second position trophy. And it's the man with the mullet, George Foxlow, who takes his first ST240 win of the year. You heard he was victorious last week, and he goes for the has he gone for the Dara double hat? He certainly perched it on top of his head at a high angle, if nothing else, and takes it. Well done, that's our podium complete. Let's see if we can grab a word with Brady Pollock. Brady, can we grab a word with you and as our winner? And get a bit of nice to see the podium. Enjoy that, Brady. Well done. No hands free to do a handshake. Congratulations on that win. I think off the back pretty much, wasn't it?
Pretty much. I mean, it was a difficult first lap, but the main thing I say is just keep it clean and let it come to you. And that's what happened between I think it was Luke and Sean. Going into the final corner, there was a bit of contact, and I thought, right, some opportunity. Dove to the inside and just about managing the gap to Marco the whole race. We had the pace, I reckon, to catch the cars in front. Unfortunately, we were battling a turbo issue, so going down the straights, we'd shift into fourth and then have to lift back off again just to keep it spooled up because it was over boosting. But pace still wasn't too bad. It's just managing the issue, keeping it clean, and picking up the class win. Again, with the class win, I just want to say thank you to Jam Sport. Without them, it wasn't possible. I entered the scholarship, came second in the scholarship, and this allowed me the opportunity to do the 240s with the team. And honestly, it's been an incredible season. We've had our difficult moments, but I'm really proud about the progress we've made and the team support.
Yeah, the Jam Sport Scholarship, different to the junior one. They did used to do a junior scholarship, but running a senior one the last couple of years. And fantastic that it's given you the opportunity. And great for us coming to these meetings. You know, I'm hopefully part of the BRSCC family. And seeing you in City Car Cup, I was describing when you went up onto the podium how you started there. We met you there. Yeah. Didn't know who you were, but came in very successful straight away, getting podiums. And that's carrying through. Your talent's been recognised through. And that's the thing about scholarships. People might not know you there. I'm sure Jamie probably he didn't know the name.
Didn't know anything.
So about anything else, it's about trying to win, but it's raising profile, isn't it, going on a scholarship?
Yeah, I mean, even if you don't get a good result in the scholarship, you're still learning a lot. You're still spending time with a good team. It's like, I can't believe how much I learned when we went through the data, when going out in the car, learning about the different braking techniques, how I can manage the throttle better. Obviously, we were driving the 150s, so jumping from a city car to a bit more power was a bit different, but a 150 is pretty much like a small city car. And then the 240s, jumping in that with slick tyres, bigger brakes, proper dampers, was a massive step. It took a while for my head for me to get around it in my head. And with the brakes, trying to get the weight on the nose. But with Jamie and the team behind me, we've been through the data. I've learned so much, which I can just carry forward and hopefully do just get better and better.
And obviously moving up from City Car Cup, which is massively subscribed. You were like regular on the podium there. Did you win races? I can't remember. You probably did win races in it as well. And were you one of the student teams as well?
Yes, I was with West Suffolk College 2024 and 2025. We came second in student motorsport first season, third the next season, and we won a few overall races. And it's a really, really competitive championship. So again, the racecraft, I learned so much from them. Battling obviously Stuart Bliss, Richard Japp. It's taught me again. First season in cars with city cars, the racing's close, so you have to keep the momentum up, and I've learnt so much from them just to carry me forward again.
We were chatting, actually, it brings me back. Last week I was at Alton Park touring car meeting, and they had the classic touring cars, pre-83. Nick Grindrod was in that. He got a podium. He was the first City Car Cup champion.
Wow, I didn't run it.
Yeah, I mean, I've known Nick and the family quite a while, but it brings up so many great drivers. Richard obviously is into minis now, and you've got some mini guys in the paddock. Is anyone coaching you now, or are you at the level where you take a little bit of advice where needed, or do you kind of just look after yourself?
Of course, I take all the help I can get. So I've got Archie Johnson and Henry Howarth. Obviously, Henry's just got a podium at Alton.
Is Henry sober now, by the way?
I wouldn't say that far. Maybe give it another hour or so. He's been on his best behaviour, shame.
But they're helping you out and giving you a little bit of guidance until you get into the minis and start beating them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the plan. Yeah, hopefully. I mean, we give Henry a bit of a hard time, much, just say wait until I'm in the minis and then we'll see what happens. But again, Henry won the amateur championship in the 240s, so he's got that experience with him. We always joke about, he always says, get it on the brakes to get it turned in. That's now become a bit of a meme in the team. But again, it's so much to learn from the guys. I've got the best respect, utmost respect for them, just because they've been doing it for a lot longer than I have, 2 seasons in 240s, so they know what they're talking about, and again, they're just speeding up the learning process.
I was saying about to one of the Caterham guys how everybody stays with Caterham. A lot of people stay with Jamsport. They've been on the Jamsport journey a long time, and that says a lot about that team, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, as well with Jamsport, not only that, it's a great team. It's like a family atmosphere, but also they provide the step up the ladder. So obviously they do the Fiesta Juniors, the 240s, and then the mini JCWs as well. So they provide that step ladder, and also the moment you join the team, it's like a big family. I think we're having a barbecue tonight, last night, and we're off in the bar having fun, and it's just a good family atmosphere which you can learn from and expand.
Nice one. Great to see you on the podium again. Well done, Brady Pollock. Thanks for chatting to us. Enjoy your lunch break. That was Brady. So, Sam, I think what we've got to do is, they were saying, can we go to Caterham's? Because we've only got about 10 minutes before the next race. So, apologies to those of you who wanted to switch off for 10 minutes and go and get tea and cake. And indeed, apologies to ourselves, because we wanted to go and get tea and cake as well, which is a great pity. But we'll have a Caterham moment, as we're now looking forward to the Caterham race. And Wiz here. Actually, I might, Casper,
yes.
All right to have a word with you.
Of course.
Of course. Casper Tomanescu. I had never interviewed you, so we'll have a quick chat. What's your background? You're racing in the Senior Championship?
Yeah, I'm racing in the Senior ST 240 Championship at the moment. Last year I done the Fiesta Juniors. That went not the best, but it was fun. It was good to gauge how the car works, how the car feels. This year it's going amazing. Silverstone round 2. So last weekend that we done, I got finished 3rd in the Pro-Ams and finished first in the Pro-Ams and 3rd in the overall. And then I started racing at the age of 5 in karting. I won around 3 championships in 22, 23 and 24. And
all post-COVID, so you're making us all feel very old.
I mean, yeah.
How old are you now, by the way?
I am turning 17 in July.
So basically, you could have been in juniors this year, but you've made the move like George into the juniors. This is George's 2nd year, and obviously more breathing space in the seniors. Do you find that?
I think there's less contact in the seniors. There's more thought to the drivers, because, in my opinion, the drivers in the juniors don't tend to have spatial awareness, not much spatial awareness, because my car was wrecked after the last season.
Well, anyway, we're glad you're out in the seniors, and look forward to seeing you on the podium. Thanks for chatting to us. And English is your second language, isn't it? Yeah. So thank you for talking to us so well in that, and good luck for the rest of the season. We'll catch up with you later. Thanks. Kasper Tomolewski. And we're going to go down now into the holding area. George Foxlow is just making his way back, having delayed him. So it's Caterham time again. We kind of run in 3 cycles. Each formula has 3 races apart from the PBS and Fun Cup that we had yesterday. Thank you to Fun Cup, by the way, for giving us 2 fantastic races. GRD and Uvio Hoffman's taking the win. If you didn't get to watch it, have a look on the stream. Watch it back. We had 2 terrific 3-hour races with lots of drama, lots of stories, and plenty to talk about. Guess what? The cars are going out. I'm not going to have any time to say any more. So what we can do is go back to Andy and John in the car. I think I was supposed to be commentating on this one. I'll do the next one. But anyway, over to you, Andy and John. Hope you enjoyed your lunch break. Cheers for now. Okay.
Welcome back, everyone. Then we are ready for the afternoon's racing action already. Well, some of us are. We're trying to wolf down some lunch here in the comms box, and we've been caught off guard a little bit by how fantastically well run these BRSCC events are. Straight back in to racing action then post lunch break. Of course, a slightly curtailed lunch break, sadly, due to a few red flags from this morning's action. But we're about ready to go then for another sprint race here at Anglesey, and it's the Caterhams back out yet again. The Sigma 150s are back out for their 3rd and final race of the weekend. Both races have been very exciting up until this point, and I'm sure that will continue on yet again into this one. Of course, William Van Ness and William Bryant, and all William front row of the grid for this one. We've often seen Stephen Clark on that second row of the grid getting absolutely lightning starts. Well, here is that overall grid, as we say, but the 2 Williams on the front row, Bryant from Van Ness in this one, then Stephen Clark and Thomas McEwing on row number 2. Charles Elliott and Peter Hughes are on row 3, with Brendan Maud and Rob Warner there on row number 4. Behind them on row 5, rounding out the top 10, is Stefano Mara and Jonathan Ems. Then it's Andy Whitten and Ian Anderson, there followed by James McCall and Barry White. Then Alan Arts and Nigel Gould round out the top 16. And then finalising the grid, we got Will Price, Graham Ewings, Robert Appleton and Edward Benton. Those are your 20 cars taking to the race start here in the Sigma 150s. Well, they head off onto their green flag lap. We look forward to doing battle yet again. Of course, it was Stephen Clark and William Van Ness who pressed on to the sharp end in race number 2 earlier this morning. They scampered off and left the fighting up to each other, but it was a very interesting one. Of course, we see these tactics play out in these Caterham races, and I'm sure we're going to see more of that coming in a few moments' time. A couple of drivers a little bit slow there off of turn 1. I think just opening up some gaps to allow for opportunities for weaving, getting some tyre temperature in before they get ready for yet another standing start here in the Sigma 150s. 20 cars on the grid for this one, of course, comparatively a little bit smaller than the 135s, where we've got about 34, I think it is, taking to the grid for them. They will be out in a couple of races' time, but we've got plenty more action this afternoon, folks. As we said earlier, a bit stop and start. Of course, we've got that church break a little bit later on this afternoon, but plenty of races to pack into the schedule for the rest of the afternoon. Now, I think I'll be changing over with Richard John Neal here in the comms box at some point, but I don't know where he is. So for now, you're stuck with me, and of course, you're stuck with Mr. Andy McEwen as well. We're going to bring you the coverage of all the action here, of course, from us and all the guys at Alpha Live, continuing on through the rest of the afternoon. Is it 5 more races to go until the end of the day? Like I say, plenty of action to bring you. Are you as excited as I am, Andy? I'm sure you are.
Like a coiled spring ready to go here. Yes, it's going to be an exciting afternoon of action. So exciting, I can't get my words out, not for the first time today. Yes, 3 more races before the church break, and all of them should be thrillers, I suspect. 2 Caterham races, need I say any more? Caterhams, well, then a Fiesta Junior race again. Do I really need to elaborate? They've had 2 really exciting races so far this weekend, and a third one coming after this one, actually, to be sandwiched by the 2 Caterham races. So the third race for the Sigma 150s then, and William Van Ness and Stephen Clark, 1 apiece on race victories so far this weekend, with pretty dominant victory for William Van Ness in race number 2 earlier on today. But there was definitely an issue, wasn't there, for Stephen Clark in the closing stages, which meant that he faded a little bit, wasn't able to challenge for the victory in the way that he normally would, or you'd normally expect him to. And so, he's going to be really hoping that they've got that car sorted for this one and they can get themselves back into the mix for a race victory. So the cars then line up on the grid. William Bryant on pole, William Van Ness alongside him. And, Stephen Clark is out there, third position. So Stephen Clark, hopefully they have managed to get to the bottom of whatever slowed the CTS Motorsport car down in the last couple of laps, just when we expected him to start going after the race leader. And unfortunately his car seemed to fade ever so slightly. Red lights on, 20 minutes on the clock, away we go, and it's a good start made by Stephen Clark from the inside of row number 2. He's going to get the advantage on the inside into turn number 1, so Stephen Clark from third on the grid leads them through the first corner. William Van Ness is wide, and there's another drama at the first corner. The 137 has gone around, and that is...
Will Price.
It is, yes indeed. Thank you, Richard John Neal, who has seamlessly stepped in.
I have more time to look, to be fair, Andy, to be honest.
Thank you, Richard, and others I think involved in that, but everyone's got going, and little bits of bodywork left strewn in the road. Out onto the back straight we go for the first time, and a demon start for Stephen Clark, but Richard, he's under threat heading towards Rocket.
He is. It's one apiece, isn't it? Van Ness and Clark so far, so this is kind of the decider. We might get someone else coming into the mix as well. Such has been graduate racing. Really great to welcome the Caterham Graduates Racing Club into the BRSCC fold this year. We need a bit of Caterham, didn't we? We needed a bit of Caterhams.
Oh, they're always popular, aren't they, Caterhams? Always big grids as well, which is good for the club, obviously, when it comes to selling track time, but it's good for us because it gives us some cracking racing to enjoy. And they've certainly entertained us so far this weekend. An interesting dynamic now, though, because William Bryant definitely is going to be a factor in this race. Stephen Clark and William Van Ness have done much of the battling up to this point, but Bryant, look, is coming around the outside for the lead into the hairpin and actually made that look quite easy. I don't think Stephen Clark put up too much of a fight there.
No, you can play your cards early. We've said that, haven't we, all weekend, probably every time we have the Caterham racing. William Bryant, championship leader coming into this weekend. In the podium interview, it's great now because John will get to pick up some of the podium sort of feel of the drivers and everything else. And I've got to say, William, the quietest of the three, maybe a quiet confidence. We've got the slippery surface flag out as well, presumably for a result of... No, is that the earlier race or is that for what happened on the first corner?
I think it's the bits of Caterham, various bits of Caterham, and a lot of dirt that's been dragged onto the road.
Detritus, as John Hindhoff would call it. Detritus.
Like
I won't do the accent though.
Yes, good attempt there, Richard. Yes, a lot of mess made with that turn 1 incident. I think everyone got going though. I don't think we're missing anyone at the end of the opening lap. No, I think they're all still there, all 20 starter. No, we are missing one. The 137 didn't make it round, so that was Will Price, as you said, who was involved in that incident.
So Will Bryant, he'll be keen to do it, but swarms of Caterhams right behind him, and coming up is Thomas McEwing. Nearly said McEwen.
Yes.
I'm sure you've done the same. I'm sure John has done the same over the course of it. But yeah, he was battling. He was first race of the day, wasn't it, for the 150s? And battling all the way through that one. So he's got William Van Ness, who's there at the moment. Van Ness, as we heard in the podium interviews, if you weren't taking a break, hoping to get rid of the novice cross on the back of the car after this weekend.
Ah, okay, yes. He's done a few races then, but not a huge amount if he's only just getting rid of the novice cross. And really impressive, isn't it, that he's... winning races already. He's going to be a championship contender this year, one has to assume, despite the lack of experience.
And coming into the 150 class, so
yeah, true.
It shows good confidence. And to be fair, the club would have talked to him, look at his abilities, say, yeah, you'll be right, you can do it, and he has.
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
Is great,
proving them right, isn't he? So he is in second position at the moment, heading towards the braking zone at the final corner. Stephen Clark there late on the brakes to fend off Thomas McEwing. That's for third, although he runs wide on the exit. McEwing gets back to the inside and actually has his nose ahead at the line. McEwing will go through and back into third position, but again this dicing risks allowing the top two to build a bit of a lead. Bryant and Van Ness, they were nearly a second ahead of this third place battle at the start of the lap.
If they visited Knockhill and we had a line of Caterhams, that would be McEwing, wouldn't it?
They would be McEwing, yes.
Yeah, I'm sure you've done that one with John. That's a John. Have you done that one? I thought John would have come out with that one before now.
No, only you could think of that line, Richard, I assure you.
That's not a compliment, is it? Here we go, though, side by side for the lead, and Van Ness is going to put himself where he was in race number 2, back up front. Is it going to be the right time? He said by his own admission that timing was wrong in race number 1. He could have had a potential hat-trick this weekend, and he might be upset with himself if he gets this one and not that first one, but he will learn to watch for last lap boards and be aware of that. But
but second wasn't shabby anyway.
No, but it's the difference between winning and losing in these races, isn't it? The timing of that move at the
rub
end of the
it in.
race. But I think I said at the time, he will learn from that. He's not a hugely experienced driver. He's quick, fine, yes, but learning the racecraft and such a unique style of racing in Caterhams, isn't it? That takes some doing. We've lost to the pit lane, by the way, the number 16 car now as well, of Peter Hughes, so potentially a second retiree.
That was the nose job yesterday, wasn't it, Peter
Hughes?
It was,
yes. I don't think there's, if there is damage, it's not the same part of the car that's damaged today, but the team going to work on that machine, and he's about to go a lap down as the leaders come through to the completion of lap number 3.
So we might have repetition of drivers on the podium, but at the moment you can see William Bryant is not being left behind, and that shows why he is championship leader. I don't know if he still is. The one thing I couldn't do last night when we finished late was go away and do championship points.
Yeah, not sure.
It was a little bit late, wasn't it, to start sorting all that out, but early days anyway. It's not like it's the last round.
No, but then every race counts, doesn't it? Some drivers don't bother looking at the points until the second half of the season, but they all count the same.
They say that. They
say that. Yes, true. They always claim not to know. John's pointing furiously at the pit lane. 16 in, yes, we just mentioned that, John, but thank you. On the ball as always. And in fact, being released back into the race now, into the paddock, I fear. It's right rear damage this time, isn't it, for that car?
Yep.
And heading into the paddock.
Shame for him, damage weekend. Well done, John. Thanks for keeping us posted. As Van Ness coming under a bit of pressure here, not able to build the gap that he had in race number 1 here, unless he could check it. I wonder whether there's a temptation to some extent back a driver up into somebody coming up. I mean, if you do back somebody up, they're just going to go past you, aren't they, in Caterhams?
It's likely, isn't it? It's definitely likely. But interesting, I forget who it was that said after the previous Caterham race that the slipstream isn't as powerful today because we don't have that headwind up the school straight. And so actually, it's a bit easier to keep cars behind you. It's not easy, but it's easier than it normally would be. And if you could, as long as you get out of Church Corner well and sort of nail the first sector of the lap, maybe you can keep them behind, but still sort of influence how quickly they can go around the rest of the lap. It does look to me as though Stephen Clark is starting to catch these two. He was 1.2 seconds behind William Bryant at the start of the lap. Doesn't look like 1.2 seconds to me anymore. In fact, I'd say he's only just about 1.2 seconds off the lead. 1.3 off the lead, and now only 6/10 behind second place.
Yeah, Stephen trying to come back. When I was talking to Jamie Elwood earlier on, he was talking about, again, don't know if you heard it, he was talking about the changing direction of the wind, which you mentioned. And I said, is that something you feel in the car? And he was saying, not really. So I just look at the windmill to see which direction. I'd forgotten about the little wind turbine. But he looks at that. But again, it's another thing that a driver has to look at. You're thinking about tyre wear, you think about where the drivers are in front of you, where they are behind you, and now the Caterham guys throw that in the mix as well. Where's the wind coming from?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, there's a lot of the brain capacity you need just to get the car around the track is enough to.
That's why I'm not a driver.
Exactly.
That's it, sorted.
Yeah, exactly. That's hard enough, isn't it? Let alone all of the other factors. And the very best in the world can process so much more information even than that. Was it? I think Fernando Alonso once commented to his team he'd spotted something on a big screen that was happening as he was barreling along at goodness only knows what speed in a Formula 1 race. The very best in the world can just process the information so much more quickly and figure out what's important, what isn't important, prioritise things. It's a special kind of brain that makes a really quick racing driver, along with obviously raw natural talent.
Big round things. Tyres.
They help as well, yes.
They do. So what do we reckon? Is Van Ness going to hold on to this, or is he going to get sucked into a battle again? William Bryant will want the win without a doubt. He's had two podiums, so points have been really good for him. But as championship leader, you want to come in, underline your form, grab the win, just show everybody else, yep, okay, you've had a couple of wins, but it's my turn again now.
Yeah, that's the plan, isn't it? But it's not going to be that straightforward. 3 of them getting away at the front of the field. Really, the first 2 races have largely been William Van Ness versus Stephen Clark battles, haven't they? So, interesting that we've got William Bryant in the hunt this time and not yet making a move on the race leader, whether by choice or just because he's going as quickly as he possibly can, I don't know. But he is close enough here. If he wanted to make a move up the back straight, I'm pretty sure William Bryant could do it this time.
It's a tidy car, isn't it, Bryant's car as well? Just the two-tone blues work really well, keyed in with the wheel. Not saying that Van Ness's car isn't as well, but that blue, deep blue just works really well. Maybe it's the setting with the sea and the everything else in the background. But Van Ness, as you say, new driver coming up through karts, really working hard. Didn't have an answer yesterday when I said about what's next in the career.
And he said, no, I'm just enjoying this, and I'm sure he must have a plan where he wants to go somewhere. But this is top level of graduate racing, though. So if he will he stay and do a championship? Will he move on to something else? I don't know. A lot of people stay with the Caterham product, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a good place. I mean, it's a good sort of starter to any kind of racing career. You can sort of go anywhere from Caterhams, can't you? Yes, they're rear-wheel drive sports cars, but we've seen people do Caterham racing and then go into one-make tin-top racing, for example, front-wheel drive, or into single-seaters even. So, it'd be interesting to see where he decides to go next. He's certainly controlling this race nicely at the front of the field. William Bryant didn't make a move up the back straight that time, so again, I do think he's just sort of biding his time. We're just into the second half of the race now, 9 minutes 40 to go, and the top three covered by a second. So Stephen Clark, crucially, Richard, has now sort of got away with that group. He was in danger of being dropped by them, wasn't he? He was 1.2 seconds behind second place at one point. Well, he's right on their tail and should be able to sit there with the slipstream now until the end of the race.
Yep, and then they can have the sort out over the last couple of laps if they can. We were looking briefly at DKS Motorsports' Andy Whitten down there just outside the top 10, actually inside the top 10 now, isn't he, with the changes that have happened. 8th position down behind James McCall, who I think, if I remember correctly, is the JM of JMRG, the championship sponsor. So big thanks to JMRG, and I meant to give him a shout on the podium, but I didn't.
Well, you have now, so that's okay.
And the RG is Russell Gunter?
Possibly.
Yeah, another
word for that
coaching person, yeah.
Right, okay. So I was wondering that actually, what the abbreviation was for. So, just under 9 minutes to go. And up through the rocket complex comes this battle going on a bit further down in the top 10. That's James McCall just ahead of Andy Whitten, and ahead of them Brendan Moore and Charles Elliott battling. That's a resumption of the battle that they were a part of in race number 2 earlier on today. And they are continuing to run nose to tail, waiting for the leaders to appear back at the end of another lap.
I think Bren was in the Caterham UK 7 Championship last year, if I remember correctly. I'm sure we've had him on Toka weekend.
Right, I see. So moving over to
Because I remember Paul O'Neill saying, yeah, Maud is like, I've got an aunt called Maud. He said, yeah, I've got an aunt called Maud as well. And then you know how those things
yeah.
Anyway, but so I think Bren gets plenty of racing action, but great to see him with the graduates and running strongly in 5th.
Yes, and again staying within the Caterham fold, albeit a slightly different series. And he's been a top 5 runner all weekend, Brendan, having a strong run again here this afternoon. The leaders go through, big slide there for William Bryant as he tries to stay with the leader William Van Ness, and Stephen Clark again just keeping a watching brief in 3rd. Stephen, I'm sure, will be managing or hoping that he doesn't have to manage whatever the issue was at the end of race 2. I actually didn't get a chance to listen to his interview, but did he mention a problem, Stephen Clark? He faded quite a lot, didn't he, in the last few minutes?
I can't recall, it was more than 10 minutes ago.
Well, this is my problem as well. I'm not sure whether hopefully they have sorted the issue and it's not going to recur in the closing stages. Here he comes, in fact, right on cue, goes for 2nd position, decides he's had enough of being at the back of this trio, and jumps past William Bryant into 2nd. So Stephen Clark up into P2, and now will set off after William Van Ness, and now it's all again down to timing. Is he happy in 2nd place? Is William Bryant happy to stay in 3rd? If these two start trading 2nd position, that could hand it on a platter to the leader.
Have you sent them a memo? To work with each other?
It never works. It never works, Richard. Obviously, I know best. You know, that's why I've won loads of races over the years.
Here they come. Now, of course, William Van Ness will be hoping that they squabble and slow each other up, but at the moment they look fairly okay. And they will know, won't they? They will know if they engage that they're just going to lose time on the leader.
You'd think so. Again, it never stops them. We'll see what they do. I mean, to be fair, we've seen some really good tactics from Stephen this weekend, haven't we? That first race, the way he won that first race was particularly impressive. So yeah, he's very, very tactically minded, I think, and I don't think he will do anything too silly here if it's going to jeopardise a chance for a race win. In fact, he set the fastest lap whilst making that move that time, 140.301, fastest lap of the weekend so far is a 39.4 set by Stephen Clark in the race earlier on today. In fact, he's had the fastest lap in both races so far. So leaders then head up through the right-hander at Church towards Rocket, The midfield battle heads down into Church Corner, though. Wherever you are in the field, Richard, you've got someone to fight with, haven't you?
Yeah, that's the great thing, isn't it, with Caterhams? And when we were talking on the grid after the stoppages earlier on, some drivers that if you're starting late, it doesn't matter if you're an older driver. You can still get a lot of older drivers at the sharp end of this. But someone to race with, someone to learn from. And I was looking at that huge field and thinking, the guys at the back are interested in getting up into the 20s and improving their lap times. And something for everybody.
Yeah, it's always interesting actually to speak to the drivers who aren't necessarily fighting for a win. We obviously have to sort of focus on what's going on at the front of the field, but the drivers might finish inside the top 15, and to them that's a win. They're still learning and getting quicker and getting a bit closer to the front of the field. Barry White is almost into the top 10. His weekend's turned around quite nicely. Mechanical non-finish yesterday, finished race 2, where did he finish race 2? He was somewhere around the top 15, I seem to remember. 15th place exactly. And now in 11th position, chasing after Ian Anderson.
Two music legends there, Barry White and Ian Anderson. Different era for you.
Barry White, I know. Ian Anderson.
Soul Man, Jethro Tull, lead singer. Prog group?
Not really.
You'll know the Christmas song, but they're more than that,
Give us a rendition, Richard.
No.
Fair enough.
Everybody's gone, thank God for that.
Well, we'll see. Maybe later on this afternoon we'll try that again. Barry White, though, if he can get a top 10, he'll be quite happy. Although, actually, as I was talking about, we lost 11th place to Jonathan Ems, but in true Caterham fashion, I'm sure he'll have opportunities to get that position back before the checkered flag. As here, the 112 of Andy Whitten tries to take 7th away from James McCall.
See what Whitten can do here. Just makes his run past the 3 different configurations that we can use here on. He's got the school circuit as well, which is the breakpoint they just went past, and now up the hill it is into Rocket. Nice move there by Andy Whitten. Got to try and close up on on Charles Elliott in the 144 car immediately ahead of them. Nearly said George Fox though in 144 after the previous one. I told him about your mullet comment as well. He was not best happy about that. We'll see you in the bar afterwards.
Okay, well, I'll be sure to give him a wide berth. I stand by what I said, including the nice things I said about him. That never gets mentioned, does it? All of the nice stuff. Just a bit of digging about the hairstyle, which is deserved. Right, lead gap 1.3 seconds.
He's got it. He's got
concerning, isn't it? 3 minutes to go, and he's broken the toe now, hasn't he, William Van Ness?
This is, I think, part of the plan, wasn't it? Pretty much what he did in race 2, and I think William Bryant here can best hope for P2.
Looks that way.
Exhaust's a bit battered, isn't it, on the...
Yes, it's. I suppose there are a few cars that are carrying a few battle scars from earlier races.
Note to self, actually, with where you got the exhaust side, I did all the interviews that side and then wondered why I was getting hot.
Yeah.
Scorched trousers now.
Good point. Mind you, on a chillier day, that's good to know, isn't it?
Yeah.
You need to warm yourself up a little bit.
Race of remembrance. Go to a Caterham.
Yes. Hover over on the right-hand side of the car for as long as you can. Right, Stephen Clark, William Bryant, second position. I think Williams realised they're losing touch with the leader and thinks, right, well, I'm going to try and get second place if I can. But Stephen Clark having none of it. There's no room round the outside. And this is now certainly going to give William Van Ness an extended margin of lead, isn't it? The more they battle, the less chance they've got of catching him, but there's only a lap and a half to go anyway.
2:06 on the clock, and this is what William Bryant does, isn't it, to get the championship lead, and here it will be maybe a squeeze to get through into second position. He'll know that the win is pretty much gone now. William Van Ness, from what we've seen him so far this weekend, I don't think he's going to make a mistake. There he is, a little bit of clear track behind him now, clear track ahead, which is good news for him, and the battle for second rages on. He's through. Through
into the hairpin. But is that Stephen Clark being tactical? Again, he did this yesterday, dropped down to second as it was at that point, beginning the final lap because you want to be in second place going up the hill into Rocket Corner. I don't know, maybe it was a genuine move from Bryant, but Stephen Clark didn't defend it, did he?
No, that is very true. The proverbial barn door was open, wasn't it? But he's not that close at the moment. Maybe the build-up will start now. They go on to the last lap. So it's Van Ness out front, William Bryant in P2. Stephen Clark, who has got one win under his belt already, race 1 of the weekend. When is he going to start getting closer? What's the point where he's going to try and make the move? Is it going to be into the second hairpin or third hairpin, really, if you count Rocket 2 as a hairpin as well? But Clark having a look. He's not being left, that's a significant thing, and probably wouldn't expect him to be.
No, he's well within slipstreaming range. In fact, he's timed this perfectly. Look at this, pulls back to the outside, or the inside through the kinks. That's the outside for Rocket, but he's cleared him already, so perfect judgment. Or has he gone too early? Because Bryant now gets a second bite of the cherry in the slipstream. Can't get through into Rocket, but does force a little error there from Stephen Clark. Stephen now just overrunning the corner slightly, and William Bryant not quite able to capitalise, but there are still overtaking opportunities to come. As we know, up at the hairpin, has Stephen Clark gone too early?
Yeah, fascinating Caterham racing here as ever. Tees up the inside as they head their way down out of Peel into the first part of the corkscrew, but they'll go onto the Tom Price straight and then head their way up into the hairpin for the last time. Let's see what Bryant has got in his arsenal here, whether he can close in. Clark moves across, just covers the line going into the hairpin. That could be enough for him.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. There is another long straight down into the bus stop, but I'm not sure William Bryant's going to be able to do anything about this. Clark will defend anyway, and weaves to try and break the toe. William Van Ness, though, had broken the toe laps ago, and he's going to cross the line with no one else in sight. A race victory, a second one of the weekend for William Van Ness, a second of the day, in fact, here at Anglesey for William, and it's Stephen Clark who does come home second, a couple of tenths ahead of William Bryant in the end. Another really well managed final lap, that from Stephen Clark. And William Bryant has to settle for third. Thomas McEwing fourth. A real scramble to the line for fifth, and it's all changed. James McCall got to the front of that group, and Charles Elliott lost 2 positions on the final lap to finish seventh, just behind Brendan Maud. Stefano Mara and Andy Witt next, and Barry White did get into the top 10. Nice result that for Barry. Really nice, isn't it, to see a driver whose weekend starts not all that well end with a half decent result, and for Barry, I'm sure he'll be delighted with that.
He will be. Wraps up our top 10 and beat the prog rock. The reason you wouldn't want me to do Jethro Tull is it's folky. It's nasally folk.
I see.
You wouldn't be
no,
singing
doesn't
that.
sound like it's my cup of tea.
Ian 12th, Nigel Gordon between him and Barry White at the end. Jonathan Ems in 13th from Rob Warner, Alan Arts, Robert Appleton, Graham Ewings and Edward Benton. Interesting to see one from the comms box. I've been up here watching, but it's different when you're looking and seeing what's going on and trying to call it. And as you probably gathered, we've got a swap over. So we've got John going down to join Sam Whiskers in the in the Park Fermate area. Everyone's laughing. That's his handle on Discord.
Is that his? Is it?
Sam
right.
Whiskers. Yeah.
I see.
It works.
Sam Leddington, yes. I'm sure there's a story behind that. I'm scared to ask him, knowing Sam as I do. Right, William Van Ness then wins. Stephen Clark second and William Bryant in third, ahead of Thomas McEwing and James McCall. Then it was Brendan Maud and Charles Elliott. Stefano Mara 8th, Andy Whitton 9th and 10th position for Barry White. Nigel Gould 11th, then Ian Anderson and Jonathan Ems. Rob Warner 14th. In 15th place, we had Alan Arts, ahead of Robert Appleton and Graham Ewings, with Ed Benton. Next, Peter Hughes and Will Price, both sadly retiring relatively early on there to the pit lane. So 18 of the 20 starters managed to get to the checkered flag. And it's William Van Ness who headed them to the checkered flag after, again, a really well-managed race. And just that raw pace that he had in the middle of the race to get away from the 2 drivers behind him meant that he had a pretty easy time of it there. That was the an easier win than we're used to seeing. Although, in fairness, both of his races he's won by a fairly comfortable margin. Race 2, though, seemed to come as a result of maybe some mechanical issues for Stephen Clark starting to creep in the closing stages. So, cars then head back to Parc Fermé. 2 more races before the church break, and it's the Fiesta Juniors who are out next for their third and final race of the weekend. They've had 2 very exciting races so far. What does their third encounter have in store for us? Find out in a few moments' time. But John Ratcliffe is down in Parc Fermé and ready to chat with our podium finishers. Let's head down to him now. Well, we'll head down to him in a minute. Hopefully we'll have John in position. I thought he was there, but he's got lost on his way to the podium finishers, who I can see out of the window are just climbing out of the cars and getting themselves set. And they get an opportunity now to speak to John Ratcliffe. And he will get their thoughts at the end of another exciting race. Right, let's try again. John Ratcliffe is ready now with the podium finishers.
welcome down then to Park Ferme. Sadly, myself and Richard John Neal have now switched, so you're stuck with this ugly mug for the rest of the afternoon. But let's chat to some much better mugs, shall we? Some great racing in that race. Let's go and chat with your race winner then. Firstly, grab Will. Sorry to dive in, William. Fantastic race there. Very exciting. You guys were involved in the battle for quite some time, but then you seem to just get them at the end.
Yeah, I think, I can't remember when I got the move done, but I knew I needed to lead in order to stay there, given Will Bryan got a good launch off the line. There was a gaggle of 3 this time rather than 2, so wanted to get myself to the front quickly, which I managed to do. He came back past. I held it around the outside of Rocket Out, which I was a bit concerned about at one point, that it wasn't going to come off, but it managed to pull it off. And then it was just a case of putting in qualifying laps until the end. So it's hard work, I've got to say, but we managed to pull a little bit of a gap, break the toe, and then they started fighting behind, and that was it. It was race done.
Yeah, exactly that. It seemed like it's been difficult this weekend so far to break that toe, but you managed to do it. I think the slipstream seemingly not quite as aggressive as it was yesterday.
Yeah, no, for sure. We had a massive headwind yesterday. This morning it was, I think we went half a second quicker just because we didn't have the headwind. So yeah, the toe yesterday was very strong, today less strong, but you still get a bit of a toe if you're within 5 car lengths. Yeah. So I just needed to get that far away, which was hard to do, but we did it.
You managed to do it. Well done. 2 wins from 3. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Will. Thank you very much. We'll see if we can find our next driver. Hello. Is it Stephen?
Yes.
Hello, Stephen. That was an exciting race from you. You managed to just about get back to second there in the last 3 moments.
Yeah. After the race earlier today, we had to weld up a piece on the back that had cracked. In doing so, we think it's stiffened up the back end, and I struggled for rear end grip. So Will was just confidently sat out front, and I was clinging on for dear life, really. And then other Will, he was all over the back of me, passed me, and then I luckily managed to save the move to the last lap and just defend like hell for the rest of it. So yeah, it was good. It was a good race.
Yeah, very impressive. Of course, you got some good results from this weekend. That must be positive moving on to the rest of the season.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the championship, right? The race earlier today was oiled down, so I decided to play it safe and just make sure I finished. That race, second place, it's good enough for me. Yeah. It's not the top step, but next time.
I mean, if there's a race where you're like, I'm getting an all right result and it's a P2, I think we'll take that.
100%, all day long.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well done, mate. Congratulations, and look forward to the rest of the season. Lovely. Cheers, mate. We did have our other driver. I've spotted him. Follow me. William Bryant is just over here. William, do you mind if I grab you for a quick chat? We've already chatted with that, William. Good race from you there. That was exciting. You just lost that second place at the end, but still looked really fun.
Yeah, it's really good fun. Really close racing. Just lost out a little bit there, but it was really fun. Really enjoyable. Good weekend so far.
Very good. It's been some good results from you this weekend. You've sort of made that step on. Is that lots of positives to take on the rest of the season?
Yeah, loads of positives going on to the next round, and yeah, hopefully I can do a bit better next time. Yeah.
Pretty good in this one, mate. 3rd place. Very well done. Thanks very much for chatting with us. Well, there we go then. I can hear cars out on circuit then. The Fiesta Juniors cracking on. As we saw in that catering race, when there's a will, there's a way. William Van Ness taking the win again. I'll hand back up to the commentary box.
Class act, isn't he?
Yes. Been sitting on that one all weekend, hasn't he, I think? Waiting for his opportunity. Out it came. Yeah, so good work, Will. Who's Will? John. Down in the half. This is what you've done to me now, John. See, I'm all out of sorts. Right,
Will Ratcliffe has a better ring to it, actually.
Will Ratcliffe, yeah, maybe. Well, let's see if we can. Yeah. Anyway, Fiesta Juniors are up next, and the green flag lap underway already. Let's go through the grid, shall we? And not a moment too soon. Dara McInerney and Daniel Tecci on the front row. Daniel, the scholarship winner, coming into this year with his breakthrough result. You feel really that maiden podium coming earlier on this afternoon. Jensen Pritchard and Rhys Owen make up row 2, then Oscar Hommerstone and Lewis Islin row 3, Benji Douglas and Bobby Holmes on the 4th row. Bobby will be disappointed he was second until the last lap when he went off at the banking. Charlie Burnett and Hayden Gray were next, ahead of Barnaby Brewer and Max Fenton, then Oliver Heron and Harry Russell, with Callie Clifford and Nathan Edwards on the next row. Oliver Heron, remember, championship leader coming into the weekend. It's just not gone to plan for him at all. Thomas Simpson and Max Haller, row 9, row 10, Neil Hampson and Thomas Potter, with Joe Wood and Josh Watts next, then Nathaniel Darcy and Lewis Turkington. A weekend that promised so much. Had his first ever top 5 finish yesterday and didn't finish race 2, nor did Sava Solenchenko, Daniel Hartley, Luke Broadbent, Kieran Stewart and Leo Mosley. Hopefully they're all out at the back of the grid, but we did have that 4-car incident up at the banking, and I'm sure the teams have been working busily to try and get that car, or those cars, sorted for this race, but quite a bit of damage was done to a couple of them. Mind you, had an incident yesterday at Rocket. All of those cars were fixed for today, including Josh Watts's, which went over at Rocket Corner yesterday.
That was an overnight job. I was chatting
to
Ollie, his engineer, and he was like showing me the pictures of the sun coming up, and they were getting near to finishing it, which was odd. And he's off to Croft tomorrow, testing with Josh Watts in Ginetta Junior.
Yes, of course, double campaign for Josh this year. Got his maiden victory in juniors at Alton Park.
He did.
2 weeks ago.
I'm pretty sure he's the only driver to have competed in both. Certainly to one in both, anyway.
Yes, I'd say. Yeah, I think you're probably right. Yes, certainly not in the same year. Anyway, I'll go back to the.
I can't think of anyone else that's won in Fiesta Junior that's won in Ginetta
I think
Junior.
You're right. People tend to choose one or the other, don't they? But yeah, Josh Watts getting plenty of track time. It's a good tactic, really, for youngsters because they learn so much at this stage of their career, and they're two quite different junior championships. One's rear-wheel drive, one's front-wheel drive. So whichever way he decides he's going to go in his career, he's had experience now.
Covered all the bases.
Exactly, at a junior level. So, obviously, if you've got the budget to do it, it's not a bad plan, is it? So, Josh, if he's out there, one to watch. He's hoping to move forward from 22nd on the grid, and he will be hopefully able to do so. But at a fascinating front row, Darren McInerney's been untouchable so far this weekend. He's won both races pretty comfortably, but Daniel Tecchi, starting from the outside of row 1, made a good start in race 2, didn't he? Both starts actually were strong, both the initial start and the restart after the red flag. Can the Fiesta Junior Scholarship winner get himself a race victory? If he can get ahead of Darren McInerney early doors, that's his best chance, isn't it, to try and take control of the race. Let's see if he can do it. The lights are out and we're away and racing. Good start made actually by Jensen Pritchard from 3rd on the grid, and he'll slot in behind Tecchi as they head round target for the first time and up towards the banking. Everyone cleanly away. A couple of them bounced wide over the exit curb, kicking up the remnants of the dust from the Caterham race earlier on and bringing some more dust of their own onto the track. A couple of those further back, but it is the double winner so far this weekend, Darren McInerney, who holds the early advantage.
Massive field. You worry that there's going to be big contact somewhere along the line in the early stages of this, and it's a crowded field. These guys are some of the drivers that moved up. Oh, hello, we've got a Speedworks car off on the grass. It's not Lewis Islin, is it?
It's
Benji. Yep.
Yeah.
Hard lines for Benji. I was supposed to have an interview with him online last year, never got round to doing it, which was a pity. The ones that moved up into seniors are saying that there is more space in seniors because it's a smaller grid, but everybody has that experience. There is not the level of experience here. There can't be. It's a junior championship, and they the ones that move up are kind of going, oh yeah, the juniors are. There's more respect and this, that and the other, but these guys are learning. That's what it's for.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're by and large improving massively with driving standards from certainly a few years ago. I know it's really been drilled into the drivers now that you've got to respect each other, you've got to give each other room, limit the amount of contact. It's going to happen, right? It's close quarters racing. The cars naturally provide that kind of racing, but generally speaking, driving standards pretty high. Benji Douglas is off again. That's his second off-track excursion in a lap. This one's up at the top end of the circuit, Peel, I believe. Yes, Exeter Peel that he's been off, so he'll rejoin right at the back. The leader, though, is already heading down towards the end of lap 1 with a big lead. So Darren McInerney continuing what he's done all weekend long, leaving everyone else to fight for second place.
Yeah, Dara's dad took a question that I asked him the wrong way. I was saying about, I'd like to see Dara in a race. And I think I was saying it was boring. It isn't. It's wonderful to watch a driver perform like that. That's what we marvel at. He's not saying it's boring, but we would still like to see the others take the battle to him. As Daniel Tecchi hangs on to second, Jensen Pritchard putting him under pressure. They're back where they were before the restart of race 2, and Daniel managed to sort of pull away with that ace start that he did for the restart, and looking to try and get another podium. It was a real treat for me seeing that podium, seeing Daniel get his first one. Daniel Tecchi's gone.
Daniel Tecchi's lost it at Church Corner and will get away. Well, was there contact actually, because Pritchard was slow. Pritchard's dropped down the order, look, so I think Lewis Islin's up to second position now.
He said he was after a podium, didn't he, on those interviews? Yeah.
Fell into his lap in the end, didn't it? But what on earth happened there at Church Corner then? That's such a shame for Tecchi, who's had such a good weekend, and indeed for Pritchard, who got that podium in race 2, and they've got some work to do now if they're going to repeat that.
They will indeed. We'll see whether it is Lewis Islin that comes through, and he was the first driver to go and congratulate Daniel as well. Like the previous year's scholar, congratulating this year's scholarship runner. Absolutely marvellous camaraderie that we've got with the drivers, and fair play to them. We'll see how they've all worked themselves out. But Darrell McInerney, nothing to worry about really, away and down the road, on for another hat-trick, which he did in the first round of the season, side by side for third place. It's Rhys Owen, isn't it? A little clatter on the curb for the car behind Rhys Owen. Nice to see Rhys up there as well. He was the third rookie in the second race, and one of the drivers to actually come over and have a little chat yesterday, which we love. These youngsters learning their social skills and how to handle their PR, and working out that if you talk to the commentator, you get talked about on the stream as well.
I would argue that's almost as important as learning how to drive the car quickly. If you can market yourself, then that is hugely important for your career moving forward. So, some youngsters get that more than others, don't they, I think. At the end of that lap then, Daniel Tecci, after his half spin, all the way down in 24th position. It's a 4.8 second lead for McInerney. He was 2 seconds ahead after just one lap, and that's before the second and third place drivers tangled at Church Corner. So he's extended that margin quite significantly now. So into the pit lane comes Josh Watts, who's having a weekend to forget, isn't he?
Getting that car shaken down today, though, and the team did sort of say that that might be the case. Ollie, incidentally, is one of Ricky Collard's engineers on touring cars. He's one, so yeah, loads of work and good experience and related to the touring car world as they make their way through Rocket once again. Looking across at the 35 car of Jensen Pritchard. Where's he? He's in sixth place. Barnaby Brewer down behind him as well. I think Barnaby was one of the Solonchenko having a little moment in 13. I do wonder about drivers picking unlucky numbers.
Yes, it's not served him well in this one, has it?
No.
Unfortunately. So Sava Solonchenko with a spin at Rocket. I doubt that was self-inflicted. It rarely is at Rocket, is it? It's normally someone else getting involved with you. Oliver Heron, by the way, inside the top 10 now. Significant for the driver who led the championship coming into the weekend. And he is into 9th place. And there he is, the 306 car, the grey, white and orange machine. He's just off the back of this second place battle, but he could still get a good result out of this. They're all there for the taking, and he's slowly sort of catching up to that group now. The more they fight, the more potential there is for Oliver to finally get a good result out of this weekend.
It's going to be tough for him as we get confirmation of Darrell's fastest lap. Lovely to see Max Fenton up into the top 10 as well. Heron passes Gray, but he's got Brewer, Pritchard, Bobby Holmes, Homiston, a lot of class drivers up in the top order. Turkington has a moment on the grass, so too does Harry Russell in only his second meeting with us in the Junior Championship. So Harry will just put this one down to learning, as Darrell McInerney has a huge lead. He's heading all the way up to Rocket as well. Islin will be very happy to be on the podium potentially here. Rhys Owen coming under a bit of pressure from Oscar Hummerstone, who's going to look at the outside run here as they head up towards Rocket. Let's see whether he is going to be able to convert that. He very nearly sold him a dummy. Owen himself really getting in to challenge Lewis Islin as they come into Rocket. Down behind them, Bobby Holmes, who's trying to come back from his problems earlier on, and Jensen Pritchard right behind him too.
Yeah, bumper to bumper, aren't they? This is proper Fiesta Junior racing in this battle for second position. Lewis Islin at the head of it, not really under too much pressure though, it must be said, for Rhys Owen. Rhys Owen has Oscar Hummerstone behind him, and that's perhaps the move most likely to happen. Bobby Holmes, the green car, has done well from 8th on the grid to get himself back into podium contention here in 5th, with Jensen Pritchard 6th, defending busily from Barnaby Brewer. As they head into the hairpin, who's going to make a move? There was a thought of a move there from Oscar Hummerstone, but not quite close enough. Ultimately, we do have side by side behind there. That's Pritchard and Brewer. Barnaby Brewer, the yellow and black car.
I think he's got him, isn't he?
Yeah, I think he's got the inside line into the last corner. Had a good look at that car in the Parc Fermé area earlier on, and we're now going to see it slip through on the inside line into the final turn.
I think Barnaby was one of the drivers queuing up to see the Clark. It's probably easier to list the ones that weren't seeing the Clark, as Pritchard's going to just follow in his wheel tracks there and try and get back in. Pritchard having his first podium, leads the rookie championship. Who's that off?
Nathaniel Darcy, I think I've just seen out of the window off at the final corner. I reckon that's the number 7, which has had a grassy moment, rejoins, and it is Nathaniel Darcy. He's not had a great day either, has he? He was in the pit lane, I think, in race 2.
No, he hasn't, and as I say, school year, isn't it, for these guys? It's all very much learning, and you have to put the incidents down to the just gaining experience, which is the key thing. Lewis Islin still clear in second position. Battle still on for third though, and Oscar Hummerstone looking good here. He looks on the outside run as they come up towards the Rocket complex. Yeah, Rhys Owen doing a mega job there. Scholarship finalist, one of the top 6 making it through last year, and putting together, it was very, again, I don't know if you saw the interview, but he rattled off all of the sponsors, all the names on the car, but not in a listy way.
Yes.
It was a really nice, very much aware that he needs the backing to come racing, and great to see Rhys up. This could potentially be his first outright podium if he can fend off Oscar. It's going to be a big ask for him, but yeah, good to see him take a rookie podium in the previous race and doing a good job here in 3rd overall. And again, character building for him. He's soaking up a little bit of pressure. He'd probably prefer to be having a nibble at Lewis Isley up in front of him, but Lewis just far enough away at the moment to secure that second from Dara McInerney, who's away and down the road. McInerney still with the fastest lap, 1:47.86. You're checking on podiums for me, aren't you?
Correct, not had one yet.
Yeah.
So on course for it, maybe, if he can keep Hummerstone at bay, as wide goes Barnaby Brewer, having gained another position on that lap then, at the expense of Bobby Holmes. Running well here, Barnaby.
Have you spoken to him yet?
No, I haven't.
I guess you'd probably still be talking to him or listening to him if you had. So yeah,
hey, that's not a bad thing, is it? We like a talker, and it will serve him well, that, I think, going forward, won't it? It's much easier to teach someone who talks too much to talk less than the other way around, isn't it?
Yeah, funny enough, the view of him was prejudiced because we were down at Brands Hatch, and there's the Sim Motorsport down there who teach the drivers all the sim techniques and a little bit of media and everything else. And I popped in to see them last year, and they said, "Oh, you're doing the scholarship?" Yeah. And they said, "Watch out for this lad called Barnaby, and his social media handle is Pay Attention Barnaby." But I've told him he should change it to Be Quiet Barnaby.
No, Rhys Owen gets clobbered by Oscar Hummerstone, who tried that move.
He's into 3rd now.
Off the road goes Rhys. That's a shame. He won't be thrilled at the way that went down there, but Oscar Hummerstone tried that move on him a lap ago and bailed out of it, and then that time around decided to keep his foot firmly wedged in the door, and Rhys Owen ended up off the road. And this is the problem with Fiesta Junior racing. They're all so close. If you do go off, you're not just going to lose one position.
That'll be another Clark discussion, won't it? That's why the race is now, and we've got a 2-hour endurance race, so that the Clarks don't feel that that's why we don't have the juniors at the end of the day, because they'd still be here at midnight.
Yes, I've not unheard of for the Clarks to be here quite late at night on Sunday.
This and the mini championship usually, there's a big queue outside the mini challenge.
Yes, I've heard. Although I do know Esther, the coordinator of the championship, is planning to stay here tonight anyway. She was never planning on going home tonight. I think maybe she had a feeling.
She got the cat on auto feed, is she? Or?
Yes, I think she's moving house as well. She was telling me there's a lot to do when she gets home. So, getting some well-earned rest, because it could be a late finish with a few discussions to be had at the end of the day. There's the 16 car of Hayden Gray. He's into the top 10 now in 9th position, the number 16 car, with Riso in the next car ahead of him. But there's a bit of a gap, isn't there, to that next group of cars ahead, which Rhys is now on the tail of after that moment up at Rocket.
Max Haller 11th. Callie Clifford's come through for that. Callie has had such rotten luck over the course of this year. Second in the opening race of the year. We were going to try and do an interview with her over the church break, but unfortunately it's not going to happen because they're going to be packing up and away. But Callie was like front runner. She was a Jam Sport Scholarship winner.
Yes.
Not had the luck, but it will come to her for sure.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, she's shown her pace, hasn't she?
Yeah.
As you said earlier this year. But you don't have to be off by much, do you, in this championship? If you have a track where you're a couple of tenths off the ultimate pace, or just because it doesn't suit you, or the car's not working as well, who knows? You plummet down the order, and it's so difficult then to get the track position back because everyone's so evenly matched. So hopefully she can bounce back at the next round, qualify well, and that's sort of half the battle, isn't it? We've only got 2.5 minutes to go, so we're going to have possibly time, should be time for 2 more laps after this one, I reckon. Dara McInerney with this healthy lead, just under 4 seconds over Lewis Isley.
Barnaby Brewer for third.
Barnaby for third position. Barnaby Brewer is going to leave her aside Oscar Hummerstone, but he's on the wrong side of the road now, heading down into the final corner. So Hummerstone will have the inside line. How brave on the brakes is Barnaby Brewer feeling? Can he go right round the outside? They've got Bobby Holmes in there as well, just adding extra complication to it, and he gets into the back of Hummerstone. Around goes Oscar, and that was off the nose of Bobby Holmes, I think. I'm sure Rhys Owen had a smile on his face as he drove past the 555 car pointing the wrong direction, and he's now got to wait for a gap in the traffic, finds one and manages to get going again, but that was really unfortunate for Oscar, and great news for Barnaby though, he's into a podium place.
It is. I was wondering about whether the Rhys Owen Oscar thing might get looked at, but probably, Rhys will probably think that was karma.
Yep.
Just a little bit of contact can throw someone off, as you said earlier on in the race. But we've got now Barnaby Brewer potentially on for a podium. I gave him an interview thinking he might not get one. Now he's going to get two. Greedy thing.
Yeah, well, when you get a taste for it.
Actually, I'll just say this could be a nightmare moment. John and Barnaby together in a room.
Yes, we'll try and bring you the next Caterham race if we can, but no promises made. There's no promise that he'll be on the podium, in fairness, because Bobby Holmes is hunting around behind Barnaby as they head into Peel Corner, and you've also got Jenson Pritchard and Oliver Heron, who's desperate for a good result to try and keep his championship intact after a disappointing start to the weekend. They're going to have another lap after this one. This could all still change before the flag.
It could well do. 43 seconds left on the clock. McInerney away. No coverage for him in this one because he's been away and down the road, as he has been all weekend. Lewis Islin, great to see Lewis back up on the podium, and there he is going out a shot, the red and white Speedworks livery and the yellow and black of Barnaby Brewer. He'll be doing some more laps, I guess, on his around the Nordschleife on his sim. For every number of viewers he gets, he has to do so many laps of the...
Oh, really?
Yeah, so have a look at that and give him some work to do in the week. Keeps him from doing schoolwork, of course. But he's in third. Bobby Holmes still trying to get on terms with him as well. He's a little bit farther back. Holmes, and Barnaby makes a mistake. Kicks up the dirt. A little bit of maybe a little bit of following from Bobby Holmes. Didn't go quite off as far. And Holmes has got Pritchard right with him as well. What we're starting to see, what I'm starting to see here, Andy, in the juniors, is a lot of the first-year drivers, it's all beginning to click for them.
Yes, one of the things I really love about junior racing is those new drivers halfway through the season. They just start to, as you say, it starts to click, and suddenly they start challenging the slightly more experienced drivers. And the drivers winning races in the first half of the season are not always the same drivers as who are winning the races in the second half of the season. It's always fascinating to watch. But Darren McInerney's building himself a nice little points lead before that becomes an issue maybe later in the season, and he's well on course for another win. Lewis Islin, in fairness, has been lapping quicker than the leader over the last few laps, but I suspect Dara has reined things in. Yes, he's running 2 seconds off his ultimate pace as Bobby Holmes runs a bit wide at Rocket and nearly opens the door for Jenson Pritchard. Not quite, or has he? Pritchard might have the inside here into Peel Corner. I think he does. Nuzzles up alongside the 55 car and will relieve Bobby of 4th position.
He does. Great move there by Pritchard, working hard. Oliver Heron in the mix as well in 3:06. Remember him making his debut in the Mark 6 Fiesta, Silverstone International a couple of years ago when I think it was the last meeting of them, and Jam Sport rolled out a couple of cars. He did well too, did Oliver Heron, and lovely to see him make that move from here to being championship leader coming in this weekend, from his debut. Super stuff. But yeah, McInerney well clear, and a 4-car typical battle going on here with Rhys Owen looking up the inside now of the 306 car.
Wing mirrors go flying, and Oliver Heron says, hang on a minute, I was trying to overtake someone a corner ago, and now I'm in danger of losing a position. The checkered flag, though, awaits for Darren McInerney, who crosses the line, flashes the lights, and completes the perfect weekend here in Anglesey. It's a hat-trick for McInerney, and that will give him an extended championship lead, leaving Anglesey. Lewis Islin second, with his best result, his first podium of the weekend, and Barnaby Brewer gets back onto the podium in third, Pritchard fourth, then Heron, Owen and Haller. Hayden Gray got back into 9th on the last lap, with Callie Clifford getting herself into the top 10 by the flag. Here comes Daniel Tecchi coming through. Daniel will end up 21st, just behind Lewis Turkington, 2 drivers again who feel that they should have had more out of the weekend, maybe. Certainly given the way it started for Lewis and given the way race 2 went for Daniel. But Darren McInerney doesn't have much to complain about, does he really? That's been a perfect weekend, and that one he was able to actually coast home, quite literally. He really backed off in the last few laps, but he knew that he had the gap, didn't need to take any risks, and yeah, a very, very impressive weekend.
He needs to get the championship wrapped up a round early and then come out in the seniors for the last round.
Good idea, yeah. Very good idea.
I think Craig's got other plans for him actually, but
has he? Okay.
Yeah,
interesting. Well, whatever he does, I think he's going to be a success, isn't he? Darren McInerney, when he came into the championship last year, was impressive and continues to impress again in 2026 with a race victory. Lewis Islin comes home in second, and Bobby Holmes in third place. 4th position then McInerney, Island and Brewer, the top three, I beg your pardon. Then Bobby Holmes in 4th, Jensen Pritchard 5th, and Oliver Heron in 6th position. 7th, Rhys Owen 8th, Max Haller 9th. 4, Hayden Gray and Callie Clifford completes the top 10, ahead of Max Fenton and Nathan Edwards. Daniel Hartley and Thomas Simpson complete the top 14. Then Charlie Burnett and Neil Hampson ahead of Oscar Hommerstone, down in 17th position after that spin. Thomas Potter 18th, Kieran Stewart 19th, and Lewis Turkington in 20th position. Daniel Tecchi 21st, then Nathaniel Darcy and Benji Douglas, Leo Mosley, Luke Broadbent, Harry Russell and Sava Solenchenko in 27th position. 28th, Joe Wood, and Josh Watts, the only non-finisher. That's a shame for Josh, though. Again, a weekend that promised more than it ultimately delivered, but he's had some strong pace and will bounce back, I'm sure, at the next event. So the final Fiesta Junior race is done. We've got more Fiesta racing later with the ST240s having their third and final race. That will come after the church break. We've got one more race before that. The Caterham graduates will be back out for the Sigma 135 race. But Richard, another thoroughly enjoyable Fiesta Junior race there.
Yeah, it's lovely. You know, you get to meet the drivers. Been lucky enough to work with the club on scholarship the last couple of seasons, and you get to meet a lot of them there. And it's kind of an icebreaker. So when you get to see them a lot of them are still nervous about being plopped in front of a camera. It's different doing an interview up at Blighton. But it does kind of break the ice for them, and I hope the ice has been broken with John, who's down there ready for our podium interview. So over to you, John.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, you join us down here in Parc Ferme yet again then. Once again, another fantastically exciting BRSCC Fiesta Junior race that was. The drivers hop out of their cars and cool down a little bit after that one. Some different drivers on the podium for this one in race number 3, but as it has been for all 3 races so far this year, a win for Dara McInerney. He's just getting his stuff off at the moment. We'll go and have a chat with him in a second, as Dara's probably sick of talking to us on the live stream at this point this weekend. Hello, Dara. Well, at least it's not Richard John Neal for this one, although he is a pretty nice bloke, but well done. All I've got written down here is McInerney breaks away lap run, and then I didn't write any more because you were just off.
I don't really have much of an answer to that.
I mean, you had an answer to everyone out on circuit, didn't you? You've gotten pretty good at those starts, and that one you just didn't look back at all.
No, once I got through turn 2, just sort of put my head down and then just maintained the tyres to make sure if anyone caught me I had plenty of grip at the end.
It's very rare that we ever see someone have a simple race in BRSC Fiesta Juniors, but all 3 this weekend, you've driven off for the front. It's been amazing to watch, Dara.
I'm surprised it's happened, to be fair. It's very rare it does happen.
Yeah. And you've done it. Well done.
Thank you.
There you go. Looking on to the rest of the season now, hoping for more of the same?
Yeah. Looking forward to Donington next. It's one of my favourite tracks, so should be good.
Well, one to watch then. Cheers, Dara. Well done. 3 wins from 3 for Mr. McInerney. Let's go and find some other driver. I've got Lewis Islin right behind me, so I'm going to dive in. Hello, Lewis. Good to see you again. Well done in that one. You got into 2nd place, and then you were under pressure for quite a while, but you just managed to manage that gap.
Yeah, it was really good because that was my highest position I've had in this series. Nice. So pressure was kept on from behind that whole group. But yeah, I'm really happy with that result. I can't be more happy at the moment.
Yeah, mate, honestly, well done. As you say, best result. Congratulations. But as I said, it wasn't like it was a simple one once you got into 2nd. That group behind you, they were motoring on. You had a lot of pressure to deal with.
Yeah, so every lap looking in my mirror thinking, oh, am I gapping them? Am I? Oh, no. And then I got to the last 5 minutes, I thought, okay, right, just bring it home. But yeah, honestly, really good week. Well, we've had our ups and downs this weekend, and this is surely the furthest up it can possibly be. So I can't be more thankful to everyone, especially the team, parents, everyone. I'm so happy.
Well done, mate. Honestly, you're flying out there, and you should be happy with that as well. Ending the weekend on a high, that's what you want.
Yeah, especially going into a physics exam tomorrow. So yeah, it's my last GCSE and then I'm finished. So
well, good luck for that as well, mate. Hopefully P1 in that one. Well, best of luck, mate. Good luck for the rest of the GCSEs, and if you're as good at exams as you are on track, you should be all right.
Okay, thank you.
Cheers, Lewis. Thanks for chatting with me. We'll try and spot as well. Hello, sir. You were ready to go, weren't you?
I was, yeah.
Mate, what a race from you that was.
Mate,
fantastically exciting. Tell us about it.
I'm absolutely ecstatic. So obviously yesterday, anyone who was watching earlier, I talked about we got a puncture on the front left, so we were starting P20 this morning. So I've worked my way up, and I'm absolutely just ecstatic. I'm so happy. Words can't really describe it. I just tried to keep it clean, not really hit anyone or anything like that. Just try and force mistakes and take the opportunities when they come. And well, it paid off. So yeah, just can't really believe it. So.
It was amazing to watch. The emotions flooding out. I loved to see you jump out of the car, gave your team a massive hug. Of course, it's all a big team effort, but you got it done out on track. Very well done. Well done on your podium.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Great to chat with him. Of course, podium, good effort. Gets even a little spud from the cameraman as well. No problem, mate. It's all right. Just don't do it again, Oscar. Right. Sorry, I'm still on camera. Hello. Looks as though we've got more cars on track then. Fiesta Juniors, sadly, last time we'll see them today, but some very happy chappies on the podium there. What a race that was. Caterhams are out. I'll hand back up to the box. Sorry.
Well, nice to see John making friends down in the Parc Fermé area. Oscar Hummerstone getting on the wrong side of Ratcliffe. He's got a dark side as that boy, I reckon, John. He's it started to... The mask slipped a little bit then. I always knew it. Right, Fiestas. Caterhams are out on their green flag lap for the final Caterham racing of the weekend. Jamie Elwood, James Hapgood make up the front row with Steve Merritt and Ben Winrow on row 2. Giles Derry and Nick Bryant on the third row ahead of Richard Groom and Andrew Sagar with all those years of Caterham experience, as he was saying to Richard earlier on today. Top 10 is then completed on the fifth row by Giles Hanson and Henry Morris, with William Hapgood and Mark Soden, who tangled at the end of race 2, remember, brought out a red flag, but they're still starting together on row 6 ahead of Thomas Gunter and John Vincent, Simon Arnold and Lee James on row 8. Ninth row for Andrew Bergbaum and Michael Munns, with Louise Deason and Neville Sykes completing the top 20. Then it's Anthony Nichols and Simon Martin ahead of Orlando Morris and Dean Pollen. 25th on the grid, Chris Griffith. 26th, Oscar McCall. Thomas Glyde and Stephen Trinder make up the next row, and row 15 shared by Norman Jeeves and Neil Perry, with Simon Nicholas and Alan Bateman on the 16th row of the grid, and the 17th and last row, David Poulter and Simon White. So we've had two entertaining 135 races so far today. The first one by Jamie Elwood, the second one by Jamie Elwood, and both of them by fairly narrow margins. A tenth and a half over James Hapgood in race 1, with Benjamin Winrow in third. It was Steve Merritt who was second in race number 2, and James Hapgood third step of the podium that time around. So can Jamie Elwood get the hat-trick? It's hard to bet against him in a way, isn't it?
Yeah, top man in Caterham racing is our Jamie, and it's been a long while, I think, since I've commentated on one of his races or one of his race weekends, so good to see him there. But he wanted the last race to go to the checker. It was stopped prematurely, and I think was hoping to get to that bit where he had to fend off the attack from behind and get a little bit racy in the last couple of laps. But hopefully we'll see that in this one.
Yes, we were sort of teeing that up, weren't we, that it was all going to come down to the last few laps, and we never quite got there. We're missing Richard Groom, and I suspect we're also missing Anthony Nichols, who was the man with whom we tangled to bring out the first red flag of our previous race. So 2 gaps on the grid. The rest of them, though, ready to go, and the lights are out. A good start made by Elwood from pole position. A good start as well for Ben Winrow, who is going to try and challenge for third position around the outside of Steve Merritt, and those two side by side then as they head down into the banking. So Elwood and Hapgood first and second, but the debate really is for third. Winrow's got the inside through the banking, and he will continue to have the inside line on the run down towards Church Corner, with Steve Merritt to his left-hand side. Merritt, the black and orange car, though, will sail off into the corner and just about hang on to third place for now.
Unusual to have a formula that has first, second and third fastest qualifying times to produce the grids.
Yeah.
I suppose it saves if you have a problem in race 1. You haven't got to climb back from that. But interesting and sort of a bit of a dying breed, really, but great racing nonetheless. And if you're at the back, just work your way through in all 3 races.
Easy as that. It's
easy as that, yeah.
It's a lot harder than you'd think. You know, Caterham racing, okay, you can overtake quite easily in Caterham. Should be easy to make progress through the order. The trouble is, everyone can overtake, and everyone will try and overtake at any opportunity, particularly in the midfield. We have had a lead change. James Hapgood drafting past Jamie Elwood up the school straight. He almost had to take to the grass to do it, actually, through the right-hand kinks on the school straight, but did manage to make it it work. So Hapgood then to the lead. Elwood, those coming back up the inside into the hairpin. A late decision there to go to the inside and then sort of bailed out of it in the braking zone. Steve Merritt in third. And fourth is Winrow. Side by side for fifth then. That's Giles Derry. And I guess that was Nick Bryant that he's up the inside of. That's now the outside as they head to the last corner where Richard, the leaders, are side by side again.
They are. This could be all of the 20 minutes, couldn't it? Side-by-side racing from Caterham's, unless we get a little bit of a break later on. But it is Hapgood still there. Here comes Jamie Elwood. Looks for the outside run as they go down into turn one. It's all about momentum at the moment. Is he going to go towards the apex? No, he's going to try and hang on and grab the inside as they come up into the banking. For the second time, he's got the inside run, read that perfectly, goes through, retakes the lead.
Yeah, I think at this stage Elwood does want to lead just because there's a danger, isn't there? If you're second, you get swamped by the pack behind. He wants to seize control of this race until things calm down a bit later on, maybe. But can he stay there? Hapgood's going to have a slipstream up the straights and Merritt will have a tow from both of them. They could be three abreast this time into Rocket. In fact, they are three abreast into Rocket. Hapgood to the outside, Elwood to the inside, and right over the curb goes Hapgood. That was very close indeed. We've got a car pointing the wrong way further back. We'll get to that in a moment. That was the 195 car, I believe. The leaders up through Rocket, though. Hapgood to the front, and Elwood just about manages to hang on to second position.
Yeah, he's got that fight for P2 at the moment. He won't want to lose sight of the leader, and again, I suppose the good thing about Caterham's is that, you know, unless there's a big advantage, the leader's not going to get away. The rest of them will squabble, and the leader will probably be part of that squabble as they come down through the bus stop again. The end of the second lap, so Hapgood from Elwood. See whether Elwood's going to do the same run again.
Yeah, not close enough into the hairpin. It is side by side for fifth. Look, that's still Giles Derry and Nick Bryant, I think, isn't it? As Derry, no, it's Giles Derry and Ben Winrow. Actually, Bryant's got past Winrow on that lap into fourth position in the blue and yellow car. Barrel down into the final corner once again. Then Hapgood leading, Elwood second, Merritt third. Bryant in the 28 car in fourth position, then Winrow, then Derry. That's your leading group of six. And in seventh position, the 17 of Giles Hanson ahead of Henry Morris, Andrew Sagar and Thomas Gunter to complete the top 10. But the two Jameses, sort of, James Hapgood, Jamie Elwood, continue to do battle for the race lead.
Yeah, Elwood doesn't seem to be worried too much about his mirrors at the moment. I wonder if he's the most experienced. I don't know everybody's back history in this particular championship, and it's a big grid to go through, but he's the name that you kind of recognise going back many years, multiple champion, and again just proving that he's having a look as they go up the straight towards Rocket. We're a little bit further back, just because you have some of the trophy runners getting stuck in. Elwood's back in front now though.
Yes, he is. Slipstreamed past Hapgood up the hill. Straightforward in the end, really, by Caterham standards. It's the textbook slipstream pass, and Hapgood slotted back into second ahead of Merritt. So Hapgood won't mind too much losing the lead as long as that's all he loses. It's when third and fourth place cars start jumping into the battle that things can start to get a little bit messy. So round the right-hander at Peel they go, down into the left at the top of the corkscrew. 15 minutes of this still to go, and maybe a three-car breakaway. I'd say that's a bit of daylight now between Merritt in third and Bryant in fourth, although Bryant on the previous lap was the fastest of anybody, so he might have the pace still to get back on terms with the leading trio.
See whether he can close down on them. Steve Merritt in third at the moment. Is he going to work here with James Hapgood? No, he's coming out in the slipstream and having a look to see whether he can get in front and have a go maybe at Jamie Elwood in the race lead. Elwood beginning to break clear as well. Not something you tend to see. We saw it in the 150, Sigma 150 class earlier on, but not seen it so far in the 135s. Fastest lap, Jamie Elwood getting into his stride. Clear circuit, can just put in his qualifying laps now if he wants to try and break free. Not being worried at the moment, so that's going to be good for him to try and get a fastest lap again in this one.
Yes, he is indeed fastest lap then with Elwood at the moment. Now, are Merritt and Hapgood going to trade second position again here up the back straight? They are, and they are in danger, aren't they, of allowing Elwood to get a little bit too far away. Hapgood goes through. Now, that slipstream will catapult him a little bit closer to the back of the leader by the time they reach the braking zone, but it's still a few Caterham length as they turn into Rocket, and they don't want to let that gap get any bigger than that, I would say, over the next lap or so. Another car on the grass coming out of Church. That's 28 this time. The one a few laps ago was Orlando Morris, and 28 is a long list of drivers.
Andrew Bergbaum.
There we go. Thank you, Andrew Bergbaum. who rejoins after another little bounce through the grass at Church Corner. Popular place to go off the road in this race, isn't it?
Yeah, and it was in the Fiestas earlier on, wasn't it?
Yes.
A few of them deciding to go off there. So last race of the weekend. The Caterham guys get to go home early. They probably oversaw the schedule, the timetable, I'm guessing, before the church break.
Yes, that's quite handy for them, isn't it? A busy weekend, though, and relatively short turnaround between their two races today as a result of that. But I suppose they'll take that. A lot of them will have long journeys home, won't they? Most people do, really, from Anglesey. But as we've said a few times this weekend, well worth the journey to this spectacular circuit.
Apart from the Irish, Gary Miller was telling me he's only 20 minutes the other side of the ferry.
Oh, is he?
So Holyhead ferry, 20 minutes, and he's home.
Yeah, oh, that's good. Doesn't take him half as long as some other people here.
Do you remember the other? Sorry, getting back to Caterham's. Do you remember the other Ben Winrow?
Yes, who did tin top racing?
Yes,
Seats back in the day.
Yeah, Seats as well. Yeah,
Yes, not the same Ben Winrow as you discussed earlier on, but clearly it's a good name to have for a racing driver because they're both pretty quick.
They are, yeah, very. Giles Derry down behind him in the ex-Chris Hoy car.
Yes.
Heard that as well, which I didn't realise. Repainted it though. That must have a value, mustn't it, that car?
I would imagine so.
Yeah.
I would imagine so, yes. And so Chris, a pretty handy peddler as well. We've seen him race a few things over the years, haven't we? As we've got to move on here up into Rocket Corner. What's this for? This is about 7th place-ish, I think. It's the 198 car, yes, taking 7th place away. Henry Morris passed Giles Hansen, and more side-by-side further back as well. Again, wherever you look in the order, there will be a battle breaking out somewhere, but not at the moment for the race lead. Interestingly, Elwood is just getting away. That's now a second back to Hapgood in second position.
Yeah, it's a handy one to have, isn't it? We're only at the halfway stage of the race, so you know, if he's built a second gap, then it means that the others can close that back within the remaining 10 minutes or so, or 11 minutes, to be perfectly honest. So Elwood, Hapgood and Merrick change on here. Having a look down the inside is Ben Winrow. Nick Bryant up ahead of him, fends him off. Little mistake there from Winrow, runs wide. Giles Derry's going to have a go, but it's going to be the wrong side of the track as they go downhill there.
A big lock-up for Winrow as they turned into the last corner.
I just realised the bus stop is actually the old pit lane, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the old pit straight that run into the bus stop, and you can still see the old pit lane. It's used now to park recovery vehicles, and I think the rescue vehicles parked there now. Completely changed, didn't it? Some tracks reconfigure certain corners over the years and maybe make a couple of little changes for safety or improve the facilities. They really did rebuild the circuit from the ground up. A brand new pit and paddock complex, a whole new section of racetrack, and even the area that they previously raced on, which was over towards the top of the corkscrew, that's completely different to what it was back in the day as well. And they really did improve it, didn't they? It's a great little track for racing, and improving the facilities really was the big thing, wasn't it? It was well worth it, this track. Top quality venue now for racing, as Ben Winrow nearly clatters there into the side of Nick Bryant.
All getting stuck in, aren't they? And yeah, these guys just sort of pulling clear. Are they on with Fun Cup later on in the year? I can't remember in terms of their dates. They probably switch and around. He's making Andy sort of drive into. He's got the windows already open.
Hold the line. I'll be with you in a few moments.
I think we might see him on I think there's maybe one other Fun Cup weekend that we get to see Caterham graduates, which is good. And we'll probably feature on some of the other BRSC streams as well over the course of the year. Change of position in the offing here as well as down the inside. Catch who that was. We still look back. Hapgood, Bryant, Winrow and Derry. So I think it might have been a challenge on for third place. You can see the gap now. It is, in fact, second place being very keenly battled out at the moment. Steve Merritt was in the lead on the last lap for that second position battle. Did you find it?
Yeah, sadly not back with Fun Cup. No, not for the rest of the year, but I think they are on a couple of the live stream events later on in the season though, which is good.
I think they're on the festival.
They are on the festival, you're right. Yes,
yeah. Oh, that'll be good. That means we get to do the finale.
Yes, excellent. Hopefully it's a close championship battle. I suspect it might be. Caterham racing around Brands Hatch is rarely dull, is it? So yeah, that's going to be a good way to round out the season. But what's always a fantastic event anyway, the Formula Ford Festival. So 2.3 second lead now for Jamie Elwood. He's got a very good lead now over the rest of the field. 2.4 seconds at the start of the lap. So it's really now a question, Richard, of who joins him on the podium and in what order, isn't it? Here comes the move maybe for second place.
Yeah, he's done really well, hasn't he? So it's Hapgood going back into second place ahead of Merritt. Is he going to be able to hang on to it? These three are doing the squabbling that we sort of expected and hoped to see at the end of race 2. A couple of cars off exit of Church and School Straight.
44 was one. I didn't realise there was a second. So Oscar McCall is one of them. He's carried on, but the other car hasn't. And that, I would argue, is in a slightly precarious position. It's not that far off the road, and it's right in the firing line. Should someone else go off, you can just see up at the top of the screen, actually, the mess that's been left behind as well.
It's got going now.
Yeah, fired the car back up. Who is it? 40... Oh, my eyesight isn't good enough. It might be 40, actually. Might now. I think that is Dean Pollen, maybe, yeah. And he was running around with Oscar McCall.
Wait for the puns. Pollen count's gone down.
Oh, very good. And he bounces his way through the grass. Yes, they were fighting over 17th position, so that would make sense, wouldn't it? Luckily, they've both carried on, although they've left quite a mess behind them at Church Corner.
Elwood clear. What's the gap now? Crosses the line again. 2.484 seconds for a hat-trick. A Caterham hat-trick is a rarity.
Yeah.
So we're seeing one of the greats of Caterham graduate racing here. A real treat to see him doing a Dara McInerney.
Yes.
Or is Dara McInerney doing a Jamie Elwood? Because Jamie was around first, wasn't he?
Yes, I suppose.
Either way, it's been a treat to see those. Equally nice to see different winners in the other ones, of course. But 2.4s. It's not over, though. Hapgood and Merritt Bryant, Winrow, Derry and Hanson all busy involved in their scraps as well. There is Nick Bryant in the lovely blue and yellow car. Some of the liveries, again, you need to see them up close. If you haven't been to a Caterham graduate meeting, make sure you get along, talk to the drivers, maybe get sucked in as a driver or get involved as a supporter and follow them around. Super racing with the wonderful two classes that we have. They're still scrapping.
Yeah, Winrow ahead of Bryant now. So for fourth position, Ben Winrow manages to reclaim the position. Now, can he get himself back onto the podium? Merritt and Hapgood aren't really getting away, are they? So there is a chance still for Winrow to pick off another position as they head through the top of the corkscrew down the long straight towards the hairpin. And as they head towards the end of a lap into the pit lane is coming the number 40 of Dean Pollen. So after that collision that he had up at Church, there's clearly damage done to the number 40, and he is going no further with 6.5 minutes to go. I doubt we'll see that car back out on track.
Shame for Dean, but I guess if nothing else, it makes the decision for him that his race weekend is done. He'll load up and he'll head back over the Menai Straits, assuming he comes from England. I'm not thinking of too many local drivers here.
No, I doubt. Not really come across many Anglesey-based drivers, but I suppose maybe that's something that could happen more in the future with the racetrack now becoming more and more popular. Maybe some locals, some local youngsters getting into motorsport. Could even be some people here today who will be watching trackside, who will be commentating on in the near future. Who knows? If you have seen anything today that you've liked and you fancy having a go, head over to the BRSCC website. There are links there to all of the championships, the contact details for the relevant people you need. Get in touch with them, and if you come across any of the BRSCC officials wandering around the paddock or the paddock buildings, they're always happy to have a chat if you're interested in getting involved in the championships in the future. So yeah, don't be shy, get involved.
Actually, I was wearing a BRSCC jacket yesterday and someone asked me if I could get a car moved, and I said, well, sorry, yes. I'm just going to do a podium. So.
Oh dear, sorry, Ben Winrow and Steve Merritt, wings going flying. Yeah. I'm not sure who that came from, but Ben Winrow's come out of that really badly up at the Rocket Complex. So how's that one settled itself out with Hapgood second, Merritt third, Bryant fourth, and I think Giles Derry up to fifth. So Winrow the big loser there, 2 places lost.
Yeah, shame for Ben, but maybe enough time to try and claw it back in. 5 minutes to go, quarter of the race remaining. Their last race of the weekend. Elwood now 3.23 seconds clear.
Yes, he is. That's looking more and more like a done deal, isn't it now, with only 5 minutes to go? That's Giles Derry gaining another place. So Giles Derry coming back into this late in the going. Gained one position up at Rocket, courtesy of Ben Winrow, and he's now trying to find a way past Nick Bryant for fourth. He's on the wrong side of the road heading into the final corner, so slots back in behind. Leader Elwood then crosses the line, 4 minutes 20 to go. Hapgood 3.7 seconds back as the screeching of tyres as they pound through that first corner, asking everything they've got of the cars. It's all about carrying the momentum through the corners. They have got no aero at all, no downforce. It's all mechanical grip, and the cars move around a lot underneath the drivers. Part of what makes them such a challenge, but so fun to drive. But you do feel for the tyres when you hear them squealing away like that through that quick first corner.
Limited on sets through the years. One of the drivers was telling me, I can't remember how many sets it was now, but you have to it's not per meeting. You get a set allocation for the year and you have to work it out. So I think tyre management here for a lot of drivers this weekend has been absolutely key.
Yes, that's a good point actually. Yeah, not many championships do that these days, but they're pretty durable tyres. I'm guessing it's a road tyre that they run, and it normally is, isn't it? This sort of Caterham racing. And I think only the 7 UK Championship maybe run on slicks, or they used to. Yeah, the tyres should be
I think the
durable.
310Rs are on a semi-slick now as well.
Right,
yeah.
Okay.
But they've got 2 versions. They've got a wet one and a dry one now this year.
Right, okay. That's... the norm though in Caterham racing always was more or less a road tyre, so they are durable, but obviously there'll be some advantage to running new tyres, and where you time that, where you choose to use that is interesting. This is quite a tough circuit on tyres usually, because you're turning a lot, they're long corners, lots of traction zones as well, where the rear wheels can spin up a little bit and wear the tyres out. Great battle pack coming through here. This I think is all over, it's well outside the top 10, as we've had a change there for 4th position. That was out of the window, I spotted that. There was a drama for Steve Merritt. He seemed to slow going through the final corner, and so through goes Nick Bryant into a podium place now, Richard.
Yeah, good stuff by Nick. I thought the podium was done and dusted around a couple of laps ago, but far be it from me to say that about Caterham racing. Elwood, Hapgood and Bryant now, and still 2 minutes to change things around again.
Yep, could all still change. It could change in the next 20 seconds or so, heading up the school straight. The top 2, though, now pretty secured, I think, aren't they? This battling is allowing James Hapgood to get away in 2nd, but for 3rd, Steve Merritt wants that position back. I'm not really sure what happened at the last corner. He seemed to run wide and slow down quite dramatically. Maybe a bit of practice for the last lap here, because he will probably want to be behind Bryant going on to the final lap so that he can do just that and get back through with the slipstream. So he reclaims 3rd position. Hapgood down to 4th. Giles Derry gets back ahead of Ben Winrow, the 5th position. So Giles Derry still not out of podium contention either. You feel that this could all ignite on the final lap.
Could well do. If they're thinking championship points, Steve Merritt is a guest driver, so not taking any points away from anybody, either trophy or championship. And I meant to ask him about that, but why he's just in the one, whether he'll then register and get a few more. But I guess the key thing is, even though he's not taking points away from people, there goes Giles Derry through on the inside of Nick Bryant, up into 4th, 3rd, championship points-wise, but the fight's coming back. Bryant in blue goes down the hill, going to try and take the battle back to him. Wrong side of the track for the moment, though.
Yeah, he tried that a couple of laps ago, this time fully committed, and they're now 3 abreast into the hairpin. Derry locks up and manages to get through. Bryant losing 2 places because Ben Winrow's come through with all of that as well. So, final lap begins, and Giles Derry for the podium is a possibility. If he can get a little bit closer to Steve Merritt through the first few corners of this final lap, he might just be able to get there before the checkered flag. Let's see, out of the banking, down towards Church for the last time. And this is the key corner, really, for Giles Derry. I don't think he's going to get on turns with Merritt, and in fact, Ben Winrow is probably going to have a go at him by the end of the next straight. Up towards Rocket we go for the last time, and who's going to make the move? It's going to be Winrow, I think, who closes on Derry, but Bryant closing on the pair of them. Winrow goes to the right-hand side of the road, clears Giles Derry, who we know is good on the brakes, but not that good. There's no way through, and Bryant's going to go around the outside of him as well. So far from challenging for a podium, Giles Derry ends up falling right down to 6th position again.
Nick Bryant, do you know what? His thought process there looked marvellous to me. He was sitting back watching and then sort of made his move, worked out what was going to happen pretty much to a T. Could have been 2 places, but he realised it was only going to be the one. Sailed around the outside of Giles Derry, so position game for him. Super stuff.
Might still be able to gain one more place though. There's another big braking zone to come at the hairpin, so maybe there's still a chance for another position to be gained. Let's see, down into the hairpin we go. Steve Merritt I think is safe in 3rd, but yes, here comes Nick Bryant ducking and diving behind Winrow, who locks up, and that delays Bryant. Giles Derry could get both of them. No, Bryant with the switchback is going to get through into 4th position. Brilliant stuff. Winrow gets ahead of Derry as well. It all went wrong there at the hairpin slightly. Ben Winrow got his braking all wrong, and that nearly caused calamity. Jamie Elwood, though, completes the hat-trick and wins all 3 races in the Sigma 135s at Anglesey. 2nd for Hapgood, and Steve Merritt gets 3rd position, but all of the action really going on behind him on that final lap, with Bryant getting 4th, Winrow 5th, and Giles Derry 6th ahead of William Hapgood, Giles Dawson, Henry Morris, and Mark Soden. Really good that. They got the car fixed, and he got back out there into 10th position. a really, really solid effort that from Sodom, and 6th of the championship scoring drivers, interestingly. So he'll be really thanking the team, I'm sure, for fixing the damage, extensive damage, that he seemed to incur in that red flag incident in race 2.
Terrific reward, wasn't it, for him and the team to get him back out there and get some decent championship points. Our thanks to the Caterham Graduates Racing Club for putting on some great racing again this weekend. Look forward to catching up with them. As I can't remember I don't think I'll see them till the festival, but really looking forward to that overall meeting. We're trying to get 100 Formula Ford 1600s there this year. It's the 100th year at Brands Hatch.
Yes, of course.
So that's the magic number which we're kind of gunning for, trying to pull cars out of everywhere, even Scotland.
Oh, wow.
We were talking last week to the Scottish Formula Ford guys about, but there are cars up there, but they said the drivers probably wouldn't really constitute a competitive team for the World Cup part, which is a shame. But anyway, sorry, I'm getting off Caterham's as ever I do. Here's the result.
Jamie Elwood won't mind. He's probably in a very good mood after his 3rd win of the weekend. James Hapgood 2nd, and Steve Merritt 3rd, ahead of Nick Bryant and Ben Winrow. Then Giles Terry and William Hapgood, with Giles Hanson, Henry Morris and Mark Soden in the back end of the top 10. Thomas Gunter 11th, 12th John Vincent, 13th Simon Arnold, and Lee James came home in 14th position. Then Andrew Sagar and Louise Deason, Simon Martin, Michael Munns, Chris Griffith and Oscar McCall to complete the top 20. 21st Thomas Glyde, 22nd Norman Jeeves, 23rd Neville Sykes, then Stephen Trinder, Andrew Bergbaum, Simon Nicholas and Neil Perry in 27th place. 28th David Poulter, 29th Orlando Morris, Alan Bateman completes the top 30, Simon White 31st, and Dean Pollen the only one not to finish after his off at Church Corner. So another very exciting Caterham race. We've got a bit of a break now before the final 2 races. The ST240 Championship for Fiestas will be up next, and that will be at 3:25, so we've got just over an hour actually before that race gets underway, and then at 4 o'clock we'll have the 2-hour PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup race. They've had plenty of track time already, those cars, with a free practice session yesterday, qualifying earlier on this morning, and their 2-hour race will come at the very end of the day. It's a busy weekend with 15 races. Bear in mind, 3 of those races are 2 hours or longer, so we've crammed quite a lot into the 2 days here at Anglesey. It was a late finish last night, early start this morning, but very entertaining stuff, and I'm sure those final 2 races will keep us entertained till the very conclusion. So I believe we are ready to head downstairs then and hear from John Ratcliffe. He's with our Caterham podium finishers.
Hello everyone, welcome back down to Parc Fermé then. Our final Caterham race of the weekend, sadly. But don't be sad that it's over, be happy that it happened. Some great Caterham racing from Anglesey this weekend, and we shall see how the drivers feel from that one. Let's go over and have a chat with a few of them. All of our top 3 have headed on over. Now we're having some issues with the camera, so you guys are going to stay over there, and I'm going to try and grab some of the drivers as they all have a little debrief between each other as to how that race played out. Jamie, do you mind if I jump in, grab a quick chat? Yeah. Is that all right? That's fine. Well, 3 wins from 3, you must be pretty happy.
I can't complain about that, that's perfect. Yeah, I'll take that.
Exactly. Well, in that one, as a Caterham race goes, it looked pretty simple.
Yeah, it's not simple. The concentration is probably more than when you're battling with other people, because every single corner has to be just right. Otherwise, that second you built up can evaporate kind of like, one corner. So, yeah, full concentration for 20 minutes.
Very impressive. And as you say, you make that little mistake, they get back in the slipstream and suddenly they're back in with a shout.
Yeah, and then the game changes. It's all about defence.
Exactly. Well done. 3 wins from 3. You're going home a happy boy.
Definitely.
Well done, mate. Cheers, Jamie. Cheers, Jamie. Thank you very much. Spotted as well. We'll grab 3rd place, Steve, because you're here. Hello, Steve. The camera's over here. We're having some issues, but look over there. Say hello.
Hi, how you
well done. 3rd place. Yeah. Good effort.
Yeah, that was hard work. The car was working very well at the start, and then the tyres went off towards the end, so I was struggling to hold on at the end. And the guys coming up from behind were moving pretty quickly, and fortunately they were fighting over each other, so it helped slow them down a bit.
That's exactly what I was going to bring up, because you sort of just about broke clear of them as they then started battling. It seemed like a perfect situation for you.
Yeah, it worked out perfectly, because I'd have struggled to hang on to it if they had been on their own. So, yeah, it's been a good day. It's my first time at the track, so so I've been trying to learn it as well. and the guys behind, and guys all around. I mean, Jamie's been untouchable all weekend. So yeah, congrats to him. 3 wins, fantastic.
Well, there you go then. First time at the track, and you bagged yourself a podium. Well done.
Yeah, I'm very happy with that. I'm going home happy.
Good. Glad to hear it. Cheers. Thanks for chatting with me, mate. P3 there for Steve. Well done, Steve. Let's see if we can find Mr. Hapgood. Let's see if James is around here. James, come over here for me, please, sir. We've got a slight static camera, I'm afraid, so you have to come over to us.
Okay. Yeah.
How was that race from your perspective? Some good battling, and then you managed to break away a little bit.
Yeah. Well, we had a plan to work together, but we didn't really do it as efficiently as we wanted. Okay. So he got away. So in about 10 minutes, I might have caught up with him. But yeah, once the toes broke in here, it's very hard to get on the back of them. So
that's exactly what Jamie was saying. But he was saying he was trying to be metronomic with it to make sure he kept you out the toe. He just about managed to do so, but still P2. Happy with that?
Yeah, 3 podiums. So, can't complain. Everyone else is probably going to want that, but yeah, it's just one day I'll get the cap, the win. But yeah, oh well.
But like you say, with a massive field like this, look how many caterers are in here, and all 3 have been on the podium, so you should be pretty happy.
Yeah, I can't complain, can I?
Exactly. Well done, James. Thanks for chatting with me. There you go. Your top 3 then for the caterums. Sadly, we're done and dusted. 135's done. Of course, we already had the last race in the 150s. Caterum's done here from Anglesey for now, but of course, I'll be racing on through the rest of the season. Make sure you catch that. Plenty more racing action this afternoon, but I believe for now, we go to the church break. So a bit of quietness descends over Anglesey, but we'll be back soon for more racing action. We'll see you then.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Anglesey, where we are about to get racing back underway after the hours church break, as is tradition here at Anglesey on a Sunday afternoon. We are ready to get racing resumed. 2 more races to bring you here this afternoon. 1 sprint race and 1 longer endurance race, courtesy of the PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup. But before that, it is Fiesta time, and it is the ST240s set to take to the track, and should be one of the most exciting races of the weekend, because this is the race that features a partially reversed grid. Partially, though, not really the right word, because it's almost the entire grid that's been reversed. The top 10 reversal from the race 2 result means that our race winner, George Foxlow, starts 10th, and Marco Ritchie, who finished 10th in the earlier race, has pole position. He starts alongside James Pope on the front row. Brady Pollock's got a great opportunity to get a good result from 3rd, the AM winner earlier in the weekend, earlier in the day, in fact, with Gary Miller for company. Then Luke Moore and John Cooper, with Kasper Tomaszewski and Jack Sant on row 4. 5th row for the top 2 from the previous race, Alistair Kellett and George Foxlow. Then it's Harry Hayes and Simon Horrobin, with Graham Colfer and Sean Reynolds. They were the only 4 drivers not involved in the grid reversal. So, should be a really exciting race this, I suspect, with the ST240s, a championship that was led by Graham Colfer, actually, coming into the weekend, but he had a non-finish earlier on today, a mechanical issue, and he'd not necessarily been on the sort of pace that carried him to 3 race wins from the first 5 races. Graham Colfer, he won 2 races at Snetterton, won the first race at Silverstone last time out, and Alistair Kellett, only the 1 win before this weekend. He won yesterday. Before then, George Foxlow got his first win of the year and only his 2nd career win in the championship in race number 2 earlier on today. Richard John Neal alongside me, Andy McEwen, in the commentary box to go through what I think is going to be a pretty exciting race. Reverse grids are always exciting. We didn't need a reverse grid earlier on today for an exciting race. This one's got even more ingredients for plenty of action.
I would agree with that. I think we're in for a bit of a treat. I've been talking to some of the drivers down there to see how they feel. Most of them saying, as you and John have been mentioning in commentary about the circuit being very hard on tyre wear, and Graham Colfer was quite honest. He said he's been pushing too hard, he thinks. So maybe time for him to maybe be a little bit more gentle with his tyres if he hasn't sort of broken them already. It was a broken hub, by the way, for Graham in race number 2 that caused the problem. Do you know what, though? When you see younger drivers, they don't sulk, but you get the disappointment and everything. He's still enjoying his race, still got a smile on his face, laughing and joking down there, which is lovely to see, despite having, not the best weekend for the championship leader coming in, but enjoying it, which is what it's about. And I think, there's an advert for people wanting to come in to, decent saloon car racing. And Alistair Kellett was brilliant. You presumably saw Alistair in TCR?
Yes, at Croft, yeah.
A while ago, and he did a one-off, and he was saying, much as he enjoyed that, for him, this is...
Right.
You look at the money you spend, the value you get from it, and he loved it. He loved his TCR weekend, but he said this is such a great championship to come in. So if anyone's thinking about that and wanting to know where to go, BRSCC Fiestas, everyone that's in it says how good it is.
They're brilliant cars, aren't they? Proper little touring car style cars, and yes, we are very much looking forward to what they have in store for us for this 3rd race. They always do provide some good racing, and George Foxlow certainly provided some good racing in the earlier race, coming through from 3rd on the grid, I seem to recall, to grab the win at a place that's been a happy hunting ground for him in the past. The question now, I suppose, is what progress can he and Alistair Kellett and Jack Sant, who were the podium finishers earlier on today, what progress can they make from the back end of the top 10, and what can those at the front do? How important is track position going to prove to be? Because the likes of Marco Ritchie, James Pope, Gary Miller particularly, they're quick drivers, aren't they? And give them a track position advantage over the likes of Kellett and Foxlow. They could be tough to beat.
Brady Pollock's been carrying a problem with him over the weekend, so he's not overly confident in this one. Didn't get to talk to Gary Miller, although I did a really good natter with Gary yesterday. I would, if I was a betting man, from the front 3 rows, I'd go Gary Miller, but then I think probably most people would.
Yeah, I suspect so.
So fairly
most regular race winner out of that front-running group, but seemed to struggle in race 2, didn't he? So again, I said at the time it might be tyres, maybe he was carrying some other sort of issue, but Anglesee's that kind of track where certain drivers get on with this place, certain drivers don't, and there are drivers who can dominate at other circuits, and then they come to Anglesey and it's just completely alien to them. It's a very different driving style you require here. I was speaking to Craig Butterworth actually yesterday about this in between the two Fun Cup races, and he said he loves this place. Most drivers don't, because it's quite slow and you've got to be very technical, very smooth on the wheel.
And it's a long way.
Yes, it's a long way as well, yeah. I have had that conversation with drivers in the past too.
Which is a shame, because it's, every year, I moan about the Friday traffic. I have to work the rest of the week, have to drive up on a Friday, and Fridays traditionally M25, M6, M42, probably what, you're always going to get that problem. But once you're here, once I'm here, I forget that.
Absolutely. Yeah, and the last bit of the journey actually is the easiest, whereas when I have to travel down south, for example, it's exactly the opposite. The closer I get to the M25, the worse my day gets, typically. But not quite so much traffic on the road up here in North Wales. But no, some drivers really get on with this place, and clearly George Foxlow is one of those drivers.
He doesn't like it though.
No?
Both the interviews, as I said earlier on, I don't really like this place.
Oh, did he? Well, it likes him. It's the only place he's won in the ST240s, and he's done it twice now. So, but that's interesting. And sometimes, though, drivers, even if they don't enjoy the track, it still seems to suit them, doesn't it? Clearly, that's the case for George.
Yeah, had a good weekend, hasn't he, actually, George? Got banged some points in. Lovely that we've had 2 different winners so far as well. Possibility of a third. Lots of work for Graham Colfer to do. Graham didn't seem overly confident about coming through from the very back in this one after his breakage. He did tell me that the Irish guys, all very close-knit community, travel over together, all under the same awning. And have a good time, I think, under there. But he was saying that whatever round they go to, Alistair always sends him his onboard, so he can see what Alistair. So Alistair will send him the onboard video of his lap record, for example, and then Graham will look at that and say, "Yeah, it's all well and good, but what are you doing?"
That's not quite. It's almost helpful, that, isn't it? But you need that guidance, you need that coaching sometimes, don't you? To understand exactly where the lap time is coming from. So we're still waiting for the cars to be released from the assembly area. This race was supposed to get underway a minute ago.
I think they were waiting for a car to come into the holding area when I came up. Charlie from the BRSCC was busy chasing to get cars onto the grid. Few good things to learn this weekend. Again, it's my first Fiesta meeting of the year, and you follow it, but it's not the same as being in the paddock and getting the stories from the juniors and the other drivers as well. I didn't realise, for example, before that Brady Pollock is here as a result of the Jam Sport scholarship.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So great that Jamie Going and the Jam Sport team giving him that opportunity to come in. He's done well, with that class win in the previous race. So whether they're going to do a Jam Sport scholarship again this year, I expect they will. A lot of work goes into. I don't know if you ever followed it. I'm not on social media at the moment, but when I was following it, it was like 3 or 4 different stages to the event, and they really put the drivers through their paces. Lots of coaching, lots of sim work, media stuff, which I'm not involved in that scholarship, and that's not a hint of saying I want to. They do a fantastic job on their own with it, but really cover a lot of bases in the Jam Sport scholarship. And the fact that you get so many numbers in it proves it's a decent event. If you want to go. I don't know what they're doing. Mini racing next year, I guess. Again, the scholarship at the moment was predominantly for minis, but Brady Pollock coming in from City Car Cup.
Yes,
of course, and was with Student Challenge.
Yes, he was.
Is that the correct title? I got told off because I called it something wrong.
Yes, it's the
Student Challenge,
or is it just Student Motorsport now? They dropped a word. Student Motorsport. I'm right. That hardly ever happens.
Challenge is the word we're not allowed to mention because we get sued.
Yes.
All right.
I'm glad you didn't mention it, Richard. Well done on not mentioning it.
I didn't mention it as 3 words, so I think I escaped that one.
I think we got away with it.
John Paul Latham will be on the phone on the way home for 3 hours. That would kill half the journey, actually, wouldn't it?
Yeah, there we go. Not necessarily a bad thing. Yes. So he was. Was he a race winner in?
John Paul Latham? He's never won anything in his life. Is he?
Brady Pollock, on the other hand, I think
Brady was.
He certainly won the Student Motorsport part of the races, and I think maybe won some overall races in the City Car Cup, potentially in his blue Toyota Aygo. This is a little bit more powerful. This is a different beast, isn't it? The ST240, full slick tyres, and an awful lot more power, bigger, heavier, faster. Front wheel drive, that's the only similarity, I suppose, as the Marshalls relax trackside and await the arrival of Ford Fiestas onto the grid. What a beautiful afternoon we're being treated to, though. The clouds have drifted away now as one of our camera operators is having fun over at Church Corner. We are enjoying the view of the Welsh mountains off in the distance. And what a beautiful afternoon we've been treated to. Clouds parting, blue skies overhead. Just as yesterday, actually, the weather got better as the day went on yesterday too. And it's the warmest, I think, now that it's been all weekend long. And we are very, very blessed to have this weather. Not always like this when we come to Anglesey, but we enjoy the sunny afternoons when we can.
Do you want a Fiesta quiz?
Well, go on.
I can only be cocky because I got the answers.
Oh, okay, right. It's not one you prepared earlier.
What year did it start in its current format? And I don't mean in terms of the Mark 7.
In its current format?
Yeah. As a BRSCC championship.
As a BRSCC championship. 2005?
Any others? I'm looking at Kieran now, just dragging him into it. 2011, John Ratcliffe. No answer. 1997.
Was it that long ago?
It's got that much history, yeah. And it actually came in as it was the official Ford championship before it was BRSC, the official Ford Fiesta championship of the Toka package.
Yes, that's right.
I don't know if it was known as Toka then, but the touring car package.
Yes, some good driving. People like Gordon Shedden, Colin Turkington came through that, didn't they? I seem to recall back
Gillian Shedden was in it as well.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. First BRSCC champion was Mike Gorton in '97 from Brian Taylor. Jason Hughes, touring car driver, actually won it as well. And we've still got, not here this weekend, David Nye, who was 2009 champion. So a lot of drivers have kind of stayed with it over the years. So who was let's have a look. Who was the first Class D champion?
Can you give me a year?
Yeah, 2013.
Oh, I would have commentated on that season.
Were you commentating
I
then?
would have done a couple of rounds, yes. Class D.
Which is now what we got the Mark 7s.
I can't remember. I'll know when you say the name. I'm sure I will.
John wasn't even born, so Kieran probably wasn't even born. Okay, a guy called David Abbott, which if you look into the history of it, was a multi-race winner. He was followed by Ed Cockhill and then David Nye the following year, and Alistair Kellett won the Class D in 2016. That's how much winning Alistair Kellett has done.
Wow.
Over in Ireland. Should we do one more question?
Go on.
Right, what should we have a look at? Who was the... Oh, no, we can't say that. Had that answer already. Which team owner was a double Class D champion?
It has to be Jamie Going, I presume. No? Oh, no, maybe not Class D. I'll go Jamie Going, but you're going to tell me that wasn't Class D.
I'll give you half a point for Jamie. It was Jamie White.
Jamie White.
Yeah, there we go.
Was, yes. Jamie Going was it Class C then, which was for the old 150s maybe that he was a champion. I haven't got that bit of information.
I don't think he was a champion.
Oh, was he not a champion?
No,
race winner, certainly.
He definitely won races in it, but hadn't won championships.
Well, what do I know? I think I've just resigned.
I only know because I've got it in the manual. So that concludes this round of Beat the Manual. So
thank you. I'll tell you,
it's there.
Next event we're together, I'll come with a Fun Cup quiz and see how you fare.
That sounds like great fun, actually.
Yes, okay. Tune in next time.
I better brush up there next time. Jamie did concede, by the way, yesterday. For those of you who only joined us today, we were talking about previous results of Fun Cup, and Jamie was adamant that they were on TSL back to 2003, and there is a page, but the results aren't there. It just lists the formula, and he did concede that this morning.
Oh, did he?
So as he didn't sort of own up to us on air, I thought, well, I'll do that for him now.
Thank you. I'm sure he'll appreciate that.
He said, but 2003 is there, but 2002 isn't. But
yes,
there you go.
I did find that when I went back to look at my stats a year or so ago. So as we continue to enjoy some of the sights around the Anglesey circuit, for reasons that I don't know, we don't yet have cars being released from the assembly area. We do have marshals on the grid though, which is a good sign. Means we'll have some racing to talk about, thank goodness, in the next minute or two. As I think engines are now being fired and cars will be sent out onto the grid right on cue, led by the red number 15 of Marco Ricci, as the marshals are feeding the local wildlife. The seagulls swooping in to enjoy the last of the cheese and ham sandwiches unwanted by the marshals out on circuit. Spare a thought for the marshals. It's a heck of a long weekend, this, for the marshals. Yesterday they were on post from 9 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night. They didn't get much of a break, really, and then back at it again from 9:30 this morning. So once again, huge shout out to the marshals who have kept the event ticking over despite a few incidents over the course of the last couple of days. And they've dealt with them all as professionally as they always do. So big thank you to the marshals. Hopefully they can have a nice quiet afternoon through these final 2 races. So Fiesta's on the grid then, Richard. You're going with Gary Miller. I think I'd be hard pressed to go against Gary Miller in this one. What progress will Kellett and Foxlow make from row 5 though? That perhaps is the more pressing question.
Yeah, you know, we can't discount Jack Sant. You can't discount Kasper Tomilewski.
Yeah. He was strong, wasn't he?
You know, they're going to make progress from there. Equally, you know, Luke War's worth a podium on his day as well.
Yeah.
Loads of experience with Luke War. We were saying, I don't know if I've mentioned this to you before, but this is the first formula he's been in for more than 2 years.
Oh, really?
Because he was in Clio Cup, and then they did away with Clio Cup, and then he bought a Ginetta. Oh, but I know, I'll get a Ginetta. And they did away with those after 2 years.
So this is the last year of the Fiesta ST240 Championship, is it?
Don't tell him.
I did notice he's got brand new front tyres on his car, actually sticker tyres as they are referred to. So he's saved a set for this final race.
He was talking about we were talking about the Super Sport race when we were down in the holding area about 10 minutes ago, and he was saying, do you think I can still get an entry for it? And I said, well, you might be able to. I said, but do you really want to? He said, nah. I think he's driven out. He's had 3 races this weekend, which is
fair enough.
I think he'd like to, but
yeah,
a bit much.
It's quite physically demanding, this place, because you've really got to wrestle the car through the corners, a front-wheel drive car especially. So it is quite physically demanding. Lots of big braking zones where you're getting thrown around in the car. Some elevation change through the second half of the lap. So I can imagine he's pretty worn out by the end of 3 20-minute races. The third of those about to start in a few minutes, with the cars winding their way around the circuit. On this green flag lap in the warmest conditions probably that the Fiesta drivers have had all weekend.
They'll be looking forward to it for sure, and they get finished at a reasonable time, don't they, as well, which is quite good. So it's Marco Ricci. I think Marco's London based. Can't remember where James Pope is. I know he lives near an old mate of mine who moved from Crawley, but I can't remember where it is. Brady Pollock is Lincolnshire.
Yes, that rings a bell. Rings a bell, yeah. I think Cadwell was his local circuit,
track.
I seem to recall.
Gary Miller, obviously one of the Irish lads coming over. Luke War is in, I think, Suffolk. John Cooper, I can't remember.
Can't remember.
I think John Cooper's the most experienced driver in the whole field going back. I did have an up-to-date spreadsheet, much like your Fun Cup spreadsheet, of all the Fiesta drivers' points and everything else. And I think David and I had the most starts, but I'm pretty sure John Cooper's getting near that, if not.
Simon Horrobin must be up there somewhere as well.
Lord Horrobin.
For a long
Have you
time.
seen that on the side of his car? Lord Horrobin is known as in the
right, that's an unofficial title.
You know, and again, like John Cooper, so many potential race winners in here, because you wouldn't discount. You know, Marco could get a run. You wouldn't discount James. You definitely wouldn't discount Brady or Gary. Luke War could do it. John Cooper has won races before. Kasper will be up for a win. Jack Sant could win. Sean I actually could say here, Harry Hayes has had podiums as well. Probably the whole field. It would be a nice surprise if some of them got it, but they're all capable.
Absolutely.
And there aren't too many championships where you can say that.
No, and this is where a reversed grid is great, because you give drivers track position. That's so key in a one-make series, isn't it? They might be quick, but if they don't qualify well because maybe they got the setup wrong, didn't hook a lap together, whatever, it's very difficult to fight your way through from 8th on the grid to contend for a win. Whereas if you are now starting on the front row of the grid, you get a chance to show what pace you've got in clean air. So it's a great opportunity for drivers to steal a good result at the end of the weekend, but maybe steal isn't the right word. They've all got the potential to do it if they're given the track position. So yeah, Marco and James in particular are going to be well up for this fight, aren't they?
Marco's one of the most resilient drivers on the grid. You know, he's had a few setbacks when I've been at meetings, but he always bounces back from it. Literally, sometimes.
Had a big crash at Snetterton.
Snetterton was the one,
years ago, didn't he?
Yeah, who was the youngster? I think the same meeting. There was one of the juniors did the. Trying to think of it. Green and white car.
I can't remember the name.
Oh,
I can picture the car.
Esther will know.
Yes.
But bless him, the same lad went out in junior rallycross and did exactly the same, which was really hard lines.
Yeah, that's a shame.
It was the guy with the timber company on the side. It will come back to me.
Yeah.
Simon Hill bigged him up.
Oh, really?
That was Simon's fault. Blame Simon Hill. I expect Simon's at Le Mans this weekend.
Quite possibly so, yes. Right, here we go then. Red lights on, the final sprint race of the weekend about to get underway, and the lights go out now. Off we go then for the Fiesta ST240s, and Gary Miller's had a good start from the inside of row number 2. Tried to find a gap in the middle of the front row starters, but couldn't get through. And sideways moment. Brady Pollock, a huge save, and that will stack the field together. Simon Horriman tapped into a spin. Off goes, I think, Sean Reynolds, and Horriman back into the track. Thank goodness is avoided by everybody else. That could have been huge, and that was a fairly chaotic run through the first quarter, all triggered by that huge slide for Brady Pollock, which he saved, but it caused calamity behind him. There's more cars on the grass. John Cooper bouncing down the grass out of the right-hander at Church. You can tell it's a reverse grid race, can't you?
Gary Miller coming through and vying for the lead here. Is he going to be able to get it and get the better of James Pope? He does. No. But he's going to run very, very wide. Track limits, track limits.
I think that's the last thing on the driver's mind right now. More of them off the track than on the track, I think, that time through Rocket Corner. They're all still going, Richard. I'm not entirely sure how, but they're all still there. And it is going to be James Pope then, the man who started on the outside of row 1, who led into turn 1. It was a poor start for Marco Ricci. There is the 15 car, dicing away with Alistair Kellett, who launches to the inside but can't get through at the top of the corkscrew. It's a very jumbled order then as they make their way onto the international loop for the first time. And now Gary Miller has another go at getting past James Pope.
Is it going to be Miller time here? He's taken a nice wide line in. He'll try and maybe get the cut back on the exit, which will leave him on the outside. We've got George Foxlow running well. It was a very quick start. I was keeping an eye on Alistair Kellett. He was very quick off the start. I think managed to maybe get past 2 cars. Could be key for a podium by the end, if not the win. You've got to say he's got a lot of work to do.
Oh, mistake for Pope. He runs wide out of the final corner. Gary Miller this time I think will go through on the way into turn 1 and clears the 47 car before they turn into the corner. So Gary Miller to the front of the field. The car on the grass I think further back, getting John Ratcliffe all excited. That was George Foxler I think going around the outside of Marco Ricci into the first turn. So Miller leads, Pope second, Graham Colfer going well. Graham Colfer 13th on the grid to 3rd in a lap. That's not
sorted
bad
himself
going.
out. It's because I had a chat with him before.
That's what did it, Richard. Yeah. He wasn't confident, you were telling me. Well, I think he might be feeling a bit better about his chances now.
Yeah, he said he was being too hard on his tyres. Well, he certainly has been hard on the tyres in his opening stage. Maybe he's just adapted something or changed the setup, but great to see. You know, the mettle of the championship. You don't want to see everyone have a totally bad weekend.
Oh, George Foxlow bounces off the side of Kasper Tomaszewski. Wide goes John Cooper. Jack Sant now tries to take advantage, but Foxlow needs to go. He wants to stay with Kellett, doesn't he? Because in the first half of this morning's race, he was quicker than Kellett. He was able to catch Kellett and get past him, so he won't want to allow the reigning champion to get too far away. Cooper now leans on Tomaszewski's car, which has already sustained some damage, and there's more damage because Cooper bounces off the side of Tomaszewski into Jack Sant, and that might have damaged the steering on Cooper's car, who was just sort of trapped in the middle. I don't think either car to his left or right knew that the other one was there, and that could have been a lot worse.
It could well have been. So Gary Miller out front now, and yeah, this is probably what Gary would have wanted. Is that Sant's car with a bit hanging off?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it, for the side to side that we saw earlier on. Luke Ward down in 10th from 5th. Wasn't confident about this one. He loves driving the track, but not been happy with his own racing over the course of the weekend so far. So it's all about just bagging a few points if he can do it. What's Colfer doing now to Pope? 1.1, 1.7, so 0.6 of a second down. He's going to try and close in and get second place. And Kellett now has got a clear view of his countryman immediately ahead of him.
Yes, because he just drove around the outside of Brady Pollock into turn 1, so that is Kellett up into 4th position. But Graham Colfer's going pretty well. His pace looks reasonably strong at this stage, and I reckon he's catching James Pope. Yes, 1/4 of a second quicker than James last time by, so 2nd to 3rd is getting an awful lot closer. In fact, he might even have a go here. Graham Colfer for 2nd place into Rocket. No, not quite close enough, but the move I think is coming, isn't it? Especially if Pope runs wide like that, which he does, and that might give Colfer a chance to get the switch back. Takes the wide line into the second part of Rocket, looks for the late exit, but no, couldn't quite get to the inside of James. The longer James defends, the further ahead, of course, race leader Gary Miller will get.
Yep, Gary Miller trying to get away out front. Colfer wants to just have a nibble away, get into P2 and start the chase of the race leader. Alistair Kellett, meanwhile, still in 4th position down behind them.
Here we get a shot of our race leader just heading out of shot, side by side for second. Is it complete? It is.
Yeah, good stuff. Get better exit that, wasn't it, from Colfer?
Yeah.
Although he's outbraked himself at the hairpin, and James Pope comes right back at him. So James is not going to look that gift horse in the mouth, and does indeed reclaim second position. So Colfer had it done, and then got the braking all wrong at the hairpin.
Fair play, James Pope. Could have just waved a little flag, could have rolled over and had his tummy tickled, but he's carried on with it. And, making it hard work. Good news for Gary Miller, not so good for Graham Colfer. Probably good news for Alistair Kellett, but Kellett has got Brady Pollock coming back at him as well. Pollock on the outside, the left of shot as we look at them. Kellett's got the inside run, though, into turn one. Didn't bargain for this fight, I don't think, Alistair Kellett. And look at Pollock. Despite having his intermittent problems, still running really well here, and this is a good benchmark for him against the multi-champion.
Yeah, absolutely, although he has now opened the door for George Foxlow to get to the inside. I think George will complete that pass into Church. This brings Foxlow a lot closer now to Alistair Kellett if he can make the move stick, which he does, just about on the exit of the corner. Do we know what the issue is for Brady Pollock?
Yeah, just some electrical issue, I think. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's really frustrating because that's so hard to diagnose, isn't it? An electrical problem could be anything really on a modern day car, as just about Foxlow keeps within track limits and sets back off after his race 2 sparring partner Alistair Kellett.
Jack Sant trying to keep tails on him as well. The foxtail, I suppose you probably could say. He's trying to keep up with him. Then we've got Kasper Tomaszewski not that far away. Really good quality field. There is the look at Jack Sant. First podium for him in that previous race. Oh, he had a podium last time out, but the first time I've done him, had an interview with him on the podium. Had a podium at Silverstone Grand Prix. So he's probably wondering why I said first podium earlier on, but yeah, he has had one before. And Silverstone GP, great track to be able to bag one, I should imagine.
Yeah, absolutely.
Imagine going with your mates down the pit. Yeah, got a podium Silverstone Grand Prix.
Yes, that's it still means something, doesn't it, drivers?
It does, yeah.
At Silverstone. It's nice to see the home of British motor racing and, oh my word, the home of Welsh motor racing, I suppose. Anglesey providing some good action here with the ST240s. Both James Pope and Graham Colfer got the final corner a little bit wrong there and ran wide over the exit curb. But James Pope hanging on to second place nicely, and the longer he does this, the better this will suit the 3 drivers behind. Alistair Kellett, George Foxlow and now Jack Sant are all running absolutely nose to tail and closing on the cars ahead. Sant is not being scored, I noticed, because he's had a dodgy transponder all weekend.
Yeah, John mentioned that they were manually timing, so he did tell me. I forgot to pass that on.
Yep. Well, he's not being scored on the timing screen anymore, so yeah, they are not manually reinstating him into the timing screen, at least. Whether that means he'll show on the results, I don't know. Here, though, Richard, comes Kasper Tomaszewski.
Yep, Kasper down the inside, lovely move there. How much wider is he going to run? The answer is not that much farther, and Brady Pollock still giving him a run as well. Brady's still very much learning his way in this. Remember, he hasn't got the junior Fiesta experience of Tomaszewski. So coming into this from City Car Cup, it is a big step up, and the drivers have to adapt. But he's done very well. Tomaszewski doing well too, going around the outside. So hopefully we'll get that place up into P7. Floppy markers going for it as well. Luke Waugh still running in 9th place as Gary Miller still continues to lead. Kellett now closing up on James Pope. So it's Graham Colfer now in 2nd position. Kellett looking after. We're going to have an Irish 1-2-3 here.
Could be on the cards, couldn't it? I think it's about to happen, maybe into the last corner, although Kellett's on the outside here. This is not an ideal place to be. Does this open the door for Foxlow? No, he's not close enough. And on the exit of the turn, the outside becomes the inside, and Alistair Kellett, I think, will drag past James Pope on the run into turn 1. Indeed, he does. So Kellett then to 3rd now, as they slide their way through the first corner. And Graham Colfer will be next on the hit list for Alistair Kellett, and at least temporarily he's put a car between himself and George Foxlow, which he'll be grateful for. They power their way down towards Church Corner. Brady Pollock, by the way, still leads in the AM category, so he might have fallen down the overall order, but he's still leading the AMs. Luke Waugh is about 3 seconds behind him, and it's another 2.2 seconds back to Harry Hayes. So for the AM class at least, Brady Pollock still looks good.
He does, looking for a second AM class win of the weekend. Luke Waugh taking the win in the first race. Maggie Webster is autograss racing. There could have been plenty of grass for her to have a go on here this weekend.
Oh, speaking of.
Yep. Oh dear, that's a shame.
Foxlow did have a go there. Well, he got past James Pope, but that's because he'd missed his braking point by quite a long way. And
I told you I don't like
Don't like Anglesey.
I'm beginning to believe him now. It is a tricky breaking point, that, isn't it, up into Rocket? So many drivers have got that wrong over the course of the weekend. Jack Sant, though, benefits from that, and he's now having a real go at James Pope, who he taps into a half spin. So James Pope will lose a few positions as a result of that, and that was off the nose of Jack Sant, who has gained 2 positions on this lap, but that position gained was a little bit rough.
Form an orderly queue at the clerk's office.
Yep, I think it'll be busy downstairs after this race. James Pope will certainly have an opinion on that.
Shame for James, because he stood up really well off the front in these early stages, particularly when he had Alistair snapping all over him. So yeah, really good job from him at that point. But it's weird, I still can't get used to not seeing Jack Sant on the timing screen, but yeah, as we say, he's not in the system. Transponder not working.
Yeah.
And we should be doing manual lap charts up here. Have you ever done a manual lap chart?
Not whilst commentating, no.
Peter Shearer was doing one yesterday, wasn't he, up here in the Fun Cup?
Yes,
which is remarkable. Yeah, anyway, so he's nice things to do. I think everyone should train and do some of those.
Oh, when I was a kid, watching racing at Alton Park trackside, I would back when they used to have lap charts in the programmes. When we used to have programmes.
Nice.
That was that's the way I learnt. And back when I first started commentating, my mum used to come along with me and be my lap chart
bless.
in the early days. Before every commentary box had a timing screen. So it's definitely a useful tool for following the story of a race.
Colfer and Kellett are pretty much together now, so a Colfer and Kellett clash perhaps imminent. Miller still out front, 5 seconds clear. It's probably not going to go away, is it? The Miller lead from Colfer and Kellett. You'd say that Kellett maybe has had the pace, well, definitely had the pace over the course of the weekend so far. You'd expect him to get past, but Graham is not going to make it easy for him. And they want to have a battle and a saga to talk about on the way back on the ferry.
Yes, I think you're probably right. And every corner really now that Kellett spends behind Colfer is lessening his chance of catching Gary Miller, who's not going to be an easy man to catch anyway. So Gary Miller will be feeling pretty confident, I think, at this stage with 8 minutes of the race to go. Graham Colfer and Alistair Kellett scrapping over second position, and George Foxlow a little distant now in third. This is sort of the time of the race where George, in the previous 2 races, has started to fade a little bit, maybe through tyre wear. We'll see whether they've in fact, no, sorry, it's not Foxlow, is it? It's Jack Sant, Foxlow had his dramas earlier on, so he's the next of the blue and yellow cars. They head back down towards the banking. Brady Pollock also benefited from the James Pope moment, so he's back into the top 6 overall now, and that puts a car between himself and the second place car in the AM class, Luke Waugh.
Henry House threatening to come back out in this next year as a guest, maybe do the odd round, but I'm sure he'd much rather be doing the sort of moving on and doing minis, but maybe he was angling for a mention maybe on the commentary. Very possibly. He sobered up now as well, which is good.
Good stuff. So into Rocket comes Colfer. Just misses the apex, but Alistair Kellett hasn't found a way through immediately, has he? And this is much more like it for Graham Colfer, who ironically is not a driver who's benefited from track position in this race courtesy of the reverse grid. It's hard to believe he started 13th and he's up into second position now. Graham Colfer absolutely flying, but can he keep Kellett behind? This could be significant for the championship, given Colfer was the points leader coming into this weekend.
Yeah, every point could well count here. What's the last round of this? Is it last Fun Cup? Alton Park, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is, isn't it? Yeah.
Which will only be a double header rather than a triple, so you won't finish the championship on a reverse grid race, which is probably sound.
Yes.
Wouldn't really want to be doing it on that. Miller 5.3, the gap being maintained by Gary Miller, certainly one of this year's fancied championship runners, Gary Miller. In fact, you'd say that all 3 of the Irish lads are going to be in with a good shout with it. George Foxlow still in with a pretty good shout as well. Tom Olewski, Jack Sant all scoring heavily over the early rounds of this championship as well. Kellett is not close enough to Colfer, is he, at the moment? Graham Colfer's seen him off for now.
Yeah, Colfer's stopped the charge, hasn't he, a little bit from Alistair Kellett, and if you can do that, just if the car behind you starts catching you quite quickly, but you can keep them behind for a couple of laps, they get stuck running at your pace, then it robs them of their momentum and rhythm, and it is bringing Jack Sant into that battle now as well. So those 3 cars getting closer and closer together. Kellett's had a decent run out of Church Corner this time, took us into the slipstream heading up the hill. But is he going to be close enough to have a go into the braking zone at Rocket? I'm not convinced he is. Closes under braking, really closes under braking. Has he made the corner? sort of, a little bit wide, but he's going to be getting a bit frustrated here, Alistair Kellett, especially with Jack Sant now looming larger in his mirrors.
He will, yeah, he'll feel the pressure, won't he, very soon. So Colfer's still there, Gary Miller out front. Kellett's managed to close up once again. For us, makes it all the more entertaining, doesn't it, bringing a third car into the mixture. How much further down is George Foxlow? Let's have a look. George is after his moment, not that far behind, but not close enough to close in with 4 minutes to go.
No, probably not, unless something dramatic happens, which has been known. So very much a three-way fight now for the lower podium positions, with Foxlow, with Sant, who keeps catching me out. It doesn't help that Sant's car is largely the same colour as George Foxlow's as well, but isn't appearing on the timing tower. The main distinction between the two is that Sant's car is the one with the side skirt hanging loose after contact earlier on. Surprised that's not fallen off altogether, actually, but it's hanging on. He comes across the timing line then with 4 and a bit minutes to go, and now Kellett having to watch his mirrors a little bit more than he'd like to. It's taking a bit of the pressure off Colfer.
Yeah, Kellett looking at his old car in his mirrors, so we'll see what Jack can do. Really good product of the Junior Championship, Jack Sant. Sensible move for him coming up into the juniors. I think this year, we were talking at the scholarship this year, we get a lot of 16-year-olds coming into the scholarship, and for those that don't win, it's very well worth them looking at going into senior championships, be it Classic Formula Ford, be it the City Car Cup, C1s, or indeed senior Fiesta racing.
Yeah, definitely so. And there are people who've been doing senior Fiesta racing for a long time, but the youngsters come in and often are a thorn in their side, aren't they? George Foxlow, for example, who came up through the junior ranks as well.
I've not really mentioned the Masters class winners, certainly didn't on the podium, and I apologise for not doing that, but of course Alistair Kellett, by taking overall wins, is winning Masters category as well, and we tend to overlook that, but it is great that you've got a championship, you know, very well run by BRSCC, where older drivers can still win, including 150s last week. Did Mike Blackburn get an overall win again?
Yes, I believe he did. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they were good races as well.
Yeah.
Donington, the ST150s always are, and that's where the ST240s head next as well. Donington Park, I think that is part of the Fun Cup event. That's their next event, so we'll get to see these cars on the Donington Park circuit, which is really well suited to one-mate racing, Donington. So excited for that weekend. That's going to be very, very entertaining. Oh, Jack Sant's gone straight on. What on earth has happened to Jack Sant at the final corner? But there he is. Look, he's always made the barrier. But that all looked very, very odd, Richard. I just caught it out of the corner of my eye.
Was it a repeat of, like, was it James Pope yesterday? Was it a brake
with the brake
problem?
Issues? Yeah, I wouldn't.
Didn't look the same though, did it? To be fair.
Well, it was just an odd place for the car to end up. I hope he hasn't got brake problems, because he's about to head into another big braking zone at the banking at turn 2. But well, that takes him well and truly out of the fight for a podium now.
I'd say he's dropped off the timing tower, but he wasn't on there anyway. So.
Yeah, you can't drop down the timing tower if you weren't on it in the first place, can you? But is he still going? Yeah, he's still going.
It's definitely going to be Irish 1, 2, 3, isn't it?
Now, I would say that's a near certainty, yes, because it's 4 seconds nearly back to George Foxlow in 4th. So unless Graham Colfer and Alistair Kellett tangle, that's unlikely to change. What on earth happened to Jack Sant? Maybe he just got a wheel on the dirt coming into the final corner. That is possible. He was quite cautious under braking there. There wasn't he into rocket. So James Pope and Harry Hayes, who is second in the AM class, close in on him. And Jack's got a bit of defending to do now to hang on to 7th position.
He has. We'll see whether he can hold on. 1 minute 31 on the clock. So last couple of laps for these drivers for their respective long or shortest trip home. Gary Miller say 20 minutes the other side of the sea for him, so not too bad to be able to get home. Gary was saying he's an engineer by trade, struggling to get young people involved in apprenticeships. If you're in watching this on the Irish that side of the Irish scene, looking for an apprenticeship, go and talk to Gary. He'd be very keen to get youngster involved in engineering. Cross the line he goes,
and on to his final lap.
Yeah,
20 minutes or 19 minutes anyway have gone by very quickly. There's an awful rattling noise coming from Jack Sant's car. It's the front splitter, isn't it? That's now it really is falling apart. That car had a tough day as Jack Sant's number 86 machine, which rattles its way down into turn 1. Harry Hayes here having a go at James Pope. This for 7th position. Pope will be a bit disappointed, I think, to only be battling for 7th at this stage, having run up in the podium places earlier on. But that little tangle with Jack Sant, ironically, has sent him plummeting down the order. But that maybe is the only position now that's likely to change, because we've got 1.5 seconds between Graham Colfer and Alistair Kellett now, so I'm not convinced that's going to change on the final half a lap. And Gary Miller still 4.4 seconds out in front in the lead.
This is Gary's first win of the year. I was just thinking, I can't recall that he hasn't taken one so far this year.
I think you're right.
It's been a long time coming, but very well deserved. He, a surprise that he hasn't had one so far, but very much on the way, unless the curse of the commentator bites on the last lap. As you watch Harry Hayes getting stuck in as well. He's a character as well, Harry Hayes. We need some more Harry Hayes podium interviews at some point, because he's a good lad.
Yeah, second at the moment, so on course for a podium in the AM class. Still a couple of seconds ahead of Luke Waugh. Here, though, is Gary Miller. Picks up a bit of understeer through the hairpin, but he is well on his way now, too, as Richard quite rightly points out. A first victory of the season. The time ticks to 0. And Gary Miller brings the number 42 car out of the final corner and wins the third AirTech Motorsport Fiesta ST240 Championship race of the weekend. Second place will go the way of Graham Colfer. Valuable championship points after what's been a trying weekend for him. And Alistair Kellett third. So just the one win this weekend, but the Alistair Kellett way is always to just sort of consistently pick up the points where possible. And that's what he continues to do in 2026. Bit of a run to the line here between James Pope and the 26 machine of Harry Hayes. And it will be Pope that hangs on to 7th place. Harry Hayes in 8th, Brady Pollock the AM class winner. But Gary Miller takes the overall win, and he'll be very, very pleased with that.
Apparently Colin Turkington drove Alistair Kellett's car on Friday.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, had a little test. Very impressed, apparently.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Colin would... who, as I say, did come through Fiesta Racing, didn't he, all those years ago?
Yes, that's right,
in the late 90s.
Yes, I forgot about
before stepping into the big leagues. With
I'm guessing a little bit of paternal interest as well, because the possibility is that, obviously, it's a different car to a junior, but interesting for him to understand the tracks and maybe give his son a bit of advice. Certainly did well, young Turkington, in qualifying. But here's the result.
Indeed so. Gary Miller the winner, Graham Colfer second, and Alistair Kellett joins them on the podium and wins the Masters category. George Foxlow fourth ahead of Kasper Tomilewski. Brady Pollock was the AM winner in 6th, James Pope 7th, Harry Hayes 8th, Luke Waugh 9th and Sean Reynolds 10th. But in amongst them somewhere is Jack Sant, who wasn't being timed in that race because of his dodgy transponder. Marco Ritchie was next ahead of Simon Horobin, and John Cooper retired to the pit lane, unfortunately. So just the 12 cars getting to the checkered flag in the end. In that one, it was a fairly bruising start to the race, but once it settled down, some good battles and a great win that for Gary Miller. And he certainly can't be counted out of the championship battle either. Remember, like pretty much all BRSCC championships, there are dropped scores to be taken into account later on in the season, and when they are calculated, I'm sure Gary will be right up there.
You'll be all over the maths, won't you, at Alton Park? I won't be there, unfortunately, but...
Oh, you're not doing that one? No, that's...
sadly not.
Yeah, that's always going to be interesting, isn't it, when you've got drop scores. Sometimes you can't drop the last round, and I forget whether that applies to all BRSCC championships.
Oh, yes, that's a good idea.
Yeah, it's very complicated. Otherwise, you end up with someone...
Just have Esther on speed dial, she'll sort you out.
Well, it might come to that. I'm not sure she'll thank me for that, but yeah, it does get complicated. There is a necessity for drop scores in club racing, I realise, but it does complicate matters slightly, doesn't it? Where weirdly having a non-finish somewhere can actually benefit you, because then you're dropping fewer points than everywhere. It all gets a bit complicated. But anyway, most championship contenders attend every round these days, and it largely comes down to reliability and consistency over the course of the year. But yeah, Alton Park finale for the Fords. Going to be strange not having them at the festival this year. Traditionally, we have either Mazdas or Fords at the festival, don't we? But it's, as we said, Caterhams that are joining us for the Formula Ford Festival finale in October later this year. So we are ready to go, I think, down in Parc Fermé. John Ratcliffe catching up then with our final Fiesta podium interviews of the weekend.
3, 2, 1.
I think communication down to Parc Fermé has broken down again. We've had all sorts of signal issues and trying to chat to them. We'll try and hook up with them. They're definitely there, but it's just giving them the cue and making sure that they've got the opportunity to talk to the drivers. We're going to give it another go, so let's pop down again to Parc Fermé with Sam Whiskers and John.
Hello everyone, welcome back down to Park Ferme. Then I'm all the way over here. Hello. I'm afraid, again, issues with the camera, so you're going to have to stay over there, but I'm going to go and try and find some drivers. First person I'm going to grab is Mr. Gary Miller. Gary, we're on the long cam today, so if you look all the way over there, we're there.
Go over if you want.
We could go over there if you want, Gary.
Yeah.
Gary, a very impressive race, that one, of course, starting a bit further up than some of the other challengers that are now on the podium, but still a very impressive performance, getting through to the lead, and then you never really look back.
No, I'm delighted with that, yeah. No, the first win this year has been a long time coming, unfortunately, so yeah, a bit unlucky. The car just seemed to disappear in race 2. I had no car at all in race 2 to go forward, and then I don't know, just changed the tyres and the car was transformed in that one, so probably lucky I finished fourth in race 2, which gave me reverse grid fourth start to there, so no, delighted. Just want to thank she's there, Vicky and Dad here somewhere. They've done everything for this weekend, so amazing. Yeah, so it's a great weekend. So these things ended up in an all-Irish 1-2-3 as well, which is good as well, and this is as close as we get to a home race, so it's brilliant. So it's a nice way to finish off the weekend for everyone. Yeah, the last person I thought I'd see in my mirror was Graham Cole from the first lap starting at the back, but fair play to me, got up there, so well done to everyone. It's a great weekend's racing, and we'll move on to Donington now and see what we can do.
Yeah, I couldn't quite believe you were calling it as your first win, but it's finally come. Well done.
I know, the first win this year.
This year, sorry. Just to be clear, this year, guys.
It has taken a while this year, so anyway, nice to get off the mark.
Good to chat with you, Gary. Thank you very much. Well done. We will try and speak to Graham Colfer. Gary, where has he gone, Gary? Where's Graham gone? Ah, Graham. He's over here. Let's go and have a chat then. Can I have a chat with Graham? Graham?
Give me the quick.
Is this Graham?
The quick one.
Graham?
Yeah.
Graham? Hello, Graham.
How you doing?
We found you. The camera's all the way over there, so have a look over there. But what a start that was from you. Yeah. Amazing.
Yeah. It all just fell for me in the first couple of laps, to be honest. I got a good start. I don't know how I got up there. There was cars everywhere, and I just picked the line and went through it. It worked really well. I'm usually good on the first lap or two anyway. Car was good. Just picked my way through, got held up a little bit. Well, I won't say held up, I was behind James Pope then for a couple of laps. He was driving well. It was hard to get by him. I just eventually sort of forced him into a mistake and got past. Into second, Gary was a good bit ahead of me at that stage, and I gave it a push, but I sort of knew I wasn't going to catch him. He was too far ahead. I couldn't get up on him enough, but I'm glad that race was finished. Last 3 laps, to be honest, I had 0 brakes. I was pumping the brakes before we coming into anywhere. I'd press the brakes. Sometimes they'd work, sometimes they weren't. I'm looking, I've no brake pads left in it. I'd say I boiled the fluid, everything, but it was good. I started second last and up to second, so amazing. Nothing wrong with that. I'm happy.
You don't need the brakes anymore.
No,
You've enjoyed it.
Maybe that's why it worked out. I'll just take the brakes out in the future.
What a mate. Great performance. Cheers for chatting with me. We'll quickly dive in with Alistair as well. I know we've got cars out on track. Alistair, another decent race from yourself.
Great race, yeah. Good fun. Not sure, no idea what happened at the start. Don't know where it was. So ended up somewhere, got past, couldn't stop up the top of the hill, went off a couple of times, got back on. Great fun.
Nice. Chaos, but you enjoyed yourself.
Loved every minute of it.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it, Alistair. Thanks for chatting with me. Right then, cars are already out on track, so I'll hand it back up to the commentary box.
Thank you, John. Yes, cars out onto the green flag lap then for our final race of the weekend. In fact, they're already coming round to take the start, and it's going to be the Ginetta of David May, which leads from pole position. This is it. The race gets underway. 2 hours of PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup racing begins, and it is going to be the 118 Rescue Ginetta of David May that leads them through the first corner. The BMW of Andrew and Chris Etheridge slots into second, except it doesn't because the Caterham 310R of Lee Collins will get alongside and nip back through into second where he qualified. Heading into the banking, loses the position though coming out of the banking, so the Etheridge is back into P2 as this eclectic mix of cars makes its way out of Church Corner and out onto the school straight. So Ginetta G55 of David May leading, and it's the BMW E46 M3 of Andrew and Chris Etheridge that gives chase in second position. In qualifying, the Ginetta was 1.9 seconds quicker, but in the race that could well change, and certainly on this opening half lap, Richard, it looks a little bit closer pace-wise than qualifying would suggest.
It does look that way, doesn't it? David May was the winner of the last round Alton Park. Not sure how long ago that was, but outright winner, obviously Pro A winner as well. And a little bit of fun really to wrap up our weekend. A couple of hours, we've got multiple classes, we've got 2 very strong classes racing as well, so should be of interest to keep us going. Mandatory stops, which the drivers have to do as well. Not all of the cars 2 driver entries, so I think that John might have his work cut out. Probably won't want to interview the 1 driver cars because technically, you don't know how long they've been in the car. It's a timed stop, isn't it? So that could be interesting. But as things settle down, we'll fill you in on the various classes and who's done what over the course of the season. But as you might expect, the poleman, the Ginetta, lovely to see and hear a Ginetta going round again.
Yes, absolutely.
Why do you see him a lot? So.
Yes, yeah, it's not quite such a novelty for me, but still, always a treat. They're great cars, and David May got hold of this car a couple of years ago. He's had a little bit of trouble with it, reliability-wise, but he's always been quick in it. And yeah, he was certainly the dominant force in qualifying earlier on today. It is showing on the timing screen as a Etheridge in the BMW. Now, I don't know how much we can trust that, but we'll go with that until we hear otherwise. Perhaps that's some early homework for John to go and do down in the pit lane to figure out who started the two driver cars. All but 3 of them are two driver entries. The only ones that aren't are, oddly, the top 2 cars. Sorry, no, not the top 2 cars. David May's Ginetta, Lee Collins' Caterham in 3rd, and then the number 63 car. Did they make it out in the end? No, they didn't, did they, unfortunately? The BMW 235i of Michael Edwards. That car stopped in the qualifying session and was then disqualified from qualifying for causing a collision, which I suspect is why it stopped. And so we are down, unfortunately, to 8 cars that have taken the start. And so of the 8, 6 of them shared by 2 drivers. 2 of them are solo entries, including the car that leads down towards the final corner on the second lap.
Yeah, the Edwards car would have been running in Pro C, so that means we've got an empty Pro C. We've got 3 Pro A's.
Yes.
And I think Club A, 4 drivers in Club A, so that's going to be one to look at as we go through as well. The championship led, in actual fact, by the club classes. And all power to weight ratios. The Pro A is basically 311 to 350 brake horsepower per tonne, and then we go down to, in the Pro classes, Pro C 231 to 270, and the club class, nothing to do with tyres or anything like that, same tyres, but again another 3 classes running from Club A, which goes up to 230 bhp per tonne, and Club C, which is anything up to 150. So we've just got the one Club C runner, which is the Matt Mills. Now, I don't know if I'm saying this right. James Larmony?
Where are they on my...
Number 14.
Oh, sorry, yes. Larmony. Yeah, I'd go Larmony.
Apologies for getting that wrong. I'm sure someone will message us and come up and slap wrists and everything else. But the reason I mentioned that is the car, that is the championship that leads the car. You know what I mean? It's late.
I do.
It's late.
the thing I didn't leading car.
Yeah, the thing I didn't get onto was points for starters. I'm guessing, and it's one of the things I neglected to look at, which I apologise for, is that normally when you've got multi-classes, you get points based on the number of starters in it, either directly relating to that or just half points. Andy is now going laptop bound or tablet bound, and we'll have a look and see how that works out. So David May continues to lead in the Ginetta, comes out and across the line will complete his 3rd lap already. So remember, a 2-hour race. There are mandatory stops that the drivers have to take. The pit window will open after 20 minutes and the stop has to be taken before the 15 minutes of the end of the race. So it's a very large window. What you might see is drivers coming in and getting that out of the way. We're only 5 minutes into the race, so probably a little bit early to be talking about them. The minimum time of the stop is 3 minutes, and the drivers have to work out from a point in to pit out. So quite a little bit of work to do if there's a close battle going on to make sure that they get that stop from start to finish in the 3 minute bracket. And also quite strict, a bit like C1s in terms of how they park. They have to park at a 45-degree angle in the pit lane. So our marshals will be monitoring that and making sure that fair play is catered for. Also, you have to have pit crew ready to push you out. You're not allowed to drive the car out yourself. The pit crew have to monitor if anyone else is coming down the straight. Not such an issue, pit straight, but not such an issue today with less cars than we've seen so far this year, but nonetheless in terms of safety, making sure the cars get out correct. But I've got well ahead of myself there talking about pit stops as Andy was looking at points.
Well, we'll test now how much people remember of that when we get to the pit stops later on. Points, if you have between 2 and 5 starters in class, which is both of the main classes, isn't it? We've got 3 in one and 4 in the other.
Yep.
It is 45 points for a win, 40 for second, 35, 30 and 25. So it starts at 45 points and goes down in 5-point increments, basically, for anything between 2 and 5 starters in the class. So that is at least the same for both of our main classes, which is good. It means that whether you're in Pro A or Club A, you have the same amount of points available if you can win your class. So, and it is the club cars that are perhaps going to be the closest, I think, based on pace in qualifying. Although actually, the number 91 Mazda MX-5 has a healthy little lead at the moment in that class. About 2.7 seconds is the advantage. But we'll see as the stints go on. Long race this, of course, long time to be on the tyres, whether that starts to change around at all over the next handful of laps. But David May is controlling the pace quite nicely out in front.
He is, yep. So a good opportunity for him. As you said earlier on, they've had some decent track time. They had the end of afternoon yesterday free practice session to bed themselves in, then the qualifying session this morning. So a little bit of a long wait, but they do get rewarded with this 2-hour race. We normally see probably a few more. I think over the last couple of seasons it's been very well supported, this championship, and it's a shame to see the numbers down a little bit, but part of it may be due to economy, part of it due to the long distance travelling for many of these drivers. A shame for many of them to miss out on a little bit of live streaming. But yeah, the Pro A runners, 1, 2 and 3. No battles going on at the moment. I think, is this Lee Collins' first one? He is, I think, a defending champion. Let's just dig out my notes. Defending class champion, Lee Collins, and I think having his first outing of the season. Pro B champion.
Yeah.
Must have uprated the car over the winter, so maybe that's something that we can try and find out. But in the meantime, John is doing his business down in the pit lane in the nicest possible way. Bless you, Andy McKern. And while we clean the screen, we'll go back down and talk to John.
Hello everyone, you join us down here then in the pit lane, and I'm joined by Martin. Hello Martin.
Hello.
How are you today?
I'm doing very well, thanks. I mean, it's beautiful Sunday afternoon here in Anglesey. I didn't know it could be this nice here. So yeah, it's great.
I know, well, the sun has just come out just for this final race of the day for us to enjoy. Now, of course, you're piloting the Mazda. Yep. You've got your fellow driver out there at the moment. Have they had a good start to the race?
They've had a very good start. They've held position, which was exactly what we wanted. So we qualified ahead of our class. Mm-hmm. I think for the first time this weekend of the 3 races so far, we've got a good shout at the fastest lap. We won the first 2 races in class. Okay, great. So if we could just keep it all together, then we're looking pretty good. But look at the other races we've seen around here so far this weekend. That in itself is quite a big statement. So for now, keep it tidy, keep it on the island. Stuart's done an absolutely brilliant job, and so far so good.
Good. Hopefully Stuart continues. When are we expecting you to be getting in the car?
So we tend to split the driving right down the middle. Okay. So Stuart does actually the full first hour, and then I'll jump in for the second half, and I'll probably end up doing both of the mandatory pit stops.
Okay, cool. Interesting. What is it? Can you tell us a bit more detail in terms of what goes in to a race like this? Because, of course, it's not just what's happening out on the circuit. There's a lot of preparation that goes into all of this as well.
Yeah, I mean, the key, obviously, is making sure we've got a good car for the race. Everybody wants to qualify on pole, but at the end of the day, it's irrelevant. And particularly in what, sadly, is quite a small grid, it doesn't really matter. It's about having a car that will stay nice and stable. The tyres on the wheels on these cars have 5 nuts, so you can't do a very quick tyre change. So you want something that's not too heavy on the tyres, i.e. you can run the full 2 hours on one set of tyres. There's a good bit of fuel strategy needs to go into. We have 2 mandatory pit stops, so we've got to just think about what's the best timing for that. So shout out to my wife, who's actually the team engineer and strategist, so she does a brilliant job of keeping an eye on where the fuel is and just getting us in at the right time, optimizing all of that. So it's absolutely it's a team game, even when it's just a 2-hour race like this. So we're pretty well prepped. We know what we're doing, and we've got a plan. We'll stick to the plan.
Fantastic. Well, the plan seems to be working for the moment. Hopefully that continues for the rest of the 2 hours. Best of luck.
Thank you very much indeed. Cheers.
Thanks for chatting with me, Martin. Well, there you go. Then watch out for the Mazda out on circuit, because soon he'll be behind the wheel of it. Back up to you in the commentary box.
Thank you, John. Yes, well, they're doing all right, aren't they? Sorry, I thought I switched your microphone on there. Missed the button, Richard. I need to call you John as well. This is going well, isn't it? Yes, they are doing well. The 91 team leading in Club A by a reasonable margin now as well. I'm pleasantly surprised, at how close it is at the front, because the Etheridge BMW was 2.2 seconds slower than David May's Ginetta in qualifying, but whether maybe David's just pacing himself early on in the race, I don't know, but the gap has never been more than about 1.7 seconds so far in the race.
It's doable, isn't it, for Christopher Etheridge to go in and put a little battle in for the lead. He won't want to do that necessarily at the moment with 1:47 remaining on the clock. But yeah, pleasing that is the case. Lee Collins back in third, dropped a little bit of ground, has Lee at the moment in the Caterham 310R. Probably wondering why. Actually, I don't think it was in the Caterham races, but could have been in the graduate races as well. One of the second tier of National Caterham Racing, the 310R, as I say, running in Pro A. Seasonal debut for the Pro B champion for 2025. The man we heard from on the interview there with John was Martin Rich, second overall at the moment in the championship, class leader. And the 91 car has had a second position overall at Alton Park, which is a remarkable result. Fourth position overall at is it Brands Hatch the first round? I think it was. And class winner on both occasions. We've only had 2 of the 6 classes that have had repeated winners, and you won't be surprised to learn that the other one was Matt Mills and James Larmony in their Pure Track Racing Mini Championship leaders. I know Sarah Dennis will tell me off if I don't mention Pure Track. I didn't realise they've got about 15 cars, I think Sarah was saying.
Wow.
You certainly see lots of different ones around as she guards the entrance to Toka, doesn't she, Sarah, when she's not racing racing weekends. But always lets us in for a cup of tea, which is very good. So there is some pit stop strategy to deal with as we look at that Mazda MX-5. The Mazda's, of course, a very versatile car, and BRSCC giving you lots of places where you can race those, either in the Mazda Track, which I'm guessing the Mazdas are on this weekend. Are they on at, is it Silverstone?
No, they were last week.
Last week. What's on this week? What's the other BRSCC meeting?
Silverstone is the Pocket Rocket event, I think they've called it. So it's City Car Cup, Classic Minis, Metros, I want to say.
Okay.
I think maybe Formula Ford. Let me double check the website. It was quite a good looking event, actually. Was trying to look through some of the results last night from the Silverstone National Circuit. But no, Mazdas were out last week at Donington. BMW Super Cup was out there. Club Sport Trophy had another big grid, and it was a busy weekend.
It does show the breadth of the BRSCC, doesn't it? That, you know, within sort of 2 weekends, you've got, you know, 3 big sets of unique championships which could be catered for, and all pretty well supported as well.
C1s as well, C1 Endurance were out at Silverstone.
Right.
Melia's 7s and Citroen 2CVs, where we had a photo finish, of course, in the first race. I was looking at the results last night, as is mandatory, I think, in Citroen 2CV racing. And so no, busy time for the club, actually, with a lot of events over the summer period. And they are. It's not a massive team. There were discussions last week at Donington, actually, about how they were going to split their organisational team, and in fact, now this reminds me of an opportunity for a bit of ribbing, because Andrew Payne messaged me earlier on this morning. Andrew Payne, who does a lot of work with the BRSCC. Coordinating series, etc. His son Hayden is actually running the Supersport race today as a junior weekend coordinator, and Andrew has asked me to take the mickey a little bit out of Hayden. I think he feels that I target him a bit too much. Maybe
I was just about to ping that the other way. I said maybe Hayden could take the mickey out of Andrew, which
well, he does frequently. He does.
Is he here with Brady, presumably, because they
Yes, they did.
I've done a couple of video interviews with them.
Yeah, exactly. But no, he is actually helping to run the Supersport this weekend. Is Hayden?
Lindsay Close is normally the.
Yes, she's not here this weekend. Not sure why.
I miss Lindsay. Hello, Lindsay. If you're watching, we miss you.
She's
Come and see us.
Busy with the kids, I'd imagine, which she often is. But
all three of them. Sorry, Mike.
Mike, well, thank you for that.
Lovely people.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. A lot of time for them. But yeah, no, not here this weekend. So Hayden stepped in.
That's great that Hayden's involved. Yeah, fair play to him.
And I think he's enjoying himself.
He could come up and have a chat with him. Talk us through his experience. And it's another thing about getting involved. We talked about marshalling and getting involved with marshalling. You've mentioned the BRSCC website, but there are. I'm not saying they're appealing for championship coordinators, but there are often or occasionally opportunities to get involved in the hierarchy and the organisation.
Yes, and 100%. I know the BRSCC is always keen to bring new people in, and they're such a friendly and welcoming club to work for. I've been working
most of them are.
Well, yeah, to be fair, yes. But the BRSCC I've had a bit more first-hand experience with, and it's definitely a good place if you're interested in working in motorsport to come and have a go. I'm going to hit the pause button on that conversation because we've got our first pit visitor. The WRC Van in Motorsport Prepared Mini is in. Now, there are only 8 cars. You'd think they'd all managed to pit somewhere where I could see them, but there we go. Engine bonnet is open, and they're investigating an issue of some sort with that number 2 car. This is the Jonathan and Jack Salem car, and they've run into some sort of a drama. So John Ratcliffe, I'm sure, is already scurrying down to that end of the pit lane to identify the problem and find out what the team can tell us. And if he isn't, hopefully he will soon, because we'd like to get to the bottom of that. Well, that's a shame. The Mini, which runs in the Club A class, is unfortunately going to lose quite a chunk of time here, I think.
Not having a lot of luck, had a DNF, only did the one race so far in the championship this year, the Alton Park race, and had a DNF in that, so little way down the standings and not really having a lot of luck. And work goes on. The opportunity, of course, is to get the car back out, so still plenty of time to get some track time out there, and it will give both the drivers a chance to re-evaluate how much time they can get. But yeah, very, very disappointing for them. You can, if you can't see, you probably did see on the stream earlier on, in at the 45-degree angle, still outside the first pit stop window at this moment in time. But yeah, one of the 4 Club A runners having that issue, which is a little bit of a pity. Going back to the points, was it less than 3 still get points? Or sorry, I didn't know if you'd clocked that. I was wondering whether the guys that were on their own in class, because you've got one Pro C runner
I'd forgotten
and one Club C.
I'd forgotten about them.
Yeah, sorry.
Hang on. Let me open one of my 3,000 tabs I've got on this laptop. No, it's closed. Hang on. I'll get back to you on that one shortly. I think
because it can scupper a championship, can't you? If you're if you've got a class that's normally got 2 or 3 or 3 or more cars, and you're getting big points.
35 points. So if there's one starter in your class and you finish the race,
you will score 35
points, which is equivalent to finishing 3rd in the other 2 classes, basically.
And fastest lap. Minimum of 2 starters.
Yes.
So they're not crediting you with. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
that's fair.
So there's still points available. There's a reason to carry on, even if there's no one else in your class. So yeah, there we go. Question answered. And yeah, that Mini's still in the pit lane. Is it in the garage now, actually? Has it been pushed away? I think it has. Well, has it rejoined, actually? It's not showing us in the pit lane now, so I think they've sorted that problem out, hopefully.
Let's hope so, yeah. Just get some lappery out of it anyway, with 1:39 on the clock remaining, which means that the pit window is now officially open for the mandatory stops. Not that anyone will probably do that. We heard from Martin Rich that they'll split it 50-50, which is a sensible thing to do. I'm guessing some drivers will, if you've got a pairing that have met up on socials or just got together, someone might pay more for the entry and get a little bit longer on track. Or if you've got someone that's got that much more experience and is more likely to get you championship points, you could give them longer in the car. We see that in Fun Cup as well, doing the same principles.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely. So I think a 50-50 split is more likely here for the 2 driver entries. Here's your leader, David May. And again, the gap's sort of stable around 1.6 seconds, although it's just gone out by quite a lot, actually, to 3.9 seconds. So 2.3 seconds lost that time for the average BMW. And they were a lot closer than this at the start of the lap, I thought. So I don't know whether maybe David May just decided he was going to start pushing a bit harder, realised maybe that the pursuing car was getting a bit closer. But no, it was a slow lap, wasn't it, for Etheridge? He was 3 seconds off that car's best. I hope that's not some sort of problem starting to appear and develop for the BMW. And they are a long way ahead, aren't they, of Lee Collins, who at the opening lap or so was getting properly in the mix with the leading two. As in comes the other Mini now. This is the 14 car in, so you said the pit window's open. We sort of thought most people would split this more 50-50, but the Matt Mills and James Larmony car is in. And is this going to be for a standard pit stop? I think, again, they've stopped somewhere where we can't see. Oh, there we are, to the right of the commentary box. And again, the bonnet has gone up. Driver gets out. They've got 3 minutes, I suppose, to do whatever they're going to do. But no, James Larmony is not helmeted up. He's getting in the car, but he doesn't have his helmet on. So I think, yeah, there's steam coming from the front of that car. And in fact, we're seeing it on the pictures now. I didn't need to be peering out of the window. So I think this might be a drama for the orange Mini. Not a good day to be a Mini driver, is it? With both of the Minis running into some early drama.
Things we haven't seen yet, if there's a chance to talk about them, are the Gen 4 Clio Cup cars, which we've got running out there as well, and both in Club A, unsurprisingly. So there's a Clio immediately in front. Talk of a Clio, magically appears. Our director's doing a fantastic job as David May puts the... Is that the first car he's lapped? Probably might have missed some as I've been looking at notes.
It might well be, actually. Yes, that was the 35 car, wasn't it? So yeah, first car going a lap down.
Claude Bosey and Tom Kerridge.
Yes, that's right. So that's... and they're not that far behind the other Clio, are they? 36, I think, is the other Clio, which is the Christian Harity and Steve Glynn car. Harity shown as the driver on the timing screen, if we choose to believe that. And
we got Steve Glynn in that car as well, so entry was...
Yes.
So it's 3 driver.
Oh, sorry, no, Steve Glynn and... Yeah, no, 2 drivers. Steve Glynn, Christian Harity. The 2 drivers in that 36 car.
Ah, right, I've got Steve Glynn having done the previous rounds with Claude Bosey, but he's got Tom Kerridge in this one, hasn't he? So
no, Claude Bosey is in the 35 car today.
Yeah, with Tom Kerridge.
With Tom Kerridge, yeah, sorry, we're talking about
Steve Glynn
Clios,
in so they've swapped over from previous rounds.
Yes. Yeah, so the
2 chefs.
Oh, are they?
Now, I didn't know. It was quite funny yesterday because we had an erstwhile C1 racer with us, Becky Aparicio, who was doing some social filming with Caterham, and she said, "Oh, I'd like to stay." So she can't stay. She had to go back to look after the dogs, and she does what anyway. But she said, "Oh, I'd like to stay tomorrow because you got the 2 chefs racing," and I'm shrugging my shoulders. Obviously, Becky watches too much daytime telly. She's like, I'm going to get it in the neck now in the week. But anyway, so the 2 chefs having a go.
They're TV chefs,
apparently.
Oh, really?
Which I didn't. But there's no reason why everyone knows everybody. So.
No, I guess not.
But great to have them out here, and hope they're enjoying it.
Excellent. Yes, that's. Trying to think, was there not another TV chef who tried his hands at racing?
Ainsley Harriott sponsored. I can't remember who it was. Sponsored one of the Ginettas.
Chris Salkeld.
Chris Salkeld, yeah, that was
continued into British GT.
That was just after COVID. I remember Chris ringing me up and telling me all about Harriet's Chariot, as they call it. Yeah, that was that.
Absolutely.
Chris Salkeld, great guy.
Oh, really nice guy. Not racing in British GT anyway this year, but he was at the first round at Silverstone and was hoping to get that. Oh, that's the Etheridge BMW.
Oh.
Etheridge BMW is off at Rocket. Now, is this mechanical or have they had a whoopsie? Let's hope the car...
It's been a long time since I've heard that one.
All the technical terms come out when you're with me, Richard. I'm not sure that car's getting back up to full speed immediately, is it? They could just be feeling it out. No, they're off the pace, aren't they? I was listening in, so that's a shame. The second place car, I think, is in trouble. We've already got 2 cars in the pit lane. Both of the Minis are back in. And we could lose another one now to the pits, unfortunately. The Etheridge BMW. That's a great shame. Hopefully something that they can fix. But in a race like this, over 2 hours, you know, who's to say that David May's Ginetta won't run into some issues as the day goes on? And, it could be a battle of survival. Those who have the fewest problems could be the ones that still end up winning the race. But for now, it's massive advantage David May then with the BMW, I'm going to guess, destined for the pit lane this time.
Yeah, David has done both of the rounds that we've had so far. Andrew, the Etheridge BMW, and Lee Collins, Caterham, both in their first events of the racing season. So not really picking up on the chance to get some points, some decent points on the board. This is going to augur well for David May, certainly out front. Had second position in the opening race of the season. But, was it? No, it wasn't a class win. Second position, but had a class win in the second one. David May, so reasonable start. All about points as you go over the course of the 6 events this year. It's come down from 7 events last year to a hot half dozen. And with some more information and news for us from the pit lane, let's go down and join John once again.
Lovely, thank you guys. Yeah, join us down here in pit lane once again. Sadly, if we pan the camera around, issues for both of the minis. I'm here with Matt from the Mills and Larmony car. Matt, can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on with your orange machine?
Yeah, we've got a bit of a problem with the clutch, unfortunately. It went, as I was going up the main straight there, it just seemed to almost collapse on me, but we think it's the release bearing that's packing up slightly, but we think we might be able to get it back out a little bit later on and see if we can complete the race. Okay. Real shame because the car was going absolutely magnificently up until that point. But
that's exactly what I was about to say. You guys are going so well. Just such a shame that it's all gone wrong.
I know, and the sun's shining at Anglesey. It's like being on a Greek island. It's normally wet and windy. I'm normally here in November, so it's really nice. So, yeah, a real shame. But hopefully we'll get it back out and limp round. And sadly, we're the only one in our class this weekend, so we need the points. So we'll get back out there and do what we can.
Okay, good. So this is going to become a bit more of sort of a test session then, working out if you got the fix right, and then trying to find a bit of time.
Yeah, because we're the only one in the class. We're always going to treat it as a test session anyway. Just keep going around, keep it on the black stuff is all that matters, really.
Yeah, and it's a shame as well, obviously, with 2 drivers involved, that you've got a bit of time in the car at least, but your co-driver hasn't had much time.
Well, he only lives an hour down the road. I'm about 5 hours away, so I don't feel too bad.
Is that why you took the first stint?
No, normally James takes the first stint because he's generally quicker than me, but we thought we'd swap it around today to see what happens, yeah. Yeah.
Well, it worked for quite a while until it didn't.
I know, real shame, but I think we'll get it back out and limp round. Okay, we'll see how we get on.
Hopefully we see that. Thanks for chatting with me, Matt. No, much appreciated. Yeah, well, best of luck to the team down there. They're all jumping into work. They're all jumping into action. A lot going on down there. Now, of course, we've heard about the orange car having a bit of a clutch slip. Now, we're trying to work out what's going on with the Salem and Salem car as well. Driver is back in behind the wheel of that, but again, lots of work going on the blue machine there to the right as well. Now, again, super busy down here, so I don't want to get in too many people's way, but lots of discussions going on as well about issues and things like that. As Matt was saying, of course, they're the only one in the class for today, in the Clubman C class, so they were already treating this as a bit of a test session. But either way, frustrations, of course, things going wrong with the car, especially when you build up to one singular race. You often find that in the Fun Cup Endurance Championship, of course, that we had yesterday as well. This is sort of one of the few rounds where they have 2 races in one day. Of course, for these guys today, all building up to this one race, you spend about 20 minutes out there and something goes wrong. Classic motorsport, that, isn't it? Well, lovely to chat with the driver, and I'll go and find some more. But for now, back up to you guys in the commentary box.
Nice one, thanks very much indeed, John. Big story that, because it was the championship leading car coming in, and you know I'd have mentioned that if that was me, but those guys have been pretty modest about what they've achieved so far this year, and you know, absolutely brilliant that you can have a Club C car, the least powerful class cars, winning the championship. Yeah. And if you think about it, when there's a bigger entry in class, it's harder earned because you've got to beat more cars, but really great if you're coming into racing and you want a little bit of track time, a little bit of racing. I've seen quite a few newcomers coming into the Supersport Endurance Cup. Yeah, really good place, and as you can see here, not an overcrowded track, so you know, akin to maybe doing a track day, but on a competitive nature, so a really good introduction. If you're sitting watching this, come and have a go.
Yeah, absolutely, get yourself out there. More or less whatever car you've got, there should be a class for you, and we'd love to have you out as part of one of the races later on this season. Again, head to the BRSCC website for info on where the rest of the races will be this season for the PBS Performance Brakes Supersport Championship. The calendar consists of 3 more events. They're at Donington Park in July. I think that might be part of the Fun Cup event again for a 2-hour race. It's always 2-hour races. Snetterton's 200 circuit in August, and the Silverstone National Circuit concludes the championship on the 19th and 20th of September. So a nice early finish to the season as well. And I'm sure we'll have a lot of these cars out at the end of the year, maybe at Race of Remembrance here at Anglesey, which I'm sure pretty much all of these cars would be eligible for. And pretty certain I've seen the likes of David May's Ginetta competing in that event before. The Salem Mini has rejoined the race, by the way, so they'll now start to move back up the order as the Etheridge BMW and the Mills Mini continue to have work done on them. We are working on finding out what happened to the Etheridge BMW. I believe it's in the garage now. It's been pushed into a garage so that the team can continue working on it, but this is taking them now well and truly out of contention, you would imagine, for a race win. And it's now a 38.5-second lead for David May over Lee Collins in the Caterham.
By the time we get to Silverstone, you probably at the end of the year get loads of other drivers coming out. Drivers that were regulars in the past that might think about coming back. David Drinkwater and Adam Reed, the champions of Club C last year, taken plenty of wins. I'm not sure what they're up to this year. I don't know if you've seen them in anything else this year. Putting you on the spot a little bit.
Yes, I have definitely seen Drinkwater somewhere, but
Was
I can't
that in
remember
C1s?
where. It might well have been C1s. That rings a bell, actually. Although I don't think I've done C1s this year yet. Did they do Club Sport Trophy last week?
Very possibly.
Yeah, I think they might
Very
have done.
possibly. Sometimes you will also see Julian McBride is a regular in this one. I haven't seen Julian, I don't think, so far this year. Lee Collins won Pro B one time last year. The likes of Jamie Hadley in his Golf. Chris Murphy in his BMW is a regular winner in the 721 number, which he always carries around with him. Multiple winner in this as well. And Aldo Riti, sometimes with Kevin Clark in the BMW. So they may well pop out. So we might get a really good mix of like everyone gunning for the championship, plus some spoilers coming in as well at Silverstone. I'll try not to be in control of the abacus on that one.
David Drinkwater, it was David Drinkwater you mentioned.
Yeah.
It is C1s he's doing this year. Yeah, so he was out in the 24-hour race at Silverstone a few weeks ago. Currently attending another 24-hour race, according to his social media, over in France. He's been at the Le Mans 24 hours this weekend. Right, leader is in, David May. This looks like a scheduled pit stop, thank goodness. And so the Ginetta, with work being done, of course, there's no driver change to be done, but I'm guessing in the regulations, same as Fun Cup, it dictates that even as a single driver entry, you have to get out and back in to simulate a driver change. Unlike Fun Cup, though, we've got this 3 minutes minimum pit stop time that must be adhered to. So the Ginetta will have a little bit of servicing done. I think they're just tweaking the tyre pressures.
Is that a 45-degree angle? Are we?
It's give or take, isn't it? How precise are we going to be?
I don't remember reading in the regs that you have to get out and back
really?
in. So maybe just stretching his legs or something.
Yeah,
but
well, that's valid. And then they'll belt him back up, hopefully. Tyre pressure's adjusted. As you said, that 3 minutes is from the pit entry line to the pit exit line, which you can see just beyond the car. In fact, out goes the Clio. That's been in as well, or one of the Clios, for its first mandatory stop. Quite a short pit lane, this, so it's not quite as difficult maybe to calculate the transition time down the pit lane. That's what catches people out. It's not 3 minutes stationary, it's maybe 2 minutes and 35 seconds stationary and then 25 seconds in and out. But here that's a much longer stationary time because it's such a short pit lane.
It changes, doesn't it, circuit to circuit, as does the pit stop time during safety car. You can take a pit stop. We don't want to mention the phrase safety car, but that's extended, so you can do a pit stop in a safety car. Oh, okay, so we've got an issue with the 14 car out on track. Maybe clutch problem still evident, but yeah, if we do get a safety car, you can take a mandatory stop, but an extended time, and here it's doubled, 6 minutes, so you can't take advantage of that.
No, which is possible, I suppose. If a car breaks down somewhere, I'm sure race control would want to get the...
Oh, John got the... Did you see John with the mic there to get the noise? Well done, John.
Pause to listen to that then. A nice noise the Ginetta makes as it accelerates away. And out he goes. So no issues for David May on that pit stop.
What are we up to numbers? What? Not, I don't mean in terms of numbers of cars on grid, but what's the denomination? What's the name of the current? Are they still 55 Ginettas?
No, 56s now.
56.
The V8s these days again, which is nice.
Oh, they've gone back to the V8.
Back to the V8, the thundering V8, and
There are quite a few of those, are there?
Decent numbers, to be honest. Yeah, decent numbers, and of course the 56 also runs in GT Academy in a slightly detuned, well, significantly.
And is that
detuned.
V8 as well?
That's a V6,
right.
Still in
so
the
that's
GTA
the old one.
car. Yeah. So, but they've upgraded it slightly. But as is often the case with the Ginetta, it looks exactly the same because the basic design was pretty perfect to start with. They've just tweaked things underneath. But yeah, they a full grid of the G56 GT P8s, as they call them, it sounds incredible, and they produce some really good racing, and they deliberately gave them no front splitter, limited aero, so that they can race really close. It does work. You get some really close racing.
That's got Mike Simpson written over it, hasn't it?
It has, yeah. He was waxing lyrical
Dear
around
old
that.
Mike. I really miss
last
Mike.
year.
I haven't seen him for a long time. What a great guy.
Jumps on co-commentary with me occasionally.
Oh, great.
For the
Give him my regards next time you
will do.
see him.
Will do.
Yeah, super guy.
No, great paddock to be a part of, and Ginetta Junior is doing a really good job of grid numbers and good quality racing. Lewis Goff dominating that championship at the moment.
He is, isn't he?
Utterly dominating it, which is impressive given how competitive it is.
Coached by Phil Glue, apparently.
Well, that'll explain it, won't it?
Well, some of it. Going back to Mike Simpson, world karting champion back in the day.
Right. Okay.
You know, major talent. Yeah. We went to Team Sport Hull when we were doing the Ginetta scholarship, and my son did it. I'm too old to do that and try and compete with Charlie Robertson and Mike Simpson and all those people, Max Coates and all that go out, and my son's there, and I think we had a reverse grid final, and my son's in front, and they couldn't get past him. Like, good on you, Taylor, well done, mate. Simpson fired him into the wall.
Excellent.
But my son was just made up. He said, Mike Simpson, couldn't get angry. He was just so chuffed that someone of that stature had shifted him that way. We got some more interviews down in the pit lane, so let's go down to John once again.
Lovely, thank you guys. Welcome back down to the pit lane once again. Let's head up here then. We've just seen that pit stop from the Ginetta, and as myself and Sam behind the camera said, wow, it sounds good. Let's go and have a chat with the driver. We've got Dave over here, who I'm afraid I'm going to have to drag away from another conversation. Sorry guys to dive on you. Dave, have a little chat. Yeah. You're out there for that first stint. Seemingly all went pretty well.
Yeah, as well as to be expected. Shame there's not enough cars on the grid, but there's a E46 BMW behind me, and he was sticking with me. So I thought, okay, we've got a bit of a race going on here. As soon as we hit a bit of traffic, he seemed to disappear. So I don't know what's happened to him, but
they were keeping you in check, weren't they? I think they've had a bit of a mechanical issue, something to do with the steering has gone wrong down there. So they've dropped off, and they're still in the pits at the moment. So I'm not sure they're going to be coming out anytime soon, sadly.
Oh well, lonely race for us today then. Yes, but there's not much we can do about it. But at least the weather's nice, and it's a wonderful circuit. Yeah.
True, it's lovely, isn't it? Tell us more about that Ginetta, because that thing is stunning.
I bought that originally about 5 years ago. Me and Mark used to run a Nissan 370Z, and it kept blowing up. So I was fed up with everything. But so we bought the Ginetta to race. Couldn't really get it in many championships, so it sort of sat in the barn for a couple of years. Done a brick car with it for a bit. We've jumped off into the Super Sport, which I'm sure is going to come back and be a full grid soon. But they're a wonderful car they are. We've got Data Motorsport. They're the best Ginettas. Nothing goes wrong. Our pit stops are perfect. Now, prior to having them, we're a bit like the Keystone Cops. We were like all over the place, and everything going wrong. But everything's working fine. Like I said, it's just a shame there's not enough cars here today, but you can't have it all the time.
Exactly, it is what it is. And like you say, with a longer race such as this, you can be as fast a driver as you like, but if the team aren't getting it done, you're not going to win a race. But as you say, your team doing a cracking job.
No, we are. We lost the race at Brands Hatch beginning of the year with 0.4 of a second, and on the first pit stop, and 0.5 second on the second pit stop. So we learned our mistakes then, and we're not going to do it again. Yeah. So no, and we don't. Team I've got superb, excellent. Couldn't wish for any better. So
amazing. And specifically the driving aspect of that car, comparatively to other cars that you've driven, is it relatively simple to handle? A bit of a difficult one?
It's not easy to drive. They are quite easy. I've driven a lot harder cars. It will snap out and it will bite you if you don't get it right.
Do you really notice the aero on it?
Yes. Yeah, I never thought I would, but round here it's a little bit too twisty at the top end. We've got no grip at all, and it's sliding, understeering, oversteering, all over. As soon as you get into the fast corners, and then even if you're on slicks, then it's a different animal.
I was going to say, does that make an issue with the tyres then? If you're slipping and sliding up there, overheating them, does that wear out throughout the race a bit more?
Well, we're on road tyres, so they'll probably last 10,000 miles. But you know, one of them cars on slicks is phenomenal, you know. And
what kind of difference in pace are we talking? I'm putting you on the spot with the question. What kind of pace are we talking between road tyres and slicks on that kind of machine?
4 seconds, 3-4 seconds, yeah, I think, yeah.
Well, that must be a monster with slicks on.
Yeah, oh, it's great. Too expensive though, yeah.
Yeah, you go through this pretty fast, I imagine.
Yeah, for every meeting. Yeah, at least one set, at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you're being not so kind to them, maybe a couple more.
Well, yeah, we've gone through many sets of slicks, yeah, and the bank balance hurts at the end of it, but yeah.
Well, great to chat with you, Dave. Seems like everything's going well for the moment. Sadly, no one to batter with at the moment, but we shall wait and see.
No, well, let's hopefully the BMW get out and we have a bit of a play with them. So hopefully.
Great to chat with you, Dave. Thank you very much. Best of luck for the rest of the race in the Ginetta. Lovely to hear from him. And speaking of the BMW, let's make our way down this way, because as I said to Dave, it's not gone quite so well in this one, sadly, for the BMW. They are, or hopefully, well, not hopefully, I hope they're back out on circuit, but at least for this pista work, I hope they're still here in the garage, because they were down here, but they were diving straight into getting stuck in with fixing this car, as it is still in the garage, so you can pan away from my ugly mug. It is sat there, and as you can see, the guys getting to work on this machine. A real shame, as we said, was keeping that Ginetta properly in check through those first sort of 20, 30, 40 minutes of the race, but sadly, something going seriously wrong. I believe something to do with the steering rack that's had an issue on this car from the Pro A class. What a machine to look at, what a machine to listen to, and what a machine to watch racing around such a beautiful circuit such as Anglesey. But a shame, for the moment, it's not doing that. It's sat here in the garage with issues, and Sam and I were shown, before we brought the camera over, they gave us a listen to that steering rack, didn't they, Sam? And it didn't sound good. It didn't sound like it'd be going out anytime soon, as Sam agrees on the camera. Sadly, it looks as though, like we had a chat with Dave there, the Ginetta might have a bit of a lonely race for the rest of this one, but if nothing else, it's a beautiful machine to marvel, and hopefully we do see it back out on circuit. We'll have to wait and see, though. Well, lovely to chat with Dave there from the Ginetta. A shame to see the Beamer in the garage, but these things happen. It's motorsport. I'll go and try and find some more people to annoy. For now, it's back up to you guys in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, John. Top job. Interesting to hear those stories. We've got to wait to try and find out who the second driver is in the Ginetta. The entry had one. I did check amendments this morning as far as I could. A lot of bulletins to go through, but we'll name check the second driver. I think David May very nearly did name check that. Now, because we're into pit stop windows and the Ginetta has pitted, we've got a change of leader, and it's Lee Collins in the Caterham that we're looking at now. Our director's absolutely spot on with it once again, and obviously Lee still to stop. Great to welcome him back. I echo what David May said about getting the numbers back up, and they will. They very definitely will with the remaining rounds that we got to come, because you don't have to do a full championship. You can use this as a great exercise, a test exercise, track day exercise, call it what you will, and yeah, super opportunity for you to get some weekend motor racing and get a couple of hours in a multi-class environment, and who knows, maybe pick up a trophy as well. So if you're a pot hunter with a car in the garage, then make sure you get out and have a go. David May down to fourth. We'll watch him work his way back up into the top three once the stops have worked themselves out. The little orange Mini has gone past again and really struggling to get past us in the commentary box here. Those of you that are listening to us on circuit, we are doubling up this weekend with the live stream and also providing circuit commentary. Those of you that can watch the car go past on track will hear the slipping clutch, and the issue for the Larmony car, and I'm sorry to bang on about it, but it is the championship leader. They need to complete a set distance in this race in order to get the points, because they want to be classified finishers to grab the points to, I don't think, maintain the championship lead. Remember, Andy said it was 35 points for getting the finish if there's one car in class, but what they will want to do is damage limitation and make sure that they are still in with a shout. So a classified finish is going to be the key thing for them. That's why they are still going round, and I take my hat off to them for doing so.
Right, I've been doing some investigative work
well done.
downstairs because we've established that there is a second driver in the Ginetta since David May was chatting to John whilst the car was circulating. Now, no one in race admin can definitively give me an answer. However, 4 drivers signed on to the event this morning that didn't sign on yesterday, one of whom was Mark Skeets.
He said Mark.
So it will be Mark Skeets. The pair of them raced in Compact Cup for years together.
Right.
Good mates, and Mark has driven that car in the past. So the powers of deduction tell me that
I was going to say,
Mark
when you said
Skeets.
investigation, I was, where's the Sherlock Deerstalker? Have you done it by deduction? Was it elementary?
It was indeed, yes. But that also, slightly concerningly, leaves 3 other drivers who have signed on today and may well pop up in various different cars over the course of the 2 hours. So we'll try and figure that out as we go along. But I am 95% certain it's Mark Skeet.
I'll go with that.
In the Ginetta for listening to the race. Whilst I was absent, did we get to the bottom of the Etheridge drama?
Steering problems, steering rack problems, yeah.
Right, okay.
Couldn't get to talk to them, but they were John and Whiskers. 8 out of 10 viewers prefer Whiskers, by the way.
Do they now?
If you remember the advert. We're treated to come and listen to the steering. It's not working properly, is it? So we weren't actually able to get in the garage and do it, but they were sorted. But steering problems anyway, going back to the BMW, which David May said, hope it gets back out and we can have a little bit of a play on circuit, and that is part of it. We might end up with a little battle, even though there's laps between them, we might see a bit of cat and mouse.
Yep, I suspect we might well do. At the moment, the Caterham leads of Lee Collins, and he's got the Mazda MX-5 ahead, which leads in its class at the moment as well. The Club A class leader, which is actually 2nd place overall, going a lap down here to the outright race leader. So interesting that Lee Collins is doing this completely differently to the other cars in his class, going a lot longer into the race before making that first stop.
He is, isn't he? We wonder if he'll do it sort of at the halfway point. One would say we're assuming he's a solo driver, unless he's got the other 3 that are signed on.
Yeah, maybe
to
four
join
driver
him.
lineup. Yeah.
Have a go, but logic would say, not that logic counts for me very much, as we go to the Harrity Glynn Clio. I do kind of miss the Clios. I love the Minis, but the Clios were good back in the issue with the Clio Cup was always getting stuff in from France and having to deal with France, and it was made much worse by Brexit without getting into politics. It's just but Renault were all teed up to bring in a later gen car which was going to be slower and cheaper, and I said that is just a masterstroke. Don't keep making it faster, keep the cost down. And then Brexit happened and Mini came. Mini's been a great addition to Token, but a great pick. But we still get to enjoy these cars, which is the nice thing. There's the thing I was saying about the team members. You have to have a crew or people helping you out, pushing the car back onto the pit apron so it can do so at a safe time and get them back out on track. I think that one refueled as well.
Yes, I think I saw that as well. So out goes the Clio. Clio Cup still very much booming in Europe. The French series gets enormous grids, doesn't it? And some really exciting racing. There's a European Championship as well, I think, for Clios, which travels all around Europe. You'll be surprised to hear.
European Championship?
Yeah, I know.
Oh, really?
Novel idea.
Very clever, the Europeans.
Aren't they just? Yes, it's a big championship, very successful championship, and the Clio Cup, which always was entertaining. Good that the cars, a couple of them, still make their way over to the UK. And back out onto the track it will go. So who hasn't stopped? Just the top 2, I think, isn't it? Yeah, Lee Collins and the Stuart Humphrey and can't read my own writing, Martin Rich car, the Mazda MX-5. They're the only 2 that haven't stopped. And David May, 3rd position, is a lap and 43 seconds off the lead. So a lap is a minute and 40, give or take. And so he's 2 minutes 20 ahead, so that, behind, with a 3-minute pit stop to be served for Collins. So that will quite easily reinstate the Ginetta as the race leader.
So it still says May instead of Skeets because we weren't sure which car he was signed on for, so that will probably stay the...
Yes, and the driver names on the timing screen are not necessarily the drivers in the cars entry. I did get that confirmed when I went downstairs. But we'll do our best, perhaps via John down in the pit lane, to keep you up to date with who's in the various cars. John, what have you got for us this time?
Hello guys, welcome back down to pit lane then, once again joined by another driver who's just come in. Hello, Christian. How are you doing? You all right? How was that stint?
Bit hot.
Yeah?
It was good, yeah. The pressures were a bit high on the fronts, but obviously the temperatures, the sun's coming out, so they're just, yeah. But yeah, it's good. It's hard work, but it's good. It's good
I was
fun.
going to say, is that making it a bit more challenging to drive? I would imagine, particularly up at the top section.
Yeah. You're literally feeding the wheel, so you couldn't turn it in at all. So, but it was good. It was good fun. Yeah.
Is that sort of like a bit of a self-fulfilling prophecy in terms of the more you work hard, the more hot they get, thus the worse it gets?
Basically, yeah. So as much as you try and get back on the throttle, you just can't. So it's a case of sort of slowing and fast out. But it was getting to the point where we took a lot of pressure out on the changeover then. So yeah.
So we'll see. Report back from another driver whether it helps or not.
He'll be quicker anyway. But it should do. It makes a big difference, especially on the front wheel drive cars. So yeah, good fun though.
But apart from the tyre pressure, is everything else going okay?
Yeah, all good. Yeah, obviously there's not that many out there today, so it was but it was good. Yeah, all fine. No incident. So just good fun really. Just a bit hot.
Yeah. Okay. We've seen quite a few cars falling by the wayside with differing issues up and down the pit. I think I've spoken to 4 different cars that have had issues, which out the field is a decent percentage. But good to see you guys not in the wars at the moment. Just a few small things.
Good. Yeah, just a few small. Yeah, just tyre pressures really. So that's our fault.
I don't want to tempt fate, commentators curse and all that, but for the moment it's going well.
We're doing all right. Yeah, we're doing all right. It's good fun. We're having fun. So.
Cool. So what's the plan for? What's the name of your driver that's out there? Firstly,
Steve Glynn.
Steve. So what's the plan for Steve then for this stint? Just sort of keep it on track and bring it home.
On track and just try and bring it home, and then I'll jump in for the last stint. So hopefully with slightly lower tyre pressures. So, but I know that it chews the tyres up here, so we've got to be a bit. It's whether or not we need to change the fronts when it comes in.
Right, okay.
So obviously the heat going up, although it's getting to the end of the day, it's getting hotter, isn't it? So yeah, we got some tyres sat there ready, but obviously that takes a long time in the pits. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, and how as well with the splitting between the drivers? We had a chat with a couple of other teams. A few of them splitting it straight down the middle. Like you were saying, you jumped in early and then you're jumping in later. Yeah. How do you make that decision?
I don't really. If I'm brutally honest, I don't. We just obviously there's 2 driver changes. Yeah. There's 2, so it just works well doing that basically. So yeah, it works well for us, and it's hard work in the car as well. So it just gives. He'll do a bit of a longer stint than I did to start with, and they'll do a slightly shorter stint at the end. So and it's a bit more fun to be honest, because the car when I get back in the car it'll be completely different. Okay. So it's a case of like, especially through here, you're like, well, what's it going to do now? Yeah. So that's what it's about, isn't it? Fun.
So you basically get 2 basically different races, really, for you, with how the car feels.
You do when you get in it. It generally does feel a lot different. So yeah, we'll see. Yeah.
Well, good to see all is going well for now. Like I say, don't want to tempt anything, but looking positive.
Cheers. Yeah. Fingers crossed.
Lovely.
Fingers crossed.
Cheers, Christian. Cheers. Thank you very much, Chammy. There, one of our Clios that is out there. Of course, the 2 Clios sharing the same garage. Hopefully, we'll have a chat with the drivers from the other team in a little moment. But good to hear from Christian. Then they're going well. As we say, a few teams struggling with some mechanical issues in this race, but Christian's team going all right for the moment. Back up to you guys in the commentary box.
Thanks very much, John. Yeah, really good to hear from them. 3rd in the class, so there's room for improvement. They'll try and do that. But as we've seen, the key thing is making sure that the car runs for the 2 hours and getting through. I was reflecting while John was talking to Christian there, how many opportunities have opened up, probably since I started watching racing, for drivers to come and do, and I know we quibble over the definition of endurance, but longer races, non-sprint races, there are a lot of opportunities for drivers to do it. When I started racing, I think probably, what did we have? Thunder Saloons and Thunder Sports, and that was probably about it.
All right, okay, that's it. Yes, I wouldn't say it's all I've ever known. I mean, even in the time I've been in motorsport, decade and a half or so, there are so many more endurance series that now have come about, and I think it's because it makes racing more affordable, because you can share the cost of racing between 2, 3, 4, 5 drivers potentially. A lot of the newer endurance series are lower cost series, like the C1 series, for example, where the cars don't cost a fortune to buy and prepare. So it's actually a more affordable way of going racing, and if you're a fan of endurance racing, it's great, which I am certainly, because to watch they're very entertaining. And but then this is something a bit different, isn't it? Multi-class endurance racing, to have more series like this out there is definitely a good thing. And a lot of these cars, the Clio Cup cars, for example, this is a second home for those cars after Clio Cup stopped racing in the UK, the older spec Gianettas, things like that. This is somewhere that you can get hold of one of those, out-of-date cars in a way they've been replaced by the next generation, and still find somewhere to race them. So it's win-win really, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. There is the Bosey Kerridge car, working its way the second of the Clios. I'm actually thinking, I don't think they've stopped yet, so that's probably why we've got Harity down in 3rd, because Bosey Kerridge was 3rd, wasn't it, originally? So we're probably into, we've not had the stop yet, and we're not even at the halfway point of the race yet.
Is that correct? Because my timing screen has David May back into 3rd place now, so that might be an issue with the yes, and the Larmony Clio is ahead of the BMW, so I wonder if that's just not updated properly. So we'll
I'm wondering what is it going to be 80% for a classified finish in this one? I'm not sure whether. Sorry, Andy's got to reach for the regs again.
Oh,
mine are going to be all over the place. I'll get that.
Thank you.
That's the key thing, isn't it, for the Larmony Mini, is whether they get to the end of the race, but whether they've completed the requisite number of laps, which I'm guessing we're probably going to be 80%, 75 to 80.
Hang on.
Quick scroll down the championship. But these have been well thumbed, haven't they, today?
Yes. To be fair, we should probably research this a bit more ahead of time. But
you can't answer every question.
No, in my experience, no, I can't. Rarely. Race distance reduced. No, that's not what we're asking.
Be the points bit, presumably.
Yeah, that was where I was, but I am skimming. Let me read in a bit more detail. Points rewarded.
Well, we're looking at the Clio anyway, and not had the. I don't think had the stop yet. Going down from the top of the hill, and then of course onto the Tom Price straight, up into the hairpin. Not only is this circuit really hard on tyres, but I remember talking to some of the Legends boys who were going through brakes like nobody's business when they were racing on the international circuit here a few years ago. Now we get the 82 car into pit lane as well, and as you can see, driver safely out of car and the refuelling very much underway. And as we're sort of at the halfway point, imagining this is going to be the only refuelling, they've got to do another stop at some point as well. Caterham 310 are just taking on the fuel. That could well be part of the timing as well. As you'd expect, we've got the drivers in full safety gear and fire extinguisher on hand as well. And Lee Collins, very adept at doing these. Taking his gloves off now, so what's Lee actually going to do? The stop will be timed. Not sure if they've used up the full 3 minutes with the refuelling as well. And some jiggling going on in the driver cockpit there. And in due course, he will get out. In theory, he's going to end up behind the Ginetta. So both of them with the one stop. Back to a little bit of Clio Cup wannabeism here. As I say, Clio Cup, many, many years giving us super racing. The BMW's back out. Great story. And again, maybe gunning for some championship points. But if nothing else, they've paid for the track time. Get out there and enjoy it. And hopefully give us some entertainment as well, which is going to be good to see.
Yeah, there's nothing obvious in the regs. I have now scanned them in some detail, saying that there's a minimum percentage of the race that needs to be finished. All it says is that essentially, if you're classified as a finisher on the result sheet, then you will be eligible for points. Now, this could be the same as in Fun Cup, because there's no such rule in Fun Cup either. You could complete one lap of the race
and you get a
still
result.
Be classified as in the results, and you score points regardless, more or less.
It's about keeping the car running, isn't it, over the 2 hours? So yeah, that's an interesting point. So hopefully, those guys will get some championship points, which would be a just reward for coming all this way, working hard over the course of the weekend to get the car out there, and great to see. I'm guessing Andrew Etheridge maybe now taking over. It was Chris Etheridge who was flagged as being out first of all, so I'm guessing Andrew Etheridge in Pro A.
Yeah, it's a good idea, that. I quite like what we do in Fun Cup and potentially here as well, because otherwise, once you realise you're not going to complete the required distance, there's no point going back out there. But we want cars on track. People have paid their entry. We want them to feel that there's a point in going back out there, and we've seen teams go out there and they might move from 25th to 22nd, despite being 70 odd laps down maybe, but they've gained a few extra championship points. It can be significant come the end of the year. So, with still just under an hour to go, there's a chance others will drop out or have problems, and you could still inherit a half decent finish. So it's a good rule, that. I like that, if that's the case in Supersport. Certainly in other championships like Fun Cup, that is absolutely the case. So we are halfway through this race now, with 59 minutes to go, and it is Lee Collins who's registered as the race leader, but he's just pitted, so I suspect that's going to change. David May just went through, in fact, to take over the race lead in the Ginetta. Lee Collins, Caterham, still in the pit lane, I believe, being serviced, and we'll head out onto the track imminently. We've got the Mazda in as well, which was leading in Club A before it pitted, so I was going to do a rundown of the order, but we'll wait till this round of pit stops is complete, and then we'll have a bit more of an idea of what the actual order is. I can tell you the Etheridge BMW dropped 18 laps in that ordeal. They're not last, though, because they've completed 4 more laps than the Club A Mini. Now, okay, they're in different classes, so that makes no difference really to class positions, championship points, etc. But they're not last in the race. They are still running, or back up and running. Hopefully they've sorted the steering issues that took them off the road. I suspect that's why the BMW was off the road when we saw it earlier on. So the BMW then heads into the hairpin, and we can head back down to the pit lane and chat with John.
Hello, welcome back to the pit lane. Let's go chat with some more people. Now, of course, we've got plenty of drivers and things, so we're going to swing round here. Of course, the Beamer is gone, and that's to the testament of the team over here with Howell. Howell, you volunteered yourself for an interview here, so hello.
Hi.
Welcome to the live stream. Tell us a bit more of what happened with the Beamer there.
So we had an accident we got crashed into in qualifying, and we think some of the impact of that has obviously dislodged the engine slightly. It's moved the engine mount. We haven't caught it between times, and then obviously halfway down Peel, something's gone dink dink down the road, and we think that was the engine mount. So he's then lost steering.
Because when you came in, we initially thought it was something to do with the steering, as you showed us, but then since then we've had a bit more of a revelation.
Yeah, so the engine had basically just collapsed down onto the steering column, and that was what was the graunching noise that you guys heard. It sounded pretty horrific, so which is why we all went, oh, right, we're done. But as I was turning it whilst I was talking to you, the guys were in the engine bay, they looked, spotted the engine moving slightly, and then that's when we seen it. Luckily, spare in the van.
Wow.
See how long it lasts.
Well, a testament to the team there that they spotted that and got the fix done, and maybe a bit of luck as well that spare was in the back, but you got it on and hopefully it lasts, like you say.
We'll see how we go. Thank you very much.
Cheers, Hal. Thanks for chatting with us. Well, there you go then. A little bit of a story as to why the BMW is having those issues, and the team have done a great job there to find it out, get it fixed, and send it back out. Well, speaking about sending it back up to you in the box.
Thank you, John. Yes, so interesting then. So that was the car that had the collision with the ES Motorsport BMW in qualifying, the Etheridge BMW, and they think it's a legacy of that contact, the steering issue. So that's a shame, but hopefully they've got to the bottom of it, sent the car back on its way, and they will set about trying to move up the order. So the next car in their class is the Lee Collins Caterham, annoyingly, so they're 17 laps behind them. So they're going to be hoping, in a way, the nicest way possible, that Lee runs into some issues of his own in order for them to pick their way back up the order. So we have now had everyone in the pit lane once, in fact a couple of them in more than once, although not necessarily for mandatory pit stops both times, and it is David May's Ginetta that leads. He is, I think, now potentially the best part of a lap ahead of Lee Collins in the Caterham. Number 62, so 118 lead, 62 second. Then in third is the Club A leader, the number 91 Mazda, which is the Stuart Humphrey and Martin Rich car. And fourth position, second in Club A, is the number 35 Renault Clio. That's the Claude Bosey and Tom Kerridge car. Fifth position, number 36, which is the other of the Gen 4 Clio Cups, which is the Steve Glynn and Christian Harity car. And sixth position then for Club C, which is the number 14 is Matt Mills and James Larmony.
little bit of radio silence. We've got a visitor come up, so I'm going to put him on the spot now. Hayden Payne's come up to have a chat with us as championship coordinator for the day. First of all, I think we need to start by giving your dad some stick. He's a rubbish driver, isn't he? Let's flick you on. There you go, you're on now.
There we go, we're on now. Yeah, I fully agree with that statement. I've always been quicker than him. That's all that matters.
Is he watching? Is he sort of sending messages and stuff like that, or is he working today? He's at Silverstone, isn't he?
He's at Silverstone. I doubt he'll be doing much, as per usual. But yeah, he'll be watching some C1s go around, as they're still going around at the moment.
We did a bit of a chat about your driving, didn't we, a while ago?
Yeah, that was to do with the DS3 Cup that the BRSCC had.
Yeah.
So that was about, obviously, when we first brought them into the BRSCC, and it's going better now. It's going building up the championship, really.
Tell us a bit about your weekend as involved on the coordination side. What have you been up to?
Just really helping out more than anything. They obviously asked for a bit of help this weekend, and then yesterday at about 10 a.m. they said, can you run Super Sport? So I was like, yeah, go on then, why not? So it's been a pretty busy weekend. There's been a lot of things going on, but I've enjoyed it. It's a good laugh.
Good. It's great to see you around, and it's been a good weekend all round, hasn't it, with the racing?
Yeah, I mean, juniors have been brilliant. You know, Fiesta seniors have been brilliant. The caterers have come along, and obviously they always bring big grids, interesting racing. So yeah, it's been a brilliant weekend. Lovely weather as well.
Can we run the DS3 in these, or are they not quite powerful enough to get up there? Because we've got the classes that I've got to work out all the notes now and try and work it all out. So Club C, you probably can, because it's up to Club C is up to 150 brake horsepower per tonne.
I think it might be all right then. I think we can get that in.
But then there might be date clashes and things like that to be able to do it. But opportunity for those cars to come in.
Yeah, I think that Ginetta would catch it up quite quickly, wouldn't it?
But I mean, you know, coming into this one, we were saying that the Mills and Larmony Mini was leading the championship from Club C, so it is open to the smaller cars. The smaller cars can come in, you know, get some decent results and lead the championship overall. That's the beauty of this.
Yeah, 100%. It's what you need. They're having a few troubles at the moment downstairs, but they're hoping to get it resolved and you know, claim points for the championship. That's what they're here for. You know, small grid this weekend, but the people who need to show up have shown up, and they've all been happy. Really made a difference to the paddock, so it's been good.
That's good. What's next for you?
Oh, good question. I'm not sure yet. Possibly getting back out in ST150s soon.
Right, okay,
so
that'd be good.
Ideal, yeah. Maybe do a bit more stuff with the BRSCC if they ask. I'm always open to help. So it's been a good weekend, as I said. So I've really enjoyed it.
It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because we like seeing you on track, but also it's fantastic to have you helping out with the championships as well and have your company on race weekend. So you know, great that you're up here. So any chance that we might see you out in this? If you're coordinating it, probably not.
Probably not, but I think Lindsay will be coming back to take over for the rest of the year. But from looking at it, I've never really looked at it properly, and that's probably shows that, you know, that's a me problem really. I should be looking at it more. But this championship's brilliant. You know, you've got your free practice on the Saturday, you've got half an hour quali, and then you've got 3 hours worth or 2 hours worth of racing. So everyone's friendly, the whole paddock's friendly. You get garages on the race day, things like that. So I think it's a brilliant championship. It just needs the numbers really.
Loads of track time, isn't it? As you say, is this the one your dad looked after before? Because there was a swap round of a couple of championships this year, wasn't there? I can't remember which one.
I can't remember.
Was which?
I know Andrew Schofield used to.
That's what I'm getting muddled up with Scof. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. So he used to look after it. Now it's Lindsay this year, and obviously me for a round. Well, Lindsay couldn't make it this year or this weekend. Sorry.
That's good. Any thoughts on the race so far? Obviously, you've been watching what's been going on. We've been talking about the Mini. The Clio's all together on the timing screen, so the class is very much all together apart from the Etheridge BMW, so they're all kind of in the right order.
Yeah, I mean, it's with 8 cars out, it's always going to be a little bit quiet, but you know, the Ginetta and the BM at the start, they kept close for quite a while.
If I was to throw a question to you, right, so you're coming into the meeting, oh my god, we're Pro A, we're a couple of drivers short, which car would you go in, the BM or the Ginetta?
Probably the BM. It just seems more. I don't know. I've driven Ginettas before, but I think the BM would just be a good laugh to drive.
Right.
You know, it's a proper good little team as well. Good crowd down there. I've been chatting to them all day, so that's probably the one I'd go in, the BM. Yeah.
And they got the steering issue from damage in. I think Andy was saying, was that the incident earlier on in the weekend?
Yeah, they had a small incident in qualifying with another car, but they seem to get it fixed. I think they're still going around, aren't they? So
yeah, back out now, which is great.
They are, look. So yeah, I think that it's probably from earlier issues, but now that they've got it sorted, hopefully they can just keep churning out the laps and get to the end.
We might see a battle with the Ginetta a little bit later on. And coming back to Ginetta, so you're telling me, just saying just now, you've driven a couple of Ginettas. What have you been in?
G56s, but only at work. Obviously I work at Palmer Sports, so they have Ginettas there. Sometimes we drive them, but a lot of the time I'm sat in the passenger seat with Ginetta. That's mainly my weekdays.
Right, so you get to do that quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, throughout the whole week, last week, this week, I've just been sat in Ginettas and things at Palmer Sport. So yeah, that's my full-time job. Really.
Palmer Sport, does that cover lots of tracks, or is it the Bedford Autodrome, or is it Brands, Alton and the other MSV tracks?
It's just Bedford only. Obviously MSV run experience days at other circuits, but Palmer Sports obviously is just solely at Bedford.
Right. Who else do you work with? Any names work up there?
Obviously the Motorsport School, who help out the BRSCC a lot. They're quite closely linked. I work at the Motorsport School for their ARDS days, things like that. Andy McEwen's actually giving us a wave down there.
Is he?
He's looked away now.
He's having a break. Good lad.
He's having a coffee on the pit wall down there.
Yeah, Motorsport School. I took my son up there for his ARDS course. I mean, he's not, kids are getting in now so young, aren't they, doing juniors and stuff like that. And my lad's 21 this year, and we said we'd get him through his ARDS course for his 21st. So we did it. And the guys at the Motorsport School were so helpful and so welcoming, right the way through the process. If there's any nerves about doing that process, you needn't have them, need you, because you looked after on those days.
No, from a working standpoint, it's like a family there. We all treat each other as family. It's such a nice place to be. And coming in to do your ARDS test, the trickiest part, and I tell everybody that I go out and do, is the written part. If you don't revise for it, that's the only part you're going to fail on, because we always try. It's in our best interest for you guys to pass and get out on circuit.
You've got to get 100% in that as well, haven't you?
Yeah, you do.
That's tough, isn't it?
It
can be.
Yeah, people trip up on flags and things like that. So that's the one piece of advice I give everybody. Make sure you revise for your written. Obviously, a bit of track experience on track days and stuff is always helpful for your actual ARDS test. You'll just breeze through it then. But if not, we always have options. We can always help out, because, as I said, it's in our best interest to pass people. We want more people out on circuit, and it's nice to see that progression when you pass someone's ARDS test and then you go see them on a race weekend and they're racing it. It's a nice thing to see.
That's good. You got any Billy stories from Bedford? I won't put you on the spot. You probably can't say half.
I can't say many, but we have a fair few. But as I said, that's another brilliant place to work. It's fantastic over there. But I won't leak any stories, so to say.
No, I'm winding you up a little bit. I wouldn't expect you to do that over. Certainly, you get some different ones. The thing that always gets me is where was it? It was Donington, and you come out of the garages at Donington. They've got arrows telling you which way to go. I'm thinking, how thick must some people be not to go the right way around track? But they are needed, aren't they, very often for people?
100%, especially obviously you'd hope not if you're racing, but if you're on either a track day or an experience day there, I guess you have got people that maybe have never done it before. They've never heard of even what Donington Park is before. They've just booked it, going up, and then
go the wrong way round.
They're going right up the pit lane, aren't they? You never know.
Yeah, well, we'll catch up with you in the bar sometime and get some stories from Palmer Sport.
Yeah, we'll keep them
are you working
secret.
Tomorrow? You got a day off, or
I've got a day off tomorrow, and then I'm there Tuesday to Friday.
Where are you based now?
I'm in, mainly Bedford, but I don't live there. I live in Lancashire.
Right.
But my dad lives in Holmfirth, so I'm sort of all over the country. But most of the time, I spend all my time in
Holmfirth, isn't that where they filmed that sitcom?
Yes. Yeah.
Is that why he's moved there? Isn't it that's where old people go, isn't it?
He actually lives a few doors down from Nora Batty. So
does he really?
Yeah. That is the place it was filmed.
So you start calling him Compo now, do we?
Yeah,
or is he?
Well, he's
or Foggy or something like that.
Similar to Compo. That's how we describe.
We are going to seriously get in. I've already upset Becky, who was here yesterday, one of the old C1 drivers. Said she watches too much daytime TV, and she said I'm going to get in the neck on the live stream on Tuesday when we do sim racing. So yeah, this is what we're about. Hopefully banter and having a bit of fun.
Well, yeah, I mean, Andy's the one who always causes the drama. We were racing we were racing last weekend in Club Sport. I was in a Suzuki Swift, and I think it was Scott who was asking which paint is in the car, and Andy said something along the lines of, if it goes out and it's set in purple laps, it's not Andrew paint. So my dad wasn't very happy about that one, but that's Andy McEwen for you. He's always trying to pop a dig in there at least once a day.
Do you know one thing we like? I'm digging this out of the hole here, but Andrew's a good sport for all that sort of stuff.
Oh, he's brilliant.
Yeah.
I won't say the best commentator, because there's many commentators probably listening and around, but he's one of my favourite commentators. I'll give him that.
So 44 minutes to go. We're getting into the last couple of stops, or the last stops, I should say, because they only have to do 2, and some driver changes upcoming. But May still ahead of Collins in the Caterham. And yeah, we look forward to the bigger numbers. I was saying, I think when we get to Silverstone, that will always attract a lot of people. Everyone loves going to Silverstone. Everyone loves the GP, but it doesn't matter whether it's national or international. Be a big entry for that one.
Yeah, it's always big grids at Silverstone. Obviously, Anglesey, this is probably the smallest grid Supersport has seen, but it's so far away from many people. You know, I was speaking to Jack Sant, or I wasn't speaking, I overheard Jack Sant saying not Jack Sant, James Pope from ST240s. I overheard him say he's travelled about 7.5 hours from Portsmouth to get here or something like that.
Yeah,
so
I beat him. It was 9 from London on Friday.
Oh, was it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic, isn't it? That's not ideal. I came from Bedford, so it was 5 for me, but it's about 2 hours home.
As I said to Andy earlier on, you know, it's Hayden. It's once you get here, you kind of forget that, because it's always a good weekend. Great people, the club are great. You know, the Alpha Life people are terrific to work with as well. So it is worth it when you get here.
Yeah, everyone from the BRSCC is brilliant. The paddocks are brilliant, and you get a view, obviously, that these guys can't see, but we have a beautiful view of the mountains from the commentary box. So it makes it worth it, I think.
I think it is as well. So what's the podium? Are you overseeing the podium for this? So who are you going to get for us? Is it going to be the top 3 in each class? That would be everybody, or top 3 in the race?
I think we'll probably do, now don't quote me on this, we'll do first place of each class, which is, there's 3 classes out there. Or is it 2? I forgot. We'll probably do first place from each class.
White, pink and orange. White, pink and yellow.
Yeah.
So 3. Yes, all right, isn't it? 3 class winners. That's the equivalent to a normal. Hey, see, he's that's why we've got him as championship coordinator.
That's it.
Sorted.
That orange Mini, a little story about it, that's currently honing, is that number 14? Yes, so he's got clutch issues. So essentially they are trying to get to 50% of...
50%, there you go, championship coordinator. We were trying to find that earlier on.
So it's 50% of the laps completed by the leader for them to finish. So he's going around in 3rd gear and 3rd gear only. They have to miss the 2nd mandatory pit stop, so they'll be docked 4 laps. So they have to do 4 laps on top of 50% of the race complete. So that will be interesting. And last time I heard, we only had half a tank of fuel remaining. So we're going to soon find out if they do get classified or not.
Hayden's got his finger on the pulse. We tried, we looked, royal we. Andy looked. Oh, that's good. Thank you for clearing that up. So that gives us a target to look for.
Yes.
Towards the end.
We were trying to work out the laps downstairs in race control, but we haven't. They might have sorted it. I haven't heard what the laps is, but hopefully they get done. That would be good, because they're just trying to get finished in the points. Really, that's all they want.
So the leader at the moment, David May, there's only one name on the screen, but the May Skeets car has done 45 laps, and the Larmony car has done 34. So at the moment they're on schedule to complete 50% of the time. So we've basically got to double that. It'll be 68 plus 4.
72.
72.
Yeah, my race number.
He's all right. Oh, is it?
Yes, yes. I think they'll get it done, just depending on the fuel for them. Really, that's the biggest thing.
Right. See whether they can finish. Normally, when I see a Pure Track car, it's Sarah Dennis.
Yeah.
That runs those, and normally every time I commentate or pit lane, Sarah retires.
Yeah, we like Sarah. We love.
we do like
Pure
Sarah.
Track. They're brilliant. They're absolutely.
She's had no luck when I've been working on these meetings.
No,
though.
that seems to be a common thing. She doesn't have the most luck in the world, but she's quick when she gets in a car. And as I said, the whole package as a team is fantastic. For Pure Track.
She's done a book as well, hasn't she?
Yes, she has. I've got one in the boot of my car. I was meant to give that to my dad. Actually, you've just reminded me. But
how to be a racing driver? Does he need that? Does he?
I will say it. I've already said enough. I think.
Poor old Andrew. Yeah.
I'll be getting a telling off on him.
Have you read it? Have you started to read it, or is it just for him, is it?
It's just for him. I've never given it him, actually. I need to give him that back, but I might have a little read of it. Just keep off my phone at night. I'll read Sarah Dennis.
Yeah, I need to have a look at that. I don't know if there's any anecdotes. I'm guessing there are anecdotes in it. It's always interesting to see racing stories, you know.
Yeah, it's good, and she's a very knowledgeable woman as well, so, you know, it'll probably be quite an interesting book. I might have to read a few pages and see if I get invested.
So we're looking at the Caterham, and Lee Collins' first time out this year. And you know, one thing is you don't have to contest the whole championship, do you? You can Andy was talking about the 6 events that we've got, but it doesn't matter if you just come out for the odd one. You know, for many people, it's about seeing a great mix of cars on track, and it is a treat seeing the likes of the Caterham 310R, which is the second tier of Caterham racing. Obviously, the Ginetta, even though it's maybe a couple of seasons old, and the BMW. So some good machinery out there, and most of it being well driven.
No, 100%. You know, it's a bit like club sport. If you only come in for the odd round or two, it's just there for everybody and anybody, and that's why the classes are so. You know, the top class, you've got a very high power to weight ratio, which allows the likes of your 310Rs and your Ginettas and yet, you know, the BM all to come in. So I think it's one of those that, as you say, round by round, it fluctuates on numbers. You've got Silverstone, which probably, hopefully, it's busy. But something like Anglesey, where it's so far out the way and people don't necessarily want to make that trip due to, because they might not be in the championship, they might only be doing a couple of rounds, so they might say, I'm not going to do Anglesey, but I'll go do Silverstone, for example.
Mini's still going, just chugs past us.
I mean, it seems to be going well for third gear only. It's not too bad. What lap times are they doing? 2:04 on the last one. So yeah, they seem to be struggling, but obviously that'll run out of revs quite quickly. Down the straight in third gear, I'd imagine they're just lifting, coasting the way around. So 50% plus 4 laps. So at the moment, 47 laps done. So that will be nearly 24 plus 4:28. And they're on 36, so they've got a little bit of time to play with. But we've still got, well, we've got 37 minutes to go, so it might be nip and tuck. Yeah, I think they'll do it if they don't run out of fuel, but they cannot come in the pits again. That's why they can't complete the second mandatory stop, because they just won't get going. So they just have to keep going round, getting laps done. Do we know who's in the car now, by the way? Sorry to put you on the spot, you probably don't know. No reason why you should know necessarily, but Mills or Lark? I think it is Mills. No. Tell a lie. I think Matt Mills is downstairs. I can't be too sure. It might. I think it might
James
be James
Larmany.
now that I think about it.
I don't think it's his car, because his company name's on his family name's on the side, so I'm guessing that's his company. So we can assume that he might have had the bigger stint to get it out. Well, it's a long old stint, isn't it, to be doing third gear in a mini, but he just has to drive, I guess, economical. Yeah. Make sure he keeps that fuel to the end. Going back to David May and Mark Skeets, they've got to deal with not traffic, but they've still got to deal with slower cars, and the slower cars have got to be mindful about the Ginetta and the Caterham and the BMW coming through now. The BMW's back on track, so there is still things for the drivers to consider and skill for them to exercise. Yeah, even though it's a small grid, you have got that. With the Ginetta, we worked it out, should be theoretically lapping the number 2 Mini every 6 or 7 laps. So, you know, you've always got to be looking in your mirrors. The Ginetta itself has always got to look out for traffic. You know, I've done our race remembrance a few times. Yeah. When you're in a slower car and you've got the likes of the BMWs that are winning overall, they approach you so quick, and you've got to also be mindful of what they're doing. They've got to be mindful of what you're doing. So they've all got something to think about out there, and the Caterhams are very tricky to see in your mirrors with how low they are when you're in a saloon car or a hatchback or something along them lines. Yeah. Doing race remembrance this year? I hope so. Yeah. I'm just deciding what in, really. We had a bit of a nightmare last year with BMW. We just had so many issues. I think we changed the clutch 3 times. We had issues with people driving at night, because not everyone qualified in the night driving, like the night qualifying, so they weren't technically allowed to go out in the night. Right. So it was just me and my dad, and obviously my dad's eyesight's got worse, so when it's in the night time he can barely see. That's why I think he was driving quicker in the night, because he couldn't see. I think he was braking later because he couldn't tell when he was braking. That's what he claims anyway. His claim to fame was he was 2 seconds quicker than me at Race Remembrance in the dark. Now, the car was working a lot better when he was in it. I was on 3 cylinders, and I'm pretty sure the car was running perfectly fine for him. But I'll let him have that claim of fame. It was one of the only times he's ever been quicker than me. That's fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, we'll give him one good thing on the live stream. We can't just keep bullying him, can we? The DS3 interview I did with you, which I can't remember if it's still on. I'm not on socials at the moment, but I think that's where we did it. Was it with Brady as well? Yeah, me and Brady. So Brady's obviously racing in the 240s this weekend, but we went out in club sport at Snetterton when it was an absolute monsoon, and it was brilliant. You know, the rain favoured us massively. We beat multiple compact cars that should theoretically be in a couple of seconds that quicker. And I think we came second in class, and we started 4th in class. So it was great. You know, it was really sort of friendly to drive in the wet. I've also drove the city cars in the wet, which are a lot snappier. But the DS3 just seemed to handle the wet conditions a lot better. I just think they're a great starter car, or even a great step up in the BRSCC ladder from City Car Cup. And you did some stuff with the student motorsport as well?
Yeah, I've spent 2.5, 3 years in student motorsport with 2 different teams. That's a really good incentive. You know, the students are getting first-hand experience in the motorsport world, and you learn so much in college, let's say, but when you get to a circuit, when all the pressure's on, you learn a lot more.
Doing it for real, it's more, I've found, sorry to cut across you there, Hayden, but I found it's more immediate, because I did some work probably about 10 years ago with a short oval formula that had a car, and they gave a bare chassis for a uni to work on, and they were so slow at doing anything. But and I get it, because they're learning about the individual bits that they're bolting on and every individual job that they're doing as they go across. But if you put people in a live environment, there's that urgency.
Exactly. I mean, crashes are inevitable in motorsport, and when you're trying to turn around a car between, let's say, a 2-hour gap between races, you know, that's when the students need to be on it. Even though the tutors take lead in them situations, obviously for safety reasons, when the students are learning, the students still have X amount of jobs to do in X amount of time. Double pit stop.
Yeah, both the Clios coming in, and Sam Whiskers, our cameraman down there, and just making sure that all is okay. Double refuel going on.
It's impressive, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. As you can see, both cars have fire marshals on hand as well from the team as they do it. We talk about compacts, and this championship we've seen compact cups. Adam Reed and David Drinkwater having won the class last year.
Yeah. As I said, it's just that's why this championship's so good. You have the longer races, so you have a bit more of a endurance style feel to it compared to club sport. Obviously, club sport is still that 45-minute with a pit stop.
Yeah.
But the 2 hours just gives you a lot more time. That Genetta's going quite slowly.
Yeah, I think this is the second stop.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. So they've done the one. So
I've just checked my phone, and my dad was actually watching 15 minutes ago. So
I am watching.
Still watching now.
Good. So not doing his work then.
Well, as I said, I wasn't wrong. You know, he makes himself look busy.
They might have finished down there at Silverstone, to be honest. Yeah.
Potentially, they might be over now. But,
he'll be messaging me. He's a good lad, actually. I've got to say, Andrew's always, you know, looking to help people and promote the club and promote the racing. He pinged me a note on Friday about something which was ongoing, which was very much appreciated. So yeah,
Yeah, my dad always tries to help everybody. He always tries to push for other people as well. That's my radio. That must be Charlie calling from downstairs, but that'll be fine.
Okay. Well, if you do need to get away, we can get Andy back on the cans.
I'll tell you what, he hasn't been doing work for a while, has he? He's still got a coffee in his hand.
Hayden Payne, thank you for joining us up here. Pleasure to see you.
Pleasure to see you too.
And nice to have you up in the comments box. Look forward to seeing you on track or in the official capacity again in the very near future.
That's the one. Thank you very much.
Thanks, mate. Well done. So many great articulate youngsters in the sport these days, and great to have someone like Hayden coming in and helping out. And it just goes to prove, you know, as I get closer to like retirement age, you think, yeah, I'd like to do something, you know, when I'm not commentating, maybe get involved on the admin side or championship coordinator side, something like that. But great to have youngsters that want to get involved as well. Really good stuff. What an articulate youngster he is.
Yes, I'll be honest, that whole thing made me feel very uncomfortable. I was standing behind the back of the commentary box listening in, and he's a bit too good, isn't he? He's a bit too good.
He'll be commentating soon.
Yeah, well, hey, it was about time they upgraded the commentary team, I think, and swapped me out for someone else. So, hey, maybe Hayden's the guy. But no, that was a really interesting chat, actually, and I've been saying for a few years, and I know it's something the BRSCC have been trying to push, that they want not only new people to come in and help with the admin side and you know, clerking and coordinating, but younger people, you know, get people in from a young age, and then they can build a career potentially in motorsport. And I think Hayden's going to be a great example of that. He's really got his head screwed on. He understands the sport. He's been around the sport all his life, which helps. And I do think that's important, you know, that you have a real deep understanding of what the sport means to the competitors. And I think that's something that the BRSCC are really, really good at. You know, they like to say, don't they, that they're a club for racers by racers, and almost all of the people who run the club have raced or do race or are planning to race, and I think that really shows, and Hayden's another great example of that. So yeah, some interesting stuff. Did he get many digs in about his dad?
A lot.
Good.
And his dad was listening as well, apparently.
Yes, Andrew messaged me, yes. Hi, Andrew. I just want to remind you that was your son. I was nowhere near the microphone for the last 20 minutes or so. I am not to blame.
I think it was good, healthy banter, which sounds like a really good lad and dad relationship going on with those two.
Definitely.
Echo what I said about Andrew. He's very good at promoting the sport and getting people involved, and he'll say, "Did you know this?" in case it's something that I might have missed or not done. The Giannetta's out after its second stop, so down in P2, so we're going to get the opportunity to watch it trying to reel in the Caterham, which I don't think has had its second stop. You've got the stops on the...
No, it hasn't.
So we've got that to look forward to. We've got, and of course, Hayden clearing up the issue with the laps as well, the percentage, which... Now we've had him explain it, that will lodge with me. Sometimes if I read something, I read it and forget it, but I think I'll remember that now.
So 50% of the overall race winner's distance, presumably, not the class winner's distance. I mean, they're the only car in the class, so...
Yeah, that's another question. Hayden! The overall race is too complicated otherwise to work out. Plus the 4 laps that they get for not having the second stop because of the mechanical problems.
Because they wouldn't get the car moving.
Yeah, so they get a 4-lap penalty.
Okay, got you. Yes, I did hear him say that. I was querying why they wouldn't stop. But yes, if it's stuck in gear or they've limited gears.
So I don't think we've got 8 cars, but we've learned a lot.
Yeah, we have.
I've learned a huge amount from this.
I'm glad Hayden wandered up into the commentary box a while ago.
I didn't recognise. I feel really bad now because I didn't recognise. We've been wandering around all weekend, and when you see people out of kilter, because you used to see him race in a car. And probably with Andrew as well.
Yeah, true. No, I've spent the last 2 weekends with Hayden, so he was over at Silverstone racing, of course, in the Swift, as he discussed, and that's when I think he got roped into coming and helping this weekend. His dad had a say in that, so good to have him here. So 27.5 minutes to go. It's going by quite quickly in the end, isn't it? And David May, we assume, will re-inherit the lead once the Caterham pits. Feels like we haven't had too many mechanical dramas in the last half hour or so either. I know I'm jinxing this now, but we seem to get most of those out of the way in the first 40 minutes or so, didn't we?
We did, and I think once you get those ironed out, then, with a limited number of cars on track as well, there's hopefully, less clashes and so on and so forth. Mazda moment in pit lane. I can't think of anything. It just doesn't look like the normal Mazdas that we used to, does it, with the hard top and the...
I remember Alan Henderson did a similar thing to one of his MX-5s a number of years ago to race in... Was it Club Sport Trophy he raced in, or something else maybe? And Alan Henderson, former Mazda MX-5 Super Cup champion, and that was the first time I'd seen one of those Mark III MX-5s with all of the aero kit, and it does look a bit odd, but it's a potent machine, isn't it? And we see more and more of them now with those additions, aerodynamic additions made, and the hard top roof, which itself is an interesting look. But yet over in America, that's the only way they race those Mark IIIs.
Is it?
Yeah.
I didn't
the
know
American
that.
Series all have.
Is it Mazdas or is it Miata over there?
They're Miatas,
right.
Which
not allowed to mention that, are we?
It just irritates me because that's not what they are. Mazda MX-5s, but far be it from me to educate the Americans. It's a popular series though. Their Mark III series is hugely popular, and it's directly linked with the MX-5 Cup, which is the IMSA support series, where there's a huge amount of money available for you win thousands of dollars just for finishing inside the top 10 in any individual race in that series. It's huge. So Mazda with big involvement in motorsport over there.
Guessing all that stuff's online now. You can probably
all free to view.
Or you could just literally watch it all day.
You could
motorsport all day.
Can you imagine? You wouldn't catch me doing that. And yet, if I ever did on those rare, beautiful days where I'm not working, that's all I do.
You watch a lot of streams?
Try and catch up on what's going on.
It's too much now for me.
Overwhelming. But hey, it's a nice problem to have, isn't it? It was when I first started working in motorsport, even most club level motorsport in the UK, you had to be there, otherwise you never knew what happened. You could watch the live timing, listen to the commentary maybe on TSL, but live streaming was a wild notion 15 years ago.
AJK made programmes.
Yes, they
remember
highlight shows. Yeah, of course. Well, both you and I worked on those.
Didn't we? Yeah.
So that was my first broadcast work I did, and then they did dabble in live stuff right back in the early days. But now it's par for the course, isn't it? Almost every club. Every weekend there will be a club.
A lot of people are talking about moving away from it. And going back to considered progress, because it's only because of COVID.
Yeah, of course.
We was at Silverstone for the Minis and the Legends first round this year. People, I get the question I hate the most is, are you live streaming this weekend? I really get fed up with it. And people see me there and they think,
oh, where are the cameras? Are you live streaming this weekend? And I've said, did you want to watch race coverage? Yes, go and stand by the wall and watch the cars go past if you're here.
Yes, fair point.
But yeah, some people will be talking about going back to not edited highlights, but the races you can cut as live, but putting in more background material with it.
Yeah.
And having it as a proper drop.
Yes.
Which would be nice. But we literally only stream because of COVID. It's the only reason we do it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. And it's more affordable these days, of course, to have the live streaming. But still, it's a nice treat. It's a nice treat. Keeps us in work and gives people around the country a chance to tune in and watch. And they do decent viewing figures as well, I think, most of these BRSCC streams. So yeah, it's nice to see.
We did a comparison last year.
Oh, really?
They did very favourably with a lot of other.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
interesting.
And not necessarily on the day, but if you do the cumulative figures, a lot of people do go back. And that again goes back to the argument of you don't need to stream it live because people would watch it afterwards if you dropped a programme with more. Because I watched Ginetta coverage when they dropped off ITV and went to GT. And Alicia Pawlowski was in it.
Yes.
And, we're great friends with the Pawlowski family. And I thought, just see how Alicia gets on. And she was involved in an incident. And I thought, I really want to see the reaction to that because the person that she was involved with was on the podium.
Right.
And they did the race and they didn't bother with the podium interviews.
Yes. Yeah.
No build-up. No, you just think, that's not storytelling.
No, I'm not going to disagree with you.
Talking of storytelling, I think John's got something for us down in pit lane again. So let's go down to Ratters.
Pit lane, and I'm joined now by Stuart. Hello, Stuart. We spoke with your teammate a while ago. He was feeling pretty positive for the race ahead. Of course, you've now handed over to him. Is it going as positively as you would have hoped?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, car's very strong. Team have done a great job in the pit stop so far. That's our last pit stop.
Okay.
So yeah, we should. We're holding our own. Just making sure we bring the car home now.
Amazing. Hopefully so. As you say, team doing a great job. I saw a couple of your team members at least diving in and cleaning it earlier. It looked sublime when it went out, and it's going as fast as it looks at the moment.
Well, you got a shiny ride, haven't you? Otherwise it doesn't look very good, does it, on TV? But no, it's a strong car. We build it ourselves, we run it ourselves, and it's something that's a bit close to your heart when you build it yourself. So when Martin gets in it, he drives it like he stole it everywhere because he has no input into the engineering. But I do. So cold winter days underneath it and all that sort of thing. So when it's up on ramps, but we've built a strong car at the moment. So yeah,
I'm glad to see the camaraderie and the banter between you two as well. Before we jumped on camera, he was saying he was the more attractive one of the pairing.
You can vote on that one.
Yeah, we'll leave that up to you guys at home. Either way, how did this driver pairing come about?
It's a long story, actually. Well, Martin's got some history, he has, because he's Le Mans driver, done the 24-hour, Nordschleife, 24 there, and other races around the world. So just by chance, we kind of got introduced, and he said, fancy come to drive your little Mazda, which seemed really odd to me at the time. We entered the race Remembrance, and he came along, and he really enjoyed it, and he said, if you ever do anything ever again, I'd love to be part of your team. So, quite an accolade for us. And since then, we've gone on, become good friends. And we're a good driver pairing. So,
fantastic. What a story then. And like you say, you guys have been going well. How long have you been at pairing?
Oh, well, probably good 4 or 5 years now. Okay. So it's been good. So we match each other pretty well on track. I don't know if I ever got a chance in the more exotic machinery, if I'd ever keep with him, but in the little old Mazda, I'll give it a good go. So yeah, it's good.
Are you guys ever going to go back and take on Le Mans and Nordschleife at some point?
Well, Martin did it this year. He did. We wouldn't do it in the Mazda, I don't think. That poor little old car going around there for 24 hours wouldn't be very good. So, but no, we'd need a different car.
Okay, fair enough. Well, lovely to chat with you, Stuart. Thanks for having a chat with us, and best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, thanks.
Lovely. Cheers, Stuart. Right, we will press on up here as well because we've got 2 for the price of 1, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go and have a chat with another driver. Hello, sir. Hiya. Sorry to keep you waiting up here. I've been a busy boy in pit lane, but it's been good to chat with lots of the drivers. Yeah, I know. All right, mate. How's it been out there? Of course, driver of the Ginetta. Remind me of your name as well.
I'm Mark Skates, and I'm driving the Ginetta with David May.
Amazing. How's it been going so far in this one? I chatted with David about how it was to drive the car. He seems to quite enjoy it.
I mean, it's a proper piece of kit. It's a proper race car. It's better on slicks.
Yeah.
And obviously, where the tyres we're on now at the minute are absolutely. They were shocking. I mean, so I was doing 35s this morning on those, and now I was struggling to do a 38. So it was like, so we were going to change them, but I think we were doing quite well, and I radioed in and just said, look, just leave it on them. You can manage, you can manage on those, and we'll get it to the end and see if those are the next one. But yeah, the traction control was doing a lot of work. And the ABS.
I can imagine when we were chatting with him, he was saying about the fact of cooking the tyres, especially up at that top section where, of course, you're not getting the aero assistance as such as well.
Yeah, it's all in the slow stuff. You're just getting massive understeer, and then coming out of the slow stuff, you're just getting the rears just want to spin up. So, but I say it's a good car. It's a great car to drive. It's easy to drive, if I'm honest. Hardest thing is getting in and out of it, to be honest. My age.
We were chatting with him. He said he didn't want to say it was easy, but he sort of alluded to it, that it was a sort of a simple car to be getting up to speed with. But like you say, maybe finding that overall pace is a bit
those finding those last. I think we were here on Friday. I haven't been here since 2019. Was the last time I was here. So, and that was in the Compact Cup. So it was a different car.
Very different.
And we were here on Friday, and I was running around, and we were like, I was just overdriving it. And then we went out yesterday evening. They had like half an hour, 20 minutes, and I just calmed it down. I was 2 seconds a lap quicker. And it's one of those cars. You just don't overdrive it, like any car really. You know, don't overdrive it, and the times come. And so it was. But that was a good. I mean, that hour, I was amazed. That was an hour when they radioed me, and I thought, I'd been out there 20 minutes. But like I say, it's hot in there, and but I enjoy it. It's a good laugh. Yeah,
time flies when you're having fun, as they say.
Well, it does. I mean, it's. I have to drive back to Southampton.
I thought my Milton Keynes was bad.
So that's going to be the killer part.
Oh, wow.
It took me 7 hours to get here on Thursday.
Oh, blimey.
Yeah.
Good luck to you.
Yeah, well, thanks. Well, we're not going tonight. We're going to go in the morning.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can stay here tonight.
I think that's a good idea. But also, like you say about not having been at Anglesey for a while, is that out of choice? Is it not a circuit you enjoy, or simply you just haven't been able to?
Just we haven't been at any events here. I actually prefer like these old school circuits, like Castlecombe, Croft, Cadwell, here. I like this style of circuit. It just has a more of a club feel, if you know what I mean. Whereas you go to a lot of the, there's nothing wrong with the MSV circuits, they're fine, but they're just very corporate, if you know what I mean. And so I do like it here.
Good. I'm glad you like it. You'll be back a bit sooner than, what is it, trying to do the math, 7 or 8 years?
7 years, yeah.
You'll be back a bit sooner?
If they've got an event on here, we'll be here.
Good.
Yeah.
Look forward to it.
I'll set myself up for the drive here.
Yeah, good luck for the drive back.
Yeah, thank you. Cheers.
Enjoy.
All right,
see you later, mate. Thank you very much for the chat. As we see then, the Ginetta still going very well out there on circuit, but it seems the drive out on this Anglesey track is actually going to be the easier one of the two for him. That drive for Southampton. Better him than me. Back up to you in the box.
It's like everyone's having a competition of who's got the longest drive back at the moment, isn't it?
I'm not winning that one, I know. Or am I? Because I'll be home before everyone else, I think. Although I suspect some of the Irish lot from the Fiestas might actually make it home before me. If they've timed it right with the ferry, they might just be able to do
7:30 ferry, they were saying?
They probably will be. I think they'll just about beat me. That's not my go. I love Mark Skeets. I came across him in the Compact Cup for the first time a few years ago. What a character Mark is, and a very exciting driver to watch when he was back in the Compact days. He was always in the thick of a battle, was Mark, and usually had a humorous story to tell at the end of it.
We can run the Compacts in this as well, can't you? There are probably quite a few old cars sitting around.
Definitely.
Because the BRSCC has sort of upgraded the BMW Championship now to the newer models.
Yes,
so the older
series,
one. Talking of which, I think this is the first meeting I've been to in about 2 years that doesn't have a Dobor at it.
Yes, good point. Very good point. Yeah. Even Mike's normally out in his Compact, isn't he? And hey, how well is young Mikey doing? I remember him arriving on the scene in the Compacts a few years ago, and
the two cousins that came out of juniors and got into minis.
Isaac and Joe.
Yeah.
Doble, yes, that's right. Yeah, all of whom came through Compact Cup, didn't they? All started with the BRSCC.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's they're a talented family, aren't they? But,
actually, Isaac and Joe are brothers. The other one is Christopher.
Of course, there's another one, isn't there?
Yeah, Christopher's the cousin of Isaac in the mini challenge.
Yes, and Joe is Isaac's brother.
Yeah.
And also Mikey's
brother.
Yes.
Yeah.
Need a flowchart. There are lots of them, and they're all annoyingly talented and nice people as well.
They are all
really
quick,
nice
aren't they? They are all, like even the cousin.
Yes.
You know, Chris Doble's the. Is Chris the dad? I'm sure I'm getting me Doble's mother anyway. they're not here, so 15 minutes or so to go. 14 minutes 46. Quick check on the Mini progress. Larmony 47 laps, and the race leader David May 59. He's well within that half distance. They're going to get, at the moment, it looks like they're going to get that finish and the points. Well done to them. That's cracking.
35
Good story.
points, and well worth persevering, wasn't it? That's proper old school endurance racing mentality, that, isn't it? They've got a hobbled car that's stuck in gear, I think they said, didn't they, or missing a few gears, and they're not going to be setting fastest laps. There they are, heading up through Peel Corner, but just getting the car to the finish. It's something we've lost from endurance racing really these days as cars become more reliable, clearly. But great to have that car still running, and they're going to get some points, and that could really benefit them come the end of the season.
It could well do. And remember, that car was leading the championship coming into today, so absolutely crucial for them as they enter the second half of their season after this race. This is the third event of the year. We've already had the round at Brands Hatch, as I mentioned, Alton Park last time. We're heading back south next time out for Donington Park. Did you say that was the Fun Cup meeting, or was it the Snetterton one, which is the Snetterton Silverstone, the finale? Down to 7 events this year from 6 last year.
Down to 7 from 6.
Did I say that?
I think I knew what you meant.
Right, yeah.
6 this year.
Down from 7.
2 6. Yes. 6 or 7.
Yeah, it was 7 last year, 6 this year. 6, 7.
One there for John, if he's listening. Yes. It's hopefully going to see bigger numbers as well as they go all sort of central in the country. I suspect we will get more cars out for those races. But the Mini soldiering on. Not the fastest car on track, but I'll tell you what, if they can get this home, I think, to be fair, even if they parked it now, they'd probably be safe with the 50% rule, wouldn't they? But if they can be running at the checkered flag, that will mean a lot for them. They've been handed that penalty now, haven't they, for not doing the second pit stop.
Yeah.
So they're now 16 or 17 laps down at the moment, but they're still within 50%, so that's fine. And they will be itching to see the checkered flag in just under 12 and a half minutes' time.
Still the Ginetta out front. 2 laps down is the Collins Caterham, and the we heard from Stuart Humphrey, didn't we, as well? The Humphrey Martin Rich MX-5 still there as well. Oh, hello.
John's
we had a live
on
camera for a minute. John's taking over camera duty now.
Much better behind the camera than in front of it. So it's been said. Sterling work today, John. Really good work down there. Honestly,
absolutely brilliant
digging out
stuff.
all of the stories in the pit lane. Yeah, it's been actually quite nice, hasn't it, to delve into some of the backstories of the drivers, which we don't always have time to do.
That's the beauty of
endurance racing,
and also a smaller entry as well. We
absolutely.
can get in and talk to her. Can you see what's going on? John's looking at into the camera of the viewfinder and working out what's going on. I hope that's a wide angle with me on there. So. There we are. Hello.
This is something no one at home wanted to see, but and John with some of the steadiest Roman camera work we've had all day, I have to say. Impressive. I'm only saying that because Sam is here. There we go. It's a peek behind the curtain, everyone. And exactly
our first look at Sam, isn't it?
It's Sam who's been providing the pictures in the pit lane all weekend, and I don't think realised that camera was live when he walked in. Fantastic.
I think it's right that the viewer's seen him. He's a great lad. He's been very helpful.
Fantastic.
all day. Well done.
Great character. A really pleasant group of people to work with in general, the Alpha Live group. And Sam's been a great addition. He's kept us sane this weekend. Long days, but a really, really fun weekend.
Mazda moment. Oh, fastest lap, Chris Etheridge. Wow.
Interesting. What was the previous fastest lap? I forget now.
I don't know what it was. It kind of went out the window when we lost the Beamer in the early stages.
Has he just pitted again, Etheridge? No. He's not showing us a fastest lap on my timing screen.
Let's have a quick. No, we've still got David May on the TSL timing as fastest lap, and that's updating itself. So maybe a rogue
Yes.
Rogue caption.
It could have been a pit entry lap that's registered somewhere, because I think we covered this in Fun Cup yesterday. It's a shorter route into pit lane on pit entry, so you do sometimes see someone did it in one of the Fun Cup races last night, set the fastest lap whilst pitting, and they obviously don't count to actual fastest laps. Ted Bradbury picking up another lap record yesterday in the evening race for the Fun Cup, and a third place finish for him as well.
Talk about live streams and watching it back. Very well worth, as ever, watching the Fun Cup racing back.
Yes,
from
absolutely.
yesterday.
Absolutely, or indeed any Fun Cup race really that has been live streamed. Some fantastic action, and the 2 races yesterday certainly living up to that. They'll be back out at Donington, as we've said, in a few weeks' time for their next round. All of the Fun Cup events live streamed, so there are other BRSCC live streams available. As a general rule, if it's Fun Cup, you'll be able to watch it live on the internet, on YouTube. As David May, yes, it is David back in the car now. Obviously, we've just spoken to Mark Skeets. Looks like he's taken his foot off the throttle a bit, hasn't he? Here, a couple of seconds off that car's ultimate pace, but he's just stroking it home now. And this car's given them some trouble over the last couple of years, but good to see so far, touch wood, running smoothly.
That's the key, isn't it? Stick with it, be resilient, make it work, keep working, and can't work out whether this is going to go into championship lead or not. They were third. The Mazda second in championship, Clubman A leader, is probably going to overtake the Mills and
in 2 to 6 entries, don't they? So I think it's did I say 40 points or 45? 45 points, I think, for winning when there are 2 to 6 cars in your class. And that's where it is difficult sometimes to make big gains, isn't it? Where you score points within your class, you could be absolutely acing it, winning races, fastest laps, pole positions, maximum points, but someone else could be doing the same in another class, and you're sort of reliant on them having a bad day, aren't you? And when they do, you've got to capitalise and do well within your class.
Actually, with the Mazda winning its class, they will be top of the tree, and the
checkered flag is out, Richard.
Was that early?
It's 7.5 minutes early, but I'm guessing we have a 6 o'clock curfew to stick to. So there we go.
Yeah.
Finish creeps up on us. David May and Mark Skeets win the race in the Ginetta. That came out of absolutely nowhere, and they're going to win it by 2 laps over Lee Collins in the Caterham. And John will dash downstairs to speak to our podium finishers, but a slightly premature end. We started the race 10 minutes late. I wasn't entirely sure, 7.5 minutes late by the looks of it. Wasn't entirely sure why, but anyway, they have thrown the early checkered flag. There are your results, and the Mini crosses the line. The Larmony Mini with its horn honking in celebration at managing to get that car home. They'll get 35 points for finishing the race as the only Club C entry, but they did so even with all of their dramas, and they were only 17 laps down. That was a nice little touch to hear the little mini horn honking across the line.
Yeah, really good job, wasn't it? Little story, problems on the early stage. You know what, we'll carry on, we'll get the point, and could be, as you said, crucial for the championship when we get to Silverstone.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely, that could be really significant. So excellent stuff. There's your result on the screen. The nearly 2 hours of PBS Brakes Supersport Endurance Cup racing comes to an end, and it is the Ginetta that celebrates. The last car to see the checkered flag, I believe, is going to be the Mazda, which wins in Club A. That's just got across the line now. The Stuart Humphrey Martin Rich car, which manages to pick up a class win and a third place finish overall, ahead of the pair of Clios, 4th and 5th, the Larmony Mini 6th, the Etheridge BMW 7th, but 3rd in class, and then the Salem Mini, which was running at the end. All 8 starters were running at the end of the race, despite their various dramas that a lot of them tripped over the course of the race. So that concludes our on-track racing action. As I said, we do have more events coming in the near future for the BRSCC, both live streamed and otherwise. Don't go anywhere, because we will be speaking to our podium finishers in a moment or two. John has dashed down to the Parc Ferme area to conduct those interviews. The next BRSCC event is actually the Ginetta G-Fest, which is taking place up at Croft on the 27th and the 28th of June. So in 2 weeks' time, and that's all 3 Ginetta Championships, the GT Academy, the Ginetta GT Championship, and the always exciting Ginetta Juniors, all heading up to Croft.
You're doing that one because it's Alpha, isn't it?
Sadly not. I'm at the Nürburgring that weekend with another series, but I'll be watching on with interest. Not sure who we've drafted in, but we do have the G-Fest to look forward to. That is Ginetta Championships, all run by the BRSCC these days. And then I think the next live stream action after that will likely be the next Fun Cup event, which I'm fairly certain is at the Donington Park circuit in July. So head over to the BRSCC website, www.brscc.co.uk, and the British Racing and Sports Car Club website will show you all of the info you need to keep up to date with various race events organised up and down the country. 18th and 19th of July for the Netherton Hall Holiday Cottages Donington Park Summer Race Weekend, don't you know, which will be the next round of the Fun Cup. The C1 Endurance Series are there as well that weekend, so that's a proper endurance racing weekend, and the Supersport Endurance Cup, as we said. So lots of endurance racing, plus Fiestas, Classic Minis, and Pre-99 Formula 4 Championship. So a busy weekend at Donington. That's the next Fun Cup event, and that is coming up on the 18th and 19th of July.
Netherton Hall, that's Foxlow country, isn't it? That's the Foxlow family, so big thanks to them for their patronage and support this year. Greatly appreciated. Not sure Tim's still looking or listening, but I'm sure he will do. Always good to see Tim.
Yes, definitely so. Are we wrapping then, Martin?
I guess we have to.
So that wraps up our weekend of racing. We were hoping to speak to the podium finishers, but they've all gone straight through Parc Ferme. They're eager to get home, understandably. And so that is going to be the end of our time here at Anglesey. Massive thank you to Richard for joining me for
Thanks,
the
Andy.
afternoon today. Always a pleasure to work with you. To John Ratcliffe, to Jamie Peters-Ennis. Feels like every commentator in the land has been here at Anglesey this weekend, and we've collaborated to put the show together for you. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll see you again very shortly.